Testing, test this microphone. Huh.
Literally, these pants accommodate to all of my needs.
Let's see them.
Look at
Whoa,
them.
those are tough.
These are cool,
What
right?
the fuck?
Dude, the face.
Mm-hmm.
Like an
What?
actual face.
Bruh.
Underneath the helmet.
That's crazy.
Ricky.
Sticky. Oh, my butthole. My butthole, it fell off.
Bro, please.
Where is it?
I could see it.
I can see it.
I could see the future. 3, 2, 1. Guys, welcome back to episode 9 of the Flash Bros podcast.
That's the one, baby.
I am your host, Sammy.
Sammy.
I'm joined as always right now by my very good friend and co-host, Joshie.
Yes, that's me.
Joshie,
What's up,
how
everybody?
we feeling today,
we're
my
feeling
friend?
So good.
Good?
We got a big episode planned today. We
Yeah,
got
man.
a big new stuff coming on. We've never done an episode like this, so I'm really excited. I really just want to get into it. We also just have a big day ahead of us. It's our Patreon sponsor, Adrell Williams. His girlfriend. It's her birthday today. Shout out Cynthia. Yeah, it's her birthday as the day of the day
as of today,
recording
right?
this. Yeah, that's the one. And then we got a little party later. And we have an exciting episode before that.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah,
So yeah, I'm really excited too, man. I'm really this has been something that we've talked about from episode 1.
Yes.
This is like a game we're gonna be like really reviewing and dissecting the behemoth that is Xenoblade.
Oh yeah.
And focusing on the first one in the series, Xenoblade Chronicles.
That's the one.
And that's mostly what I want to talk about today. So let's get through the garbage.
What?
And get straight over there. You know what I'm saying?
Screw all the garbage. The rest of this podcast is trash.
Before
all
we
wanna
shortcut,
do is
okay?
talk about Xenoblade.
I know.
Yeah.
Dude,
that's all
and
I
we
wanna do.
could. And we have many times and
you're
many moons ago.
Yeah.
Like, dude, I felt like there was like, we both beat Xenoblade 1 and there was like days and days following where we'll go into each other's room and be like, oh my god, bro, did you think about this?
Did you think about this? Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
So good.
Like you and, I feel like you and Dory and the other guys do about One Piece all
Oh,
the time.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I've said this many times, or even like we've done in the house about like Attack on Titan.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like literally like storytelling wise, I'm not going to get into it too deep, but Xenoblade is on par with all the best shows I have ever seen or best stories
completely agree
I've
with
read.
that.
Storytelling wise, just is as valid and as incredible as some of the best I've seen. So
Yes, bro.
let's
before
get
we jump
into it,
into
man. Or
why
jump.
don't you just give me a little bit of ketchup, my man?
Please.
Yeah, what'd you do this week?
Is it okay
What's
if I
been
give
happening?
you some mustard too?
Yeah, I would love that.
Some ketchup and mustard?
I'm a big mustard guy.
Are you really?
Yeah.
You like mustard?
I love mustard.
Really? Okay,
Just
'cause-
plain yellow
Yes,
mustard, though.
yellow
Can't do
mustard.
honey mustard.
You don't like honey?
No,
Okay, that's
and
weird.
most Dijons I don't like either. Yeah, no, I'm weird for the honey
That's
mustard.
okay.
but-
That's okay. But yeah, no, totally understandable. I've learned recently I'm a mustard guy as well.
Yeah?
I had a hot dog last night. I was eating it with just ketchup. I was like, something's missing.
Something's missing.
Yeah,
for
and I
sure.
was like, I gotta throw on some
I feel
mustard.
like if you didn't have the ketchup,
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't have that feeling.
Yes.
Or maybe not as strong.
Yes.
It'd be like, ooh, it needs a
If it
little
was
bit of ketchup.
just mustard.
But yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Right.
yeah,
Like mustard
absolutely.
has so much flavor.
Yeah, it's so
you
much
know?
flavor and it's so distinct. There's nothing that tastes like it besides itself, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like, it's got that strong vinegar taste to it, right?
And I love vinegar too, by the way.
Same, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like you need to like
You
yellow
have to.
mustard, but
Yeah.
there's something about that yellow mustard. There was a time where I was fucking like meal prepping
Yes.
hard, and there's no calories in vinegar or mustard.
You've
right?
told me that back
Yeah,
when I
and
was. That's why I ate so many. Like I ate jalapenos. 'Cause
Yes.
It's like isn't it the same thing? Pickled?
Kind of, yeah. I mean, it's pickled and
Right.
it's jalapenos and
Right.
other vegetables like that, like cucumbers and pickles.
Yep.
No calories.
No calories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, snack away, my man.
Snack fucking way.
Yeah, and
I love it.
used to make these salads that were super boring. It just had like shrimp on it, had little bacon bits, mixed greens and spinach.
Doesn't
and then,
sound boring. That sounds pretty damn good.
for sure. Okay, maybe throw some mushrooms on there
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
But
Okay.
yellow mustard.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Gotta
like,
cover it up.
Because I'm a blue cheese guy. I'm
Totally.
not gonna lie. I fucking
Wow.
fuck with
Yes.
some really good quality.
Do you have
blue
any
cheese.
right now, by the way?
I don't.
Damn it.
I have not been in a salad cake in a minute.
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know?
I see. I recently. I remember you and I had this conversation. You might not even remember this. I I want to get into blue cheese so bad.
Do
you? You were like, you don't like blue cheese? And I was like, no, but like, I wish I did. From that point on, I would sometimes snatch blue cheese from my work. Because they have like wings, so they have blue cheese sauce. Sure. And I would just like let it rest on my tongue, and I would like I'm trying to open my palate up to it. Yeah. Oh. And every time I get wings now, I get it with the blue cheese sauce.
Okay.
I just want a moment where I could just have like maybe a blue cheese and some crackers, or even just like I want to rest a large sum on my mouth, and I just want to like take in the flavor and enjoy it. Yeah. Because I'm not the type of person who wants to not enjoy anything. Same thing with JJK. I'm like, I don't fuck with it. Let's see if I can. What you did there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Speaking of, I want to get into catch up. Yeah. The way JJK season 2 is broken up. Okay. So I finished season 1, obviously.
Right. This is where you were at last week.
Yes. If I remember right. That is exactly right. Okay. I finished the first part of season 2, which is only 5 episodes. Okay. So it's a pretty big deal. It's this flashback scene with Gojo.
Right. It's like this backstory.
It's a whole backstory done in 5 episodes. But it's not just Gojo. There's the main villain, Geto, is literally like Gojo's best friend in this backstory. And it's very, very it's very, very interesting.
Cool. I love that shit.
Yes,
especially when it's like
it so much
deep villain backstories.
Yes,
you know?
and the thing that I want to give spoilers for anyone, especially you. Yeah. And I will just say it's complicated the way I wanted it to be. I was really worried it was going to be like a, he gets just turned over by like a villain, and then it's like, or he had these plans the entire time, and it's more complex than that. Cool. And I really like the way they did it. They made him feel very human, and it was a natural step of where a person would go. Yeah. Especially with the way it starts.
Like you could like relate or like
absolutely
see in the shoes a little bit.
If I was dealing with the shit he was dealing with. For sure. You know what I mean? And of course, the most interesting part is that you see it from his perspective at first, and then it's almost like the backstory is kind of narrated by the villain character. But it's just really interesting. It's really good. Fuck yeah. I would say I'm consistently having, and this is also a sad part. I'll say that what I enjoyed was everything that I got to experience. Towards the end, I got confused, and I had to ask someone else, our friend Jake Treptow, what happened. I didn't understand. And I'd say I've hit that wall a lot with JJK, and it was really disappointing getting hit again, because now I'm going into this next arc kind of like, am I even going to get it? Like, how hard do I have to pay attention? I literally already feel like I should rewatch season 2. Yeah. And that's a little disappointing, be honest, because at what point do you not just get hit with, maybe this show isn't for me, or maybe I'm not understanding it the way other people are? Absolutely. I understood season 1 extremely well. Okay. And so, but I've also, it was my second time watching it. Yeah. Right. So, right. I don't know. That's the only negative thing I have to say. So far, season 2 is set up really, really well. Okay. They finally went into kind of how Gojo's powers are explained and how it works. Yeah. But it just didn't make sense, and a lot of it was like, I couldn't tell at one point if we were moving on to like a flashback or a flash forward, and I was starting to get a little confused. I get it now. Looking back, I get it now, but still a little disappointing. Okay. But that's literally, I'm not kidding, Sam. Every time I pick up my Switch, I'm playing Smash. I have only watched a little JJK. I can't think of anything else I've done this week. That's really? Yeah. I've been hanging out with a lot of people. Still let's go. With Trinity, of course. Yeah. She leaves.
Because she's been extended now.
Yes. Well, stay over here. Bad news again. Oh. Yeah, she's getting unextended. So.
When'd she leave?
Might be the end of October. Is what we're looking at. Yeah. So just got to get as much time as I can, and then that's that.
Yeah. Okay.
But so that's my. I was gonna
say real quick before I catch you up.
Please.
Excuse me.
What the heck?
Oh, it's stuck in there, bro.
That's nasty.
That's like kind of a big thing for me. Probably just because, I don't know. Like we mentioned like a little bit. Like I usually am like consuming like my like entertainment hobbies and things like pretty like stoned. Sure. And with that, like I like deep, heavy themes. Like what we're about to talk about, Xenoblade. Yes. Very much so. Yes. Attack on Titan. You know, there's some deep, complex shit there. Totally. That I feel like it's good discussion starters. Yes. But there's this line that I feel like the trope in a good or a big story that games try to do if they're trying to make it like with plot twists or like really like complex, heavy theme ideas.
Absolutely.
I feel like you reach like 70% of the experience and then or 80, and then suddenly you're just smacked over the head with a plot twist, and then all these new things, and sometimes it's like overwhelming, and you're like, hold up, I don't understand. You have to like rewatch it or like play through it again. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And that can kind of separate between like a really, really good plot reveal and pacing, or just it's too much.
Absolutely.
You know?
And you know what's really funny, because a perfect example of that I think is done well, but I can understand how people won't, is Attack on Titan.
Yes.
You know, I don't want to get too deep into it because I know some people haven't finished it.
Absolutely.
But season 4 takes a huge turn. And so, and it's a very simple show. It's set up to be simple, you know, kind of. Obviously, there's plot twists in the first 3 seasons, but
for sure.
Season 4 is when it hits you. I've talked to people where they're like, yeah, I didn't get it. I didn't get what was going on. Season 4, I didn't understand.
That's kind of how I felt.
It's a little jarring,
because just how it literally the transition is so jarring compared to the rest of the show before that.
Absolutely. And that's what I'm saying, though, is when you watch it, because we have some good friends who have rewatched it many times. Gabe and Anisia, I think, have rewatched it 3 times now.
Wow.
Which is wild to me.
That is wild.
But it's literally, they're just like, I want to get the whole thing. And they're like, I truly do understand it. And that's amazing. I feel like sometimes it's just, it makes a little more sense. And then I don't know why JJK is just not. There's some things. I think it's because I didn't understand the power system.
Okay.
And there's twists that happen in that 5 episodes that have to do with that power system. And I'm like, okay, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I literally feel like sometimes, because I always had this feeling in school that I was missing something all the time, all throughout my entire life. There was always something I was missing, and when something was brought up, it didn't make sense to me, but I rolled with it. Had to, you know what I mean?
Right, fake it till you make it, more or less.
Exactly, absolutely. And so I literally, like, I was hitting this point where I was like watching, and I was like, don't know what's going on, okay, but I'm going to keep going.
Sure.
And then I was like, I need to actually understand. So maybe before I finish this next arc, I'll just sit down, maybe with Trepto or Dorian or someone who understands the system, and I'll literally just learn it. I'll just sit down, I'll understand what's going on, and then maybe rewatch those first 5 episodes too, which would be really nice, and then kind of understand some things a little bit better.
I think it's a good idea. Not
a bad idea. Yeah, I think I definitely had. The funniest part is, it's like I thought that I thought the first season would make more sense.
That's like the annoying part, right? Is like kind of feeling like you get it and you're on board, and then being here and being like, shit, I wanna love it, especially with your kind of complicated relationship with it from the gate, right?
Absolutely.
So I feel that,
dude. It's like, and I keep thinking about it because I'm like, truthfully, I had this thought recently. I was like, is it bad? Like, do I hate it? Am I not a fan of JJK?
Sure.
Because of how it made me feel.
Absolutely.
Of that. And I'm like, no, because I really enjoyed the first season. However, I was paying attention. This is my second time watching. I promise I was paying attention. They've explained curse techniques. They've explained reverse curse techniques. They've explained, but these things are coming up like in ways I haven't understood, and then the characters act like they understand. I don't understand. I've rewatched.
You almost feel like you missed.
I missed something, but I couldn't
tiny
have.
Scene, right? But you couldn't have.
I could not have. I watched every single episode. This most recent time, I watched it with all the attention. I swear to God, I was putting so much effort into it. So, I'm still thinking on how I feel. However, I did really enjoy that flashback too. Yeah. And looking back on it, it's really enjoyable. I think maybe I just need to understand it better. And I think about that too when it comes to other shows I love, where it's like, maybe I have an inside scoop, like One Piece. Maybe I have this, predisposition because I understood Devil Fruits going in. I understand Marines. I understood pirates. I understood the dynamic of the world with the red line. And I'm like, maybe all these shows kind of throw you into them, but I know it a little bit better because of these people around me.
That's a good way to look at it.
That's what I'm assuming. But still, I was confused. And I was never confused with Black Clover. I was never confused with Naruto. Never confused with One Piece. Never confused with any of the big shonen that I've seen in my life.
Right. You got a pretty good track record.
Exactly. And I've never been... I've never had to rewatch episodes.
Yeah.
So it is a little frustrating, but we'll see how I feel after this season, and we'll see if I even...
Please let me know.
I will.
Because I also feel like I come to you when I have
absolutely
plot hole confusing things.
Right.
I've come to you several times with Xenoblade.
With Xenoblade,
you know?
absolutely.
Been like, explain this to me. I don't get it.
Absolutely. And Xenoblade's a great example, too.
Yeah.
I never felt... Well, I felt confused when I was supposed to. You know?
Right.
But I never felt like I'm missing something.
I'm legitimately missing a chunk here.
Yes, exactly. Unless you're supposed to be.
Right.
Because there's a lot of mysteries that are set up.
But don't you also feel like a good storytelling?
Yes.
You know when you're not supposed to know.
Of course.
Right?
And
in the moment of it happening, you already know.
Yes.
Oh, I got questions and I'll worry about it later.
See, that's the issue is that when there's a moment that's set up, and I'm going to keep it completely spoiler free, in JJK, anyone who's watching it, who've seen it will know.
Yeah.
There's just this moment that's set up where you literally think this character is left for dead. They're just like done, right? And I'm literally in this like moment where I'm like, how the fuck are they gonna come back from this? Like, this is gonna be crazy. And then it's revealed that they're not dead, and it's revealed the reason is because of some technique, and then that's it.
That's it.
And then I'm literally sitting there like, huh? I'm like, what? Wait, well, hold up. I was like, what am I missing?
Yeah.
I'm missing something because they gave a little explanation and it wasn't even satisfying.
Right.
And I remember being like, what? Like, what? I'm missing something again?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. I think that's a good way to further explain it.
Yes.
To be honest.
Yes.
I hate that shit.
I really do, because I thought it was those moments.
Before
exactly.
And games.
Yes.
Because I'm like,
I don't
not
get
only
it.
am I confused, I'm now disinterested.
And now I'm not interested.
You know?
And that was an issue that I felt. I did call Trep, obviously. And I talked with him, and it did make me feel better. But I'm also like, how is it possible? After watching the first season twice, I rewatched the movie. I've seen the movie twice. I know how...
For sure.
Everything that I'm supposed to understand, I have in my brain. How did I not understand that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or maybe that was...
I don't know if this is a frustrating part for you, too, but...
Yeah.
Also kind of being like, how did you figure that out? But I couldn't.
But I didn't. I completely agree. I'm literally like looking at it and I'm like, even if that is the moment that is how techniques can work, that someone can survive something where you think they're dead, and that's how it works, that's the moment it's revealed, how is that then satisfying?
Right.
Because I'm instead of being left with a, oh my gosh, it's a, oh, okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, it's like, all right.
Much less... It's very underwhelming kind of response that you're like, I wish I was more hyped.
Absolutely. And I guess I would be. Maybe I would be. I don't know. I think it's just a moment in a show, and I think it'll make more sense. I had a very similar feeling with just slight season 2 spoilers of Attack on Titan.
Oh yeah.
The Ymir reveal. Right. That character Ymir.
Yes.
I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, how is... Oh, it was obviously hype as fuck. The way it was animated and everything. Right. But I remember being like, huh? Like, what?
Yeah.
And then the explanation coming and feeling satisfied. So that... I don't know. Maybe...
I think it's just... it's in the storytelling, right?
It's the way it's revealed and everything.
But it could be it's just... You know, a possibility could be it's just the way it is written is in a way that you're just not... It doesn't click with you.
That's also a possibility.
You know? Right.
I wonder... Absolutely. I thought about that recently where it's like, that could just be the way the show is. Yeah. I might not just vibe with the show as much. You know?
Yeah.
And I'll definitely...
And honestly, all that could mean, though, it's not that the show's not meant for you or you're not meant for it.
Right.
You just might need to try a little harder.
Yes.
And to put more effort into trying to love it than other people.
Do you feel like you have to do that for anything?
Sometimes. Yeah. Probably more with games as an example. I was trying to think like where my mind was going in like relation to what you're talking about is kind of like really with games and game pacing, especially because in a video game, it's not watching it. Yeah. You know, like even Xenoblade. Xenoblade is a huge cutscene heavy game. You spend a lot of the game watching, right? Yes. And even then, it's still a video game. You still have to pick up that controller and press on, right? And I've definitely had it where I can't even think of like a good example. I want to say one of the Tales of games. I kind of just like it reached like maybe this halfway plot twist, and it was so overwhelming. It was like, I'm not even gonna go into details or even tell you what the game is, but it's like you live this whole world and like everything is the way you think life is. You think the enemy is the sky, and then literally within one cutscene, the sky parts there is another world parallel. It's this close to touching Earth. It's a sister of Earth that was created through a bad experiment.
Right.
And kind of sounds familiar, right?
I think I've seen this one before. I've seen this.
Then you find out there's this intergalactic war, and everyone has been trying to invade Earth to eradicate it because your race is the evil doing to everyone else.
Interesting.
Right? And but that sounds more interesting. I feel like from me kind of figuring it out, but the reveal itself in the moment, how I felt, underwhelmed, disappointed. I was very confused. I was like, what the fuck is going on? And not in a hype way,
not
like
in a way where it's like
Attack
on Titan.
Right, because Attack on Titan has similar themes,
Very
right?
similar.
You think the world is this way, but it's not. And it was trying to do that in a way that just didn't click.
And that's also, there's a moments where you hit where you're like, I just know I don't think this is for me.
Yeah.
I had that moment, with the Soulsborne games. I tried to play Bloodborne. I remember beating 3 bosses and consistently feeling like I just had to put in this effort that I did not want to.
Yeah.
And I got to some points where I literally was like, I don't want to even go forward in this game. I don't want to play anymore. And even just like, that whole vibe of like, I could tell it was like, at this point, if I were someone else like Dorian, he would have been hooked. And I'm not. I don't want to play anymore, so I'm not gonna. And that's how simple it is. And it's different for shows. I think, like what you just said, it's very different. So for JJK, I will finish it, and I will, but there is that thought in my mind, because I watched I watched like 3 episodes of the season after, which is still season 2 technically, but it's like
it's like the second half or something. Yeah,
and I was hyped. I loved it. I did, but there were still moments of just like like, why? And
I'm very curious to see what you think. Like wrapping it up and like
we'll see.
Yeah, if
we'll
you
see.
Like if by like next week where you're at and if you got any more thoughts on it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let me catch up real quick, my friend.
Please catch up and mustard.
Yeah, me and Kendall and I were doing our little date night last night because we had a very busy. We've been so busy, bro. Like her family's in town. Yeah, because it's still like everything that happened with her grandfather. So I met her other grandma for the first time over this last weekend.
Okay.
And she came and visited my bar with her parents. Fun.
Okay.
And she's really quiet,
She's quiet?
Yeah, she's very quiet. Yeah, and just kind of like don't really know. It seems like the family is very like anything goes. Like Kendall's family definitely is. Like her like immediate family. Right, but the extended family, it's like her dad's side. No, it's like her mom's side that she's really close with.
Okay.
And they're like pretty open and game and whatever. Yeah, they're a little religious, but they're like pretty loose. And then like her dad's side is like it's all over the fucking place. So it's kind of reading that vibe of what you know what I mean? Like,
what's the vibe here?
How much of myself am I gonna let out right here?
It's so funny. Yeah, I mean, have you seen those memes that talk about like the mom side versus the dad side? No. Have you seen any of those?
Not
so
lately.
Funny. Just because it's like I'll try and use an example. I don't know if I can, but it's like just the dad side is always a little stranger. You know what I mean?
My dad's side definitely.
Is that how it is for you?
Definitely.
For some reason, this is how it is. It's like it's literally the way that it goes. It's like I remember memories of my mom's side being very sweet, very loving. That's where my favorite grandfather, may he rest in peace.
Oh yeah.
That's where he's from. He's my mother's father. And then just the the crazy stories and the moments that I've met, my grandparents on my dad's side, just the complete opposite vibe. Like, you know what I mean? It's don't say that in front of Popo. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff. Or like, I remember one time, I'm gonna make this pretty funny. I've always grown up having like black friends and stuff. And I remember I had this one named John Michael. And he came over when my grandfather was there, and he asked my dad. He was like, "So what is the colored boy like?" And he called him colored boy.
Colored boy.
Yes. I don't. Maybe that's what my dad told me when I was younger. He might have used the worst word. I hope he didn't. But that is the vibe of my grandfather.
There it is.
Also, may he rest in peace.
Hopefully, bro.
Hopefully.
Harassed.
Yeah. So just some crazy stuff there.
Yeah.
But
definitely
yeah.
Well,
but catch me up on you play anything?
So Kendall and I we were continuing the Quarry last night. really fucking good.
Dude.
I actually think I haven't beaten it yet, but I think I like it more than Until Dawn.
No way.
I genuinely.
Dude, I love Until Dawn.
And I talked with Faith a little bit about it.
Yes.
Not super recently.
Yeah.
It was back when the Corey first came out. She beat it, and she said she actually thought she liked the Until Dawn a little more. It definitely is less. I felt like Until Dawn, especially once you're kind of into it, it really is throwing these jump scares at you.
Yeah,
absolutely. And a lot of it is kind of just cheesy. And when you find the reasoning plot wise, it's kind of like, oh well, they just tried to make it scary.
When you're in that cave underground, you literally just run into a skeleton. It's like a dead body, and it just goes
right.
And you're why the fuck? Why am I scared?
I'm gripping my couch.
Why are you doing that?
Yeah, dude. Yeah. No, and kind of taking you out of it and kind of thinking this is a little silly.
It is.
And
absolutely.
I'm not getting those vibes from the Corey almost at all.
Wow.
Right. And I just kind of hit. There's some supernatural shit. Yeah. Because it's done in a very similar vein to Until Dawn, and I just kind of hit the plot point of where it's explaining the supernatural shit. It's awesome.
That's sick.
It's similar but different. It's you kind of think it's going in the same direction as Until Dawn. Yeah. It's fucking not.
Is it? I don't want to ask too much because I think I'm gonna play it.
Yeah. But you definitely should.
Is it that same kind of? The same vibe of the kind of paranormal stuff that's going on, where it's
yes,
okay,
yes,
I was just curious.
Spirits and transforming into other kind of beings, and being secluded in the woods, and nobody really knows. It's kind of ghost stories, know. But something else it does is there's an event. You know how there's this prologue event that happens in Until Dawn.
No, of course.
And ultimately that sets the scope for the rest of the story.
And that's how it starts, yeah.
It does the same thing, and it kind of makes you think it's going along the same track there. Yep. But the precursor event happens only months before the main story, not a whole year or anything.
Past,
And then I just reached this point where it's doing a flashback and it's explaining all this whole of time.
Interesting.
And it is fascinating.
Yeah.
I'm genuinely hooked.
Well, I think I'm going to play it.
Yeah. I'm not going to say anything
loved
else.
Until Dawn. I really did.
Yeah.
So if you think that...
I think the characters are better. All the characters are better. Yeah, I think there's just... I just think it's better.
No more Ashleys or...
Well... Yeah, what's that guy? What's that girl's name? It was Ashley, wasn't it?
It was Ashley.
Yeah, from the first one. Yeah,
the annoying, most rude person in
Emma.
the entire... Yeah.
We've got Emma in this game. Okay, and she's your basic white bitch who is very the whole time she's walking around and she's kind of filming herself, vlogging for when she's famous later. So she's by the time this gets posted, blah blah blah, right? Yeah. So she definitely fits that trope, but she's almost a better character too because she it's hard to explain. She knows
don't
she's
spoil
a bitch.
Too. Okay.
Yeah, just a small character, you know.
Yeah.
But there's definitely similar. There's Mike in the last game. He's kind of the jock guy. There's still a jock guy. His name's Jacob. Right. I definitely like the jock guy much less than I liked Mike though. Mike was a G.
Yeah, Mike was. He wasn't just a jock. He was He was an asshole, kind of, to a degree, but he wasn't cruel. Yeah. You know what I mean? He had kind of had a heart on him, and he definitely cared about everybody. Yeah. And had this care for everyone. And, and
if anything, he was confident. He wasn't bye, Sophie.
Love you, Sophie. We love you so
Roommate's
much.
leaving.
God, every single time we see her.
Every time.
That's
so cute.
Sweet.
We have a little window right next to where we record, and so she'll just drive by and do a little hand wave.
And there's a giant mountain with a waterfall and a rainbow that's right behind it. Yeah. And there's bamboo trees all around.
Sometimes if you look hard enough, you'll see one of those unicorns. The mountain unicorns.
Oh my god, there's one right now.
What?
Wow.
I didn't see it.
That's beautiful. Oh my god.
Well, anyway,
that was gorgeous.
So yeah, if you have any interest in this, definitely play it. So I'm not going to say anything else other than it's really good, and I'm excited to wrap it up.
Okay.
I have exciting news.
Please.
As of yesterday,
I
am back on Adderall.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
So yeah, small backstory because I don't know if you remember, and also just for the audience, but
I remember.
I feel like my ADHD has just progressively gotten worse and worse as I've gotten older, and it wasn't even diagnosed until the year before last year. Because I was on Adderall for 1 year. But then in this last March, right when I was quitting nicotine too, there was a shortage of Adderall. So I literally couldn't get it. Like
there was a shortage of Adderall.
Yes, like
was it being
national?
What?
Yeah, at least national. I don't know if it was global, but I'm not kidding. I tried getting it through the. I was talking to my doctor and having it sent to different pharmacies.
Damn.
Because these pharmacies were out. So Costco was out, Fry's was out, and then another CVS was out.
Dude.
So then I just kind of.
You should have told me when that happened, because we could have literally like Walter White and Jesse Pinkman that shit. We could have just learned how to make Adderall, and we would have owned the market in Arizona.
Fuck, dude. We should have.
We should have.
We'll start a new series.
Okay.
Yeah.
Breaking in. Ooh, fixing good.
Fixing good.
Yeah.
So, as of yesterday, it was really a couple weeks back that I started thinking about it again. I just really even feel, especially with kind of like starting the podcast while I'm working, and working is ramping up more and more now.
Excuse me.
I've been tired. I've been so tired, and like holding even just a normal conversation or even trying to work. I'm definitely noticing it, especially with being on it for a year and then being off it for about 6 months straight. Yeah. Right? So now I talked to my doctor again, and then the shortage is over, so I ended up getting my hands on it finally yesterday. So I took my...
When's your dosage start? When are you...
So my dosage, it's changed a little bit. It used to be those instant release ones, and they last for like 4 to 6 hours. Yes. And I used to work 2 jobs, so my doctor prescribed me 3 a day. Okay. So it'd be like I wake up, I go to Black Rock, I have a little break, and then I go to the bar. Well, now I don't have that lifestyle anymore. I'm just working nights, and I have the podcast and a busy life. But I don't have like the 2 jobs thing.
So you're...
so I have an extended release capsule.
Okay.
So one capsule, after you take it, lasts anywhere from like 10 to 12 hours.
What the fuck?
Yes.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
Yeah. And
how does it feel? Have you tried it yet?
Dude, I am not kidding.
Did you try it today?
Yes. I'm on it right now.
Oh, nice.
And yesterday.
Nice.
And it's like... I'm not fighting my mind.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to go really deep into like any kind of like medical stuff on this podcast or recommending you guys try Adderall or anything like that. But for me personally, and just like, it's almost like if I could explain it, like there's this like indefinite mega cloud above my head, figuratively all the time. And in that cloud are my thoughts, and they're like crazy, bro. Right? Yeah. It's like hard for me to even like, you know, all the jokes we made in the podcast in previous weeks of like I can't speak because I'm like dyslexic as it's coming out of my mouth. My brain, it's like it just sometimes moves so fast, and I have to genuinely, as I'm listening to someone talk, even sometimes you're talking, I have to tell myself to stop and listen, and it's like a conscious effort. Almost like in JJK when the guy's sitting on the couch and he can't show any emotion. Right? That's kind of how it feels like. I have to stretch. I have to stress this muscle.
Great callback, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that was great.
And so, really, it kind of just feels like I don't. It feels like my brain calms down, the cloud calms down, and it compartmentalizes itself into like how I genuinely want to think. And then I'm not thinking about my thoughts as someone's talking to me. I'm actually just listening.
You're listening, and you're able to... That's so funny because I noticed that all day today already. From what I've from just talking to you,
Oh fuck yeah!
I don't even know. I don't even know what it is exactly, but I noticed kind of this difference, even in just like I don't know. Do you feel like your stress is down anymore? Like
definitely,
because I can see that in you too. I definitely can feel that in you right now. Very cool, man. Very cool.
You,
I was on Adderall for like 5 years, so I experienced it for a while. Switched to Vyvanse for like 2.
Right, you hated that, right?
I hated Vyvanse, but I started hating Adderall too. It was the same thing where it's just I was also very young, but ADHD was rampant, and I cannot imagine doing school without it. You know what I mean? Absolutely. Which I did for my senior year, and it was really difficult. But no, man, I think that one of the best parts about it is truly the way that your resting head is at. Like there's not really anything that can surprise you because you'll take it in the moment no matter what. I always feel like I'm a little unprepared for every interaction that I have because I'm not. My brain is everywhere. And so it's really funny. I have to do that all the time at work. But one thing that I've noticed with me personally, and this is, I'm just extending the conversation. I'm not saying that you have to experience this at all. But one of the biggest reasons I got off of it was because I wasn't as funny and I wasn't as like and my humor is much different. I'm loud, kind of annoying. I can be obnoxious. I can even just like do shit that no one would want to do. And I recognized all that when I was on Adderall, and I felt like a different person. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Wasn't like I was a bad person or like I didn't recognize myself, because I did. I saw the person I was, but I think there's also a beauty to my inability to just completely like only keep my mind on one thing. You know what I mean? Because I think that, I think that's a lot of humor is pulling from different places, or even just being like even random, or just like having your mind somewhere that it shouldn't be and then looping on that. That's just, that's comedy in general,
I think that you haven't been on Adderall since I met you.
Dude, yeah.
And
since high school, by the way.
Like, I've really admired, like, learning from you, like, how you've got it's pretty intense ADHD, like I feel like I do. Yeah. But how you're able to maneuver that and kind of control that. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you wouldn't say your brain's perfect, right, but like it's kind of beauty and just the differences between like even just you and me.
Yeah. And I think a lot of that had to do with just everything I've learned since high school therapy, for one.
Yeah, for sure.
There is truthfully like beauty in everything, in my opinion. There is a positive like side to everything, and there's a way that you can look at it like that.
Absolutely.
Even and it gets complicated because there's some really bad mental illnesses out there. My family has experienced a lot of them. I know a lot of people that are very close with me that have that, but they also have something else that others will never have, and I can't say what that is exactly, but there are not even just lessons you learn from that, but there are trade-offs with everything. Some of the most...
That's a good way to look at
it. Yeah. Some of the most, like, mentally, what's the word? Some
mentally, like, challenged almost?
Mentally challenged.
I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, but you know what I mean.
No,
right?
I do. I'm going to look for a different word.
Yeah,
maybe
sure.
the less good mentally health... whatever. The bad mentally health people, some of the people I've met, my little brother.
Just people who struggle with, like, mental challenges.
Mental illness, I'll say that.
Okay, yeah.
How about that? Yeah. Mental challenges, that works too. But like my little brother, he is one of the most talented artists I've ever met. He has transformed a lot of his story. Holy shit, I should shout this thing out. Everyone out there who's listening, please check out this webcomic called Monochrome. It is incredible.
Monochrome.
The artwork is incredible, dude. It's literally like, and it's all done by my little brother. He does animations for it. Right now, he's working on a visual novel for it right now.
That's fucking sick.
It's seriously incredible, but the whole thing that he's working on right now, the whole story is all metaphorical for everything he's went through in his life.
Wow.
And so it's really interesting because like some of this stuff, it's so freaking awesome, dude. But like the way it's set up. Sorry, I'm just showing Sam some pictures. I wanna.
He drew all that?
Yeah, dude. There's so much more. There's so much more. It's really popular for the website that it's on. I had a webcomic that I posted on here, and I only had like...
What's the website?
It's called MSPFA. Oh no, I'm so sorry. It's MSPFA. Yeah. But some of these like some of this artwork is just incredible. It's seriously amazing. And it's all...
Josh isn't lying. It actually looks really good.
It is, I promise. And the story is really, really good, too. These characters are really good, too. But they're all based on something he's experienced.
Wow.
And it's really interesting because there's even a character, and we reference it all the time. There's a character, and he did all this without even thinking about it. He just wrote a story.
Wow.
And there's a character named Puck, who's this giant bear.
Okay.
A giant, like shirtless, like bear character. Who's kind of like an older brother to a lot of characters in the story, especially the main character. And he came to this realization because this bear is a part of this group of a bunch of other people.
True.
And all of them are a literal, without even knowing, representation of his family. And so I'm this character named Puck. Love him. My favorite character now. After finding that out. No, I'm just kidding. But all this, my little brother has struggled with a lot of mental illness and a lot of depression and a lot of things that he's had to fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And he is doing something I don't think 95% of the world could do. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Creating it and turning it into a story. And so that's my whole point. I know I kind of went on a monochrome tangent, but you should all check out monochrome. It's incredible.
Dude, thank you for bringing that up.
Of course. I don't know why I haven't shouted it out sooner.
Shout out to Drew, baby.
Shout out to Drew.
Monochrome. I'm definitely going to check it out. So I'll report back.
It's really good. It's really good.
Josh, the only thing else really is something I did want to mention.
Yes.
Okay, which is number 1, still playing Pokemon Go.
Oh, yeah.
There was
you showed me some right before we started.
Yes, yeah. There's the community day for I think it was Timber of All's in a Conqueror, right? Yeah. So they had a Timber community day. So literally all you could catch for 3 hours.
It's Timber, and then there's a second one, and then it's Conkeldurge.
Yeah.
Or Conkeldurge.
It's
what's
like
the middle one? You know the guy?
Gronker or something like that?
Yeah, it's like something like that.
Yeah, with the G, I think.
Yeah, he's got like a clown nose.
Gronker, something like that. Yeah.
Conkeldurge.
It's basically the new age, Machamp.
It literally is.
Machamp.
Yeah, right? No. Yeah, Machamp. Yeah.
But
it is the new age.
The exciting thing is that this morning I downloaded the Sword and Shield DLC.
Did you?
And I was playing it before we started.
What? You didn't tell me.
No, I wanted to tell you on the podcast.
This is a Flash Bros exclusive.
This is exclusive, baby.
Where'd you start?
I barely started because obviously there's all these like I haven't touched Sword and Shield. Literally since the winter it came out, right? So I'm like 3 years off that boat.
Did you finish the post game?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Did all the post game. I even looked at my party. I have all of them are level 100. Hey. So I went ham on that game. You did. Yeah. And so I kind of was exploring the wild area a little bit last night to kind of refresh kind of my memory. Yeah. And so then I just went into it. I bought the DLC this morning.
Wow.
Got the invitation, and then I've got. Do you have Shield?
I have Sword.
Yeah, okay, I have Sword too. So Carla, I think, is that girl, and she invites you over to Isle of Armor. So
the pink-haired one.
Yes. Yeah. That's where you're supposed to go first, right? Is Isle of Armor? Yeah. Absolutely. So that's where I went, and I just beat her in a battle. She destroyed her ass, bro. She did. Yeah. And I'm walking out in the world, and I love that the first area is a wild area. Immediately.
All of the Isle of Armor is a wild area. Yeah. All of the wild armor.
So
the only one that has a couple sections is it's like a town is the Crown Tundra.
Okay.
So all of the isle. This is why I'm saying the DLC was practice for what they wanted to do.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I could be mistaken that there might be a couple spots. Obviously, there's buildings you go into, which aren't a wild area.
Yeah.
But
you mean like
it's
basically wild area and then like towns as opposed to like roofs and caves and other things. Like it's just this wild area. Yeah.
And there are areas but I'm pretty sure there's no loading screens if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure when you go, there's a big forest in the center, there's a big cave, but I remember being able to look around in that cave if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
I could be mistaken though.
Okay.
I might be thinking of Scarlet and Violet, but it's all, everywhere you go, you can look and there's a wild area.
That's fucking sick.
What do you think?
I really like what I've seen so far. Yeah. I love that right off the bat, like, obviously, if you don't have a Pokemon you run into, it won't have like this little Pokeball icon, and that symbolizes that you already have it in your Pokedex, right?
So
already
easy,
the first 6 Pokemon I've seen, I don't have, and I'm like, I love this. It's the extended Pokedex, right? There's like 100 new Pokemon.
New ones.
Some like per.
Or maybe it's 100 each time.
I think it's 100 for both. I think that's what I read when I bought the pack. Yep. Which is hype.
But don't you love that?
I do.
And I know that they say, everyone says what they want about the national Dex, but I go into each DLC excited because I get to see these Pokemon, and I don't need to see every single Pokemon every single game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I love that.
Yeah,
and I think we talked about that extensively on the podcast.
Yeah, no, we talked about it like a little bit, I want to say, and then kind of just I decided that I thought my plan should be to play through this before I play Scarlet and Violet, and I'm really glad I'm doing it.
A great idea,
it's also polished as hell.
Yeah.
Genuinely, it looks so good.
Yeah, it does. I really
even
like
all
it.
these years later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I really like because it's honestly such a different style than Scarlet and Violet.
It is.
It is. I don't know if you've looked into it, but just,
only from what I've seen you play and stuff and
the
like
character
review videos.
Almost like a complete different style. This is very anime inspired.
Yeah,
and then this new one kind of has its own like semi-realistic. Like the characters all just have like. I don't even know how to describe it.
Yeah.
It's like this one's like bringing an anime to 3D, and then this one is like bringing an anime to life.
Yeah. No,
you know what I'm saying?
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah.
I feel like the art style is really good. It's very gorgeous.
I really love it.
The only gripe I have,
let's hear it,
is I was reminded that I genuinely am so sick of that battle music. Even after not playing the game 3 years later, I'm back, and the wild...
Which one is it? The dun
dun dun dun dun dun dun dun dun dun. Like, it's so... It's just harsh and not as catchy as most other, like...
It's not that good.
Just wild encounters. Yeah, like, I was even hoping a little bit, maybe even just, like, a new battle song. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Did they not give a new one?
Not so far for me. Yeah, maybe there was a new battle theme in battling that chick, Carla.
There is new music, but you might be right. It's not. It's different, which is really interesting.
It's that wild music.
Yeah, I agree with you completely.
Very
I kind of forgot. It's so mid.
Yeah.
I kind of felt that way about a couple different tracks in Sword and Shield.
I think I remember right. I did too.
But I mean the gym battle music. That's why I couldn't say that all of it is so bad, because that shit is so good.
Oh yeah.
It's so funny because when you said that, I was like, "Damn! I thought they did have a new battle music, but it was for this new DLC. They did, DLC. Yeah. This new area has a completely new battle theme.
That's fucking sick,
and I love that.
All right, so they're already listening. Thank you, Nintendo, for listening to my feedback. I appreciate you, Joshie.
They activated that so quick. I can't believe they did that as fast as
the what?
They just made that happen.
The features, dude. Nintendo,
you just said that like 3 seconds ago.
I already forgot.
And they already finished it.
I know.
That's amazing to me.
It's literally nuts.
It's incredible.
They either take like 16 years or 16 seconds.
16
you know what I'm
seconds.
saying? There's no in between.
There is no in between.
Yeah, no.
So what were you gonna say? I'm sorry.
I was gonna say. I think we should get started.
Let's get it started.
Let's get it started, baby. Okay. My friends, welcome to episode 9 of the Flash Bros podcast.
Gosh. This is the last episode that will ever be in single digits.
That's right.
Ever.
That nuts?
Yeah, that is so
It's happening, baby. And what an episode to have that happen on.
Right.
On a Xenoblade review.
Absolutely.
So, what are we about, Josh?
You know what we're all about.
We are about us. This is a podcast just celebrating our friendship and kind of the things that we love to talk about and nerd out about. And I know so many of you motherfuckers out there also have similar interests.
Absolutely.
Huge community. So, we're trying to build a community, and we want you to be a part of it. So thank you so much for tuning in, you guys, as you have pretty much every week. And we've been growing slowly and steadily.
Beautifully.
We've got all of our episodes being recorded on Wednesdays and uploaded on Fridays to Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube. And we invite you to join our community at patreon.com. That's where our website's at. So it's patreon.com/Flash Bros Podcast, where you can also write in questions to the show. We have a small membership tier that you can subscribe to us if you'd like, but we don't really have any bonus content available yet, but we have lots in the works.
There's
so
stuff
if you
in the
just
works,
want to show support, come on over, check us out, see what we're all about. See the beautiful artwork that Josh made for our show for the
yes, sir.
Yeah, that backwards the background banner,
as
well as the icon. That's lovely, and I love seeing it on my Spotify every week. Hey, it looks so good, baby. You guys mean everything to us. We will still probably record and put out content every week with or without you, but we need you to build the community, you guys, okay?
It can be recorded, but without you, we're empty words being echoed through a hollow room. Without you. So you are the most important part of the show, so thank you.
Yes.
Please, and keep coming back. We love it.
Yes, we love it, you guys. We have our Patreon sponsors, my friends, that I'd like to read through now.
Read them.
And these are members who are subscribed to our support page right now on Patreon, and they're subscribing to $5 a month, and they get a little shout out right now.
They do.
So we will begin this list with Austin Bowman, man since day one.
Boom.
We got Annette Anderson, my very own mother.
We love you so much.
Donald Duck.
Donald D.
Week 2 homie.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Still waiting for him to reach out.
He still hasn't?
Yeah, no. But he's still there, and he's still kicking.
And he's still here.
And his picture makes me laugh every fucking week. I'm not going to lie.
Yes, it is.
Kendall Sutherland. My beautiful girlfriend. Love you so much. We got Adrell Williams, my beautiful roommate. We also love so much.
Yes.
Sweet
A.
Yes.
That's Sweet A. It's at Sweet A on Twitch.com. Sweet A, AYEEE.
Yes,
3 E's.
sir. Thank you, Josh,
check it out,
for saying
of course.
that. And then we got Johnny Rao the Fourth.
Ooh.
My good friend. My cousin.
Johnny.
My family, my friend. Johnny,
we love you.
Let's jump into history of the week.
Let's get it going. How many do we have?
I have 10.
Okay.
I've been really good about narrowing it down. Last week I snuck in an extra. Yeah.
I think I missed it.
Yeah, you know.
I
don't even have them like numbered on this list.
When you're in it, you're in it.
Bulletin points.
Beautiful.
But yeah, I got some good stuff in this list.
Let's get her started.
Yeah, this is a curated list of gaming history, my friends.
What's the date?
Basically between October 16th and the 22nd. So these are, I'll give the whole release date too. But this is basically all games released this past week here in the past.
There it is.
Anywhere from 1 to 35 freaking years ago.
Next week we should do some that come out in the future.
In the future?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down for that. Well, we do new game releases.
No, I was just joking.
Section. Yeah.
But
well, like, don't you remember Pokemon Gold and Silver 3?
Oh my God! They made a second one.
Yeah, they did before they did Black and White remake.
Have you heard of Bronze and Quartz?
Bronze and Quartz.
Yeah. Wait, can I tell a really quick story?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so when I was a kid, everyone did this. Everyone knows that. Every child in elementary school did this. I said that it was my uncle works at Nintendo. Right? So
classic.
It's so classic.
Classic.
And I remember I told a bunch of people, and I basically said that I have the inside scoop. There's going to be a sequel to Diamond and Pearl called Bronze and Quartz. I don't know why I chose those two. Actually, I do know. My older sibling, they made a joke because I was like, you think they're going to make a sequel to Diamond and Pearl? And they were like, yeah, Bronze and Quartz. And I was like, what? I was like, are you serious? And they were like, no, are you kidding me? But then I was like, I have a plan. And so I would draw, like, trace pictures of Pokemon and say that he drew them and gave them to me. And so I, like, gave it to one of my friends, Cameron, at one point. He believed me the whole time.
The whole time.
I made up a whole, like, lore. I made up all this stuff that was going on.
Did he ever hit you back up after all these years?
Actually, we went to high school together.
Oh, true.
But I think he forgot, and I never wanted to bring it up.
Didn't want to break his heart.
So anyway, that's Bronze and Quartz for you.
So Bronze and Quartz.
Yes.
Yes, sir. So, Joshie, today is Wednesday, October 18th, 2023.
Yes.
This is my list for you. We'll start off with Fire Emblem Path of Radiance.
Path of Radiance. That's
sir.
Wait.
Yep.
It's the one with Ike.
Yes.
Yeah.
It sure is.
On GameCube.
On the Nintendo GameCube, yes. October 17th, 2005.
I know that doesn't sound like a very big deal, but I don't know anything about Fire Emblem.
Josh doesn't know jack shit about Fire Emblem. Yeah. No, good on you, bro. Thank you. Thank you. That was perfect.
Need it.
So, yeah, Path of Radiance, actual game changer
really?
For the series. Yeah, for sure.
I believe
it came from Game Boy Advance right before this, and I think they might have even come out with a DS game. I can't remember if they did that Shadow Dragon game before or after this.
Yes.
Pretty sure Shadow Dragon
was after, I think, because by that time the GameCube was already like out and kicking, because I had Shadow Dragon on my DS.
Yeah, right.
And I'm pretty sure it just came out.
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So they were around like the same release date, and excuse me, this game was just amazing in so many ways. It was literally taking a very like Fire Emblem Controlled. It was almost designed for a mobile experience. It's
really?
This strategy game.
Yeah.
It's top down. You don't need a lot of information. The whole game ran on the freaking Game Boy Advance for crying out loud, right? And there was like I think 6 games up until this point that were all on mobile console until this game. And it launched with like full 3D graphics.
Right.
Everything looked so good. The whole story was dark as shit. Ike was a badass main character.
Based on Guts.
Based on Guts.
We love that.
As we found out.
Yes, we did.
And honestly, that is one of my favorites. But
that's so sick.
And I know you don't have a lot to say on this.
Yeah.
So I thought maybe you'd have something to say on Kirby's Epic Yarn.
What?
On the Wii.
Kirby's Epic Yarn.
It launched October 17th, 2010.
Yeah. I love that game.
Dude.
It's a really good one. I mean, I know they released a deluxe. I never picked it up again because Kirby's Epic Yarn was kind of the beginning towards this fatigue that kind of hit the whole, not just Kirby.
Like the series?
Yeah, the series of like, okay, we love the cute, we do, but this is it's almost like it's too much. You ever eaten like too much candy on Halloween?
That's how I
you
felt
get a
about Yoshi's
ache.
Woolly World.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, but that's not the whole vibe of Kirby, and I'm so glad that this latest game was as good as it is.
Yeah,
the whole vibe is that it on the surface looks adorable, and Kirby's so cute, and he's super fun, and but deep, literally all the background of everything that exists in a Kirby game is ridiculous, insane, like what's the word? Oh my god. Wait. Oh, hold up.
Find it.
It's in
Find
there.
it.
It's in there. It's
Find it.
It's Lovecraftian style
there
lore
it is,
with like gods and alien races and like time travel and all these crazy things that happen in the series. Genetic experiments, like all this stuff that is truly handled with a lot of seriousness, with the facade that it's very cute.
For sure.
And that's one of the things that brings people like to the series. There was none of that in Kirby's Epic Yarn. It was just like a Yoshi's Woolly World.
Cute.
And I loved it and I enjoyed it, but I was also a kid and I remember wanting more as well.
For sure.
Because I always loved Kirby for the fact that it felt like a story. It felt like there was something, especially when I first started it. Amazing Mirror takes care of a lot of things with just being on the GBA.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
A lot of, like, it basically has cutscenes, you know what I mean, for moments. And it has that big feeling of taking down this interdimensional being that is way more powerful and way larger than your comprehension. But Kirby's just that dog. He's got that dog in him, so he's.
That's what I really appreciate about it, and from everything you've told me too, is that like it's just way beyond what you think it is.
It's Sakurai.
Right.
He's not. I don't think he's
Daddy Sakurai.
as hands on as he used to be.
Yeah.
But this guy loves lore. This guy loves like biblical references with giant, like biblically accurate angels that are, and even like a Lovecraftian style, like ancient beings that exist and hold power, that are bigger than any like small human can comprehend. It's just very. It's very good, and honestly, it's some of the most consistent lore that exists within any Nintendo universe.
Oh, for sure.
Because Nintendo, I mean, not Fire Emblem. I don't know too much about Fire Emblem. Or second parties. I'm not going to speak too much on second parties. Yeah. But like those first party characters, the lore is not that important, and it doesn't continuously happen.
For sure.
But I almost called it Lorby. Kirby, it remembers every single thing.
Lorby.
Might as well. Everything that happens acts as a catalyst.
I was literally thinking that.
Oh my god. Little backstory for those who don't know. Me and Sam were having this discussion this morning because I was pretty much convinced that the term catalyst had a negative connotation.
Right.
Like a catalyst towards an Armageddon or a catalyst towards a doomsday. Like something like that, right?
Right.
I looked it up. I guess it doesn't.
Right. I didn't think it did.
Yeah.
I remembered it from like biology and like kind of like a catalyst is like a precursor cell. Like the catalyst is the key to the cell that unlocks like the biology. I don't know.
I'm not gonna try to pretend like I know.
But like in normal English, I always thought catalyst was in normal English.
Translate for me, please.
I've always felt like a catalyst was the precursor to something else.
Well, like, it is.
You know what
that's
I mean?
That's the term. Yeah. Right, so that's what it is. So very funny. So there is no negative connotation. It can be used, obviously, in a negative sense. And I think for the most part it is, usually. I think that's why I assumed that.
Sure.
But
yeah,
I don't
that's
know.
right. It just reaches the vocab when something crazy is about to go down.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck
it's crazy.
I
love it, though.
Let's move on from Kirby. Kirby's Epic Yarn, because that just turned into Kirby is just amazing.
I just love talking about Kirby. I will talk about Kirby for hours.
Which I love, even if it's a bad game.
No, absolutely.
We got South Park, The Fractured But Whole.
Ooh, Fractured But Whole.
This came out on PC, PS4, and Xbox One, October 17th, 2017.
Yeah. Do you have anything to say about it?
Not that long ago. All I really have to say, I was like thinking about it, just staring at Josh. All I really have to say is that I haven't played Fractured But Whole.
Yeah.
I know what it looks like. I've seen gameplay videos of like the battle system and how it's different.
Yeah.
And Stick of Truth is an incredible game.
Did you play that?
I did.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah. Good.
I fucking loved the Stick of Truth.
Stick of Truth is so good. I haven't played it. I have it downloaded on my PC.
Yeah.
Drew, my little brother.
Are you talking Fractured But Whole?
No.
Stick of Truth.
Stick of Truth.
Oh yeah.
Drew, my little brother, like 100% of the whole game. He did every playthrough, every build, like everything you could do.
Fuck yeah.
So yeah, I admire the fuck out of them for that. But I still plan to.
Love that game,
dude. I want to play it so bad. I just have so much other stuff.
Of course.
I'm not even playing games. Like I'm either doing something else or gotta hang out with Trinity. Of course, everyone knows that.
Have to, bro.
Need to.
Yeah, I low-key want to play Fractured But Whole with Kendall.
Absolutely.
See what she thinks. She's a little bit of a
Does she like
South Park stan? Yeah, she likes silly. She loves Rick and Morty.
Okay,
she loves silly shit.
Oh
so,
yeah. You should play. Oh my god, fucking Trover Saves the Universe with her. If she likes Rick and Morty,
What is that on?
Well, it's a VR game, but you have the freaking PSVR.
You're right.
And you could stream it to your TV, and you could watch while she plays.
You're right.
And it's one of those games where you don't even have to really be that much of a gamer. Seriously, I love that game. I love that game so much.
Trevor
or even like
saves the universe.
Yeah, Trevor saves the universe. Or even try High on Life. See if she would like that. But Trover is done in the same style as Rick and Morty, like cartoony in that way. You know what I mean?
Yes. I've also heard good things about High on Life.
I have. Yeah, I have too. Yeah. Well,
so,
all those things happen. With
move on from here, though, Joshie. Yeah. I got Super Mario Bros. Launched on the Nintendo Entertainment System.
OG. The OG. Oh, I thought you were about to say something else. You're like, Super Mario Bros.
No, just the OG. Yeah, no. So on the NES, which also was on the NES launch day.
Yes.
So both the NES and Super Mario Bros. Came out October 18th, 1985.
Yeah. Love it.
So that's nuts.
That's so wild.
That's actually crazy. That is. 85 just seems so untouchable now.
Oh my god.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like, fucking.
Are you kidding me?
Almost none of my closest friends were alive at this time, or even alive to enough. Like, if you were born in the 80s, enough to experience the launch of this thing. You know what I mean?
Fuck no, yeah. That was a huge thing. I just love research. I always love looking into like old games, and AVGN, of course, a fantastic representation. But he's like 40 now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. He was like an OG.
No, he was an OG. He had a NES when he was a kid. He has videos of him like playing on the NES.
Fuck yeah.
And I think he got it for like Christmas, so pretty soon after it was like launched.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
yeah, because it came out in October. So if you got it that Christmas, a couple months after.
Yeah.
Easy.
OG fan.
Josh, I got another game on this list for you.
For me?
Yes.
What is it?
Kirby and the Amazing Mirror on the Game Boy Advance.
What?
This came out
I thought you said last year.
18th, 2004.
Didn't you say this last week?
Did I?
I think you did.
Hold up.
If I'm not mistaken.
Let me go back.
I'm
my
pretty
notes
sure.
Here.
Yeah. Just check.
I got it pulled up.
You're getting it pulled because we literally talked about it.
No, we talked about Kirby's Air Ride. Was last week.
Okay.
And we did talk about Kirby and the Amazing Mirror, but I think it was because it came out on the Switch online store.
Okay. Then it came out it was on the 18th? Dude.
That nuts?
Fucking amazing.
Yeah, literally, let me double check. I'm back on the dock. October 18th, 2004.
Oh my god.
So,
what?
That makes it like 19 years old?
Yeah, it was like
19 fucking years
19
old.
Years old.
Wow.
Which is wild because you know what's so funny? The first time I ever saw someone really playing a video game was my friend who had a Game Boy Advance SP.
Oh yeah.
And he was playing, or maybe he had an OG. He might have had an OG.
Okay.
No, I think it was SP.
Yeah. Fuck it.
Those were so cool with the kids too, because it was like anything that flipped was just the coolest fucking thing in the world.
Phones and fucking SPs.
Well, I was way too young to have a phone, and so it was like if you had something that flipped, it was just like, oh my god, everyone crowded around you. It was the coolest thing. And so everyone loved the SP.
I can literally hear the hinge in that SP.
Yeah.
Like that slight creak.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, what?
Yeah. And so he was playing it on there, and he was explaining how Kirby gets like. I was with my older sibling too, and we were literally looking over the freaking the bus. Not looking over the bus, the freaking bus seat to look at his game, and he was like explaining Kirby a little bit of lore too. It was pretty sick.
Okay.
And I was like convinced in that moment. I was like, I need to play that game, and so me and my older sibling for Christmas asked for a Game Boy Advance SP and Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. And look at that. Look at where I'm at now.
Later,
I think consistently this is gonna be the best Kirby game in any list. Side scroller, no question. I would say this newest game is probably the best one, to be honest. Yeah, it's just it's the one of my favorite games.
You're talking Forgotten Land?
Forgotten Land, yeah. It's one of my favorite games on the Switch. It's just fun.
Yeah.
It's creative. It's like colorful. It's like got everything you would want in a 3D platformer.
Not to mention the cover art looks like it's The Last of Us combined with Kirby.
Well, that's it's so weird. It's such a weird game the way it's set up. But it's everything you'd want from Kirby, but it feels like Kirby finally brought into the modern age. And I really, the next thing I want is for there to be no levels. I want it to be a world that flows into itself.
Yeah.
But the game is cinematic. It's seriously hype. Dorian, who doesn't play Nintendo games, 100%ed the game. He got everything he could possibly get. He was obsessed. He literally was playing it consistently for weeks. And I think that's just a testament to how good that game is in itself. You know what I mean?
No, 100%.
But with that said,
I really want to play it.
You should. I think
I want to play both of them.
Yeah. And I was going to say, the reason I say all that is because that would probably be second best to Amazing Mirror. Amazing Mirror is just everything you could want in a side scroller, if not a Kirby game. It's got everything. The music, the sprite work so good.
The fucking sprite work,
the way that they do it. I talk about Amazing Mirror so often, but
no, I'm excited. I will be dipping my toes eventually, and you will be the first one to be getting my feedback. I'm excited because, unfortunately for you, I remember picking this game up when I was a kid. I had already beaten Nightmare Before Dreamland, and I was like, good. Meh, seems okay. Never played it again.
Well, it's so different than Nightmare and Dreamland because Nightmare and Dreamland is it's like level based, right?
Yeah, right.
So there's always a level, and
not really Metroidvania unless you're trying to unlock, I think you unlock like Meta Knight as a playable character if you like 100%ed the game, and so you could just backtrack on the levels, but it wasn't really a Metroidvania. Totally. You know what I mean?
And that term has never come up again in Kirby history. That's not the way it's set up. You know, it's usually level based. Even like the newest one we just had like in 2019 maybe, Star Allies. When that came
2020?
out, maybe 2020. Yeah,
maybe even later.
I think it was.
I feel like it was a recent release.
No, it was much earlier because it was pre-COVID. I remember I was on vacation with my family. Yeah, so it must have been either 2019 or 2018, dude.
Let me look.
Look it up. What are we looking at?
I'm looking at
Kirby Star Allies.
Yeah,
2018. You're right. Yeah. Because I remember I was playing it and I was really disappointed because it was so short, and I just I'm such a big Kirby fan. I want as much content as I can. And that's honestly another thing that's amazing about this new one.
About the mirror?
Yes. Not just a mirror, but freaking just this new Kirby game is so good too. Forgotten.
All right, we'll move on.
Anyway, please move
Joshie,
on.
have you played Shadow of the Colossus?
Oh.
We talked about this briefly one episode about the remakes episode.
We did.
But I couldn't remember if you'd played this game or if you have any input from this game as a kid.
I have the remake. It's a remake.
The remake.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have the remake on my PS4 and PS5.
Yeah.
I intend to play it.
Yeah.
But I have not yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this game came out. It's older than I thought. It came out. Shadow of the Colossus.
It's the OG.
The
before
OG
the remake
came out on PS2, October 18th, 2005.
Wow.
Yeah. That makes
is much earlier than I thought.
That means it came out 1 year exactly after Kirby and the Amazing Mirror.
Wow.
Think about that.
That's crazy. I need to see screenshots from this game.
Oh my god, it's horrendous.
Is it really?
Yes, dude. It doesn't hold up as well. Like,
wow.
What you might first see is a screenshot of the PS3 remaster.
Yes.
So they remastered it and they just basically made it HD. Right. But then the remake is fucking gorgeous, you know?
Right.
But the OG PS2, think like OG Xenoblade graphics, my guy. Like, it's just a bit rough on the edges.
Oh, definitely.
Especially for these fucking colossal titans that are walking around, and they've got a lot of
it looks good for the PS2.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like it looks like for the time that it came out in. But yeah, it's definitely not. It's not.
You know the weirdest thing about it? Have you seen gameplay?
Maybe it is polished. I don't know. For PS2, I don't know.
Yeah.
But gameplay of the original, no.
Yes.
But I have seen of the new one.
The new one kind of does kind of represent the gameplay pretty well. They did a good job. Kind of they restructured how the character moves and how he latches onto the Titans in the remake to make it easier because they have a mechanic on each arm for grabbing. So if you hold on, like, I think it's like R1 or something, you're that hand, wherever it's a kind of ragdoll-y.
Yeah.
And if it's on something like fur something, it'll grab.
Okay.
And then you could, like, you literally would ragdoll on that one arm unless the arm goes back over and you hold that one.
Yeah.
And that's how you kind of, like, could climb
Get your way up there.
Yeah, because there's a lot of...
so lit. What the fuck?
Dude... It's really not.
Yeah.
It sounds more lit than it actually was
cool.
to play.
Yeah.
Right. Like, if they were to literally take, like, Breath of the Wild
Yes.
and kind of put that into Shadow of the Colossus, like climbing mechanics,
right.
it would be a much better game.
Well,
I think the remake's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
You know, but
I'd say, you know, it's so hard to make something that's that large in scale actually fun.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, that's like one of the issues with like The Last Guardian that came out.
For sure.
It was like, you know, I mean, obviously that's just bad UI. You know what I mean? But it's like, holy shit.
Yeah.
You're right. I mean, I'm picturing it. That sounds lit as fuck. What about that one? Do you remember that flying thing you had to fight in Twilight Princess? And you had to climb up it? And you had to like slash the fucking like its back.
Yes.
And then it fell.
When you had the double
hook
shot.
Yeah, double hook shot.
Yeah.
Yes. You remember that?
Yeah. That's fucking
is
sick.
lit. That's
That
how you
is
do
lit.
it. Where
You're
it's
right.
like
You're right.
it feels big, it feels crazy.
Yeah.
And it's like it's just as hype as it feels.
Yeah.
You remember you get
Absolutely.
that back. Oh,
Yeah, dude.
Oh, it's so insane. Yeah.
Hits the ground.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
dude, so good.
Zelda's always just peak though.
I'm gonna shift this focus real quick to what if I were to tell you that Breath of the Wild was influenced by Shadow of the Colossus?
I would say how so?
Because of like basically what I just said was like,
Right.
what if Breath of the Wild's climbing mechanics
Right.
were in this game?
Right.
But Breath of the Wild's climbing mechanics were heavily influenced
Really?
from the climbing mechanics from Shadow of the Colossus.
Wow.
In an interview, this was said.
Yeah.
And it has a stamina wheel
Wow.
in Shadow of the Colossus.
Oh my god, that's very
And
inspiring.
it's
Yeah.
crazy. When you play it, you almost get this feeling of
Yeah.
like, whoa, it kind of feels like
Breath of the Wild.
right a little
Yeah.
bit, and then you like play it and you're like,
Well,
okay,
there's a
it's
couple.
not, but
Yeah, of course.
yeah, it's an example of
Yeah.
kind of like how,
The
like you said,
evolution
like
of-
anime affects other anime,
Yep,
right?
yep.
Yeah, games affect other games
absolutely
and evolution,
affect-
right?
Yep. It's the evolution of the art.
So Shadow of the Colossus is an OG. I actually got a really good buddy back home in Oregon. His name's Ben, and Ben was
I met Ben.
I think you met Brad.
Fuck.
Yeah.
I say this every time.
Shout outs to both of those guys.
Shout out
I
to
love
both
those
those
clowns.
dudes.
But
Love
Ben would always tell me, like Shadow of the Colossus, he was so excited for the remake that was coming out
Right.
and stuff. So,
Right.
And then Caleb as well.
Yes.
Caleb always Shadow of the Colossus.
know
I don't think
Caleb.
he beat him. Yeah, but he's a big fan of kind of like watching these games and kind of just seeing like what they do for the gaming community too.
Sure,
But
absolutely.
we'll move on.
Please.
I'm very, very curious if you've heard of this game.
Which one?
SpongeBob SquarePants Lights Camera Pants.
I have never.
You've
heard of
never
it.
heard of this
Never,
game?
Never.
Sweet. So this game came out on PS2,
Yes.
Xbox, OG, PC, GameCube, and Game Boy Advance.
Huh?
Think about that lineup.
I've never. What
Can't-
other? What? Wait.
On launch day, it came out on PS2, Xbox, GameCube, and PC, and Game Boy Advance.
What's the name one more time?
Okay, it's SpongeBob SquarePants Lights Camera Pants. This came out October 19th, 2005.
I'm gonna assume that you have played this.
I have played this.
Okay,
I've
so-
played it quite a bit. I forgot it existed.
That's
completely
crazy.
until I saw it on this list.
What the hell?
So
looks
this
weird.
game has a small single player element.
What the
But
fuck?
it is a kind of like a Mario Party-esque
Oh, like a
SpongeBob game.
Yes.
It has a lot of focus on mini games. There's like a handful of mini games in the game, and it's a 4-player cooperative split
Right.
screen.
Right.
Really fun.
Totally.
Yeah, really really fun.
I'm so interested on how they did this on the Xbox, GameCube, and the fucking Game Boy Advance.
Right. The Game Boy Advance is the
Did you
weird
play that
left
one?
hook for me. No,
That's
not
what
the
I'm
Game
saying.
Boy one. I only played the PS2 version.
I'm trying to find screenshots and I can't find any. Oh, okay. So here's what I'm assuming. It's a completely different game.
Oh,
You know what I mean? Yeah, like it's
back in those
yeah,
days when
yeah.
like a Game Boy would come out.
it
And
would
it's
just
not
be the
even,
same. Yeah, it would be
was
the same name.
title.
Yeah, wouldn't even be close.
That's a throwback right
Yeah,
there.
absolutely. Yeah, this looks nothing like. It's so funny. They just kept the same title and just made 2 different games. That's really funny.
That's a fat meme.
That happens. You're right. That I don't think they do that anymore.
No,
I mean,
not really, because
everything's-
the tech
everything's
is
all-
good
yeah,
now,
everything's
right?
all
Like,
together.
Switch is
You know what is
the handheld.
You know what is the handheld version now?
What?
The Switch. Have
Yeah.
you seen the way Mortal Kombat 1 runs on the Switch?
No.
It is
Dog.
horrible.
Oh no.
It is like literally some of the worst like because Mortal Kombat 1 looks really good.
Yeah.
And it's really interesting because I'm thinking about maybe getting it and like trying to get into it. Yeah, because it's all new lore, so you don't have to know anything.
Cool.
And it's done with this the story mode is done with this kind of like comedic. It's not like all funny. It takes itself serious, but almost feels like a Marvel movie.
Yeah.
The way it's like characters are kind of more human in that sense.
Yeah, I got you.
I'd say like OG Marvel when it was like, you know, they did it pretty, you know, sparingly.
For sure.
But it looks good. It looks really good. Unless you're playing it on Switch. It's literally like, okay, I'm while you can start talking about the next one if you want.
Sure, yeah.
And I want to pull up some pictures of Mortal Kombat 1 compared to the Switch.
Yeah.
Actually, I have them right here.
I'm going to be honest, all 3 of these... Well, I have 3 left in this list.
This is real.
Oh, hold up. We're looking at this right here.
That's
doesn't
everywhere
even
else.
look any... Oh, my God.
And I saw footage of it.
That's gross.
So bad.
What the fuck?
Look at these. I want everyone out there.
Eyes, my man.
I want everyone out there to please just look up Mortal Kombat 1. And these are not fake at all. Like,
my God.
These aren't taken out of context. Like, that's what it looks like. I looked up videos, and it just looks awful. It just looks so horrible. So, that's the game.
Well, that's where we're at. Yeah, there's the GBA version.
Yeah.
All right, Joshie. Well,
yes.
I got 3 things left.
Let's run it.
And 2 of them I really wanted to talk to you about and just see your thoughts here.
And one of them you don't give a fuck
And one of them I don't give a fuck. And the one I don't give a fuck about is the Game Boy Color. The Game Boy Color came out October 21st, 1998.
Nice.
The Game Boy Color itself.
The system.
That makes... and I really wanted to shout it out.
Yes.
Because it's the 25-year anniversary.
Oh, wow.
Yes, of the Game Boy Color. So,
shout out Game Boy Color.
Shout outs, because that was my first,
that was your first one?
given console to me. You know, like my uncle gave my family the Nintendo 64 when I was a kid, even though it was just me playing it. But my own
kept
console.
It in your room, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, bro.
I did that with the Wii U.
Game Boy Color though, really just a lot of things we've already talked about, but that's big memories on Pokemon and big memories on just like my own. That's when I became a gamer.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Absolutely, dude.
And a lot of similar vein to what you've said about like the DS.
Well, that's the DS for me.
Yeah.
Because you know, I shared every console we ever had, and then the moment I got I still have that first ever one. It was the blue one.
Yes.
Remember the OG before the light or anything? It turned me into a gamer. It was where I learned like that I love experiencing not only just storytelling through gaming, but I love playing a game.
Yes, dude.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Squeak Squad was freaking peak. Even Nintendogs. That was my start to... I love games that I can check in with every single day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And can you...
So much.
Hear me out. Like, go back in time a sec.
Yes.
Like our phones, even just our phone screen is bigger than most handhelds we grew up with, right? Like just your phone screen is bigger than DS, bigger than a PSP,
Picture the
bigger
Game
than a
Boy
Vita.
Advance screen, or even the Game Boy Color screen.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're playing on a Game Boy Color. Yeah. There's no backlight. So you're kind of moving around to kind of position it into the sun, right? Or a lamp nearby, and there's a little bit of glare.
Right.
And then, but you somehow are completely lost in this fucking world.
Absolutely.
Within this tiny screen.
Absolutely.
And nowadays we're literally like,
no, absolutely. It's so interesting because it's a testament to how things... I don't know why screens are getting bigger. And maybe just because we can, and so we want to.
For sure.
Because when the DSi XL came out, which was the first time they did an XL screen, that was gorgeous. It was like the most... gorgeous. Still is, by the way.
Yeah,
for
I still got one.
It's incredible.
Dude, yeah.
Seriously, can I borrow that at some point?
Sure.
Because I really want to replay... what was it? I just found a game that I had... I want to play something. Maybe it might be black.
Yeah,
actually.
let me know. Yeah, okay. Because I've got Heart Gold in there right now, and it looks so good.
Absolutely. I would love to borrow that. But it's incredible because you look at everything and the way that it gets bigger, and we look at like even the Vita, which at the time was incredible.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
it was like a little TV.
That was my favorite handheld before the Switch.
Of course, before the Switch, of course. And so now we're dealing with it. Didn't it feel like that? Yeah. And so it's just very interesting the way things change.
I know, right?
You look back at the Game Boy Color 25 years ago, and you were just as locked in as when you're playing the Switch now.
That's right, baby.
That's the truth.
Love to be a gamer.
Love gaming.
Good to be alive.
Good to be a gamer.
Joshie, the second to last game on
these are the ones you're excited about.
Yes.
Because you said one was bullshit. The worst thing you don't give a fuck
right,
about
Right. We just talked about that one.
We did.
So the other one, I just want to talk to you about it because we have never, I don't think you and I have ever discussed this Zelda game before.
Not.
I don't think you and I have ever
I'm
once
excited.
talked
Let's
about this
talk
game.
about it.
Because I want to know.
We talk about a lot of Zelda games.
Yeah, we talk about a lot of games.
Yeah, we do.
Especially Zelda.
Okay. I'm so excited.
The Legend of Zelda Triforce Heroes.
Oh.
Oh my god, your eyes were so lit to wait for what I'm saying, and then immediately Triforce Heroes. Oh.
We have talked about this, by the way.
We have?
On the podcast. It's okay that you
we
forgot.
haven't.
Yes, we did.
No.
Yes, we did.
Triforce Heroes?
Yeah, because I talked about how I convinced my friend to get a copy. We talked about this very early on, probably the first episode.
I think I do kind of remember.
Do you remember that?
Okay, keep going.
Okay, so
tell me what happened.
So I owned it, right?
Okay.
Originally they released a demo on the 3DS
Right.
shop. Yeah.
Right.
Which you could play online.
Like multiplayer,
Yeah,
right?
multiplayer.
Yeah.
Because that's how you have to play the game. So if they're going to show it off, that's how they do
Might as
it.
well.
Exactly. I got to say, this time period, too, was dry. There was nothing. Literally nothing. It had been years since Link Between Worlds. We got Hyrule Warriors.
This was 2015.
Yes, we got Hyrule Warriors already and on the Wii U. There was no new Zelda. Yeah. No new nothing. No good Mario. No 3D platformers. There literally was nothing. Dry. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah.
And then you look at it, and it's like, at the time, this was kind of hype. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This was like, because it's called The Legend of Zelda Triforce Heroes. I love puzzles. I love Zelda.
Fuck yeah.
I loved Four Swords. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So how could this be wrong? And the game sucked. It sucked. So did you play it?
Yes, I did.
Hated it.
I did.
Maybe I didn't hate it.
The first and most difficult part of it was you need 3 friends to play this game. 3 people.
Or
right?
an online.
You could I think they made it so you could have another person and then there would be a CPU if you did that.
Oh yeah, it would be like a stone version of them.
Yeah.
And you get to switch and move them.
Yeah.
And I think you could play through the whole game with that.
I think you could too, and I think I tried, and it just wasn't fun. No.
Because there's things you have to do in the moment, and then there's like, oh my god.
Yeah, dude, and like I can't remember exact specifics, but if I remember right, there was something along the lines of like certain puzzles, and you'd be moving one Link to one side, and you get to that side, and then you fall, so then all 3 of you have to like go back and do it again because one person fell, and it's like...
It was not... idea on paper... Cool idea.
Cool concept.
Sure.
Yeah.
I like a dungeon, a Zelda dungeon you could do with your friends. That's a sick idea.
Yes.
But there's no way to execute it where it would be truly fun. Really. Like truly all like just a good time.
Yeah.
It also just, it's not on the Zelda timeline.
Yeah.
It's not anything
I didn't
special.
know that.
Technically, you could say it is, but it's like they bring up a whole kingdom that doesn't exist, and it's just like lore-wise, it's like if they do put it on the Zelda timeline, then you could put fucking Hyrule Warriors on there. You know what I mean? Like all that.
Well, didn't the purple Link die in that one too?
Dude,
isn't he just dead? Like
he's not there. Yeah, it's so weird.
There's like a statue somewhere in the game.
Oh my god, yeah.
It says like here lies
purple
Link,
or
purple or something.
Dude, you're so right.
There was some reference to that.
Yeah, we have talked about this. What was it called? Hyrule Heroes?
Triforce Heroes. Yeah. The game came out on the 3DS October 22nd, 2015 in Japan, by the way.
Yes.
I didn't throw that date in there, but
that's okay.
Almost 10 years ago.
That's very cool.
And I've long forgotten about this, truly, and it's going back on my forgotten list.
I am. Yeah, let's forget it right off the gate.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Very funny.
Yeah.
Very funny.
Joe, the last one on my list, Josh.
Let's hear it.
Is very cool because, to be honest,
nice.
It is going to come like on. So this game was released October 20th, 1998.
Okay.
Which means that the day this podcast comes out, it will be the 20-year anniversary of Xenogears.
Xenogears.
Yeah.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that is
On
crazy.
the literal, 20 years later, we made a Xenoblade episode. So, I just thought
amazing,
it would throw a big throwback there.
I
and,
love this.
Kind of have that be a little tiny precursor conversation to Xenogears.
Oh, man.
It's the same director.
Love it.
Who did Xenoblade, did Xenogears.
Yep.
A lot of the same ideologies. In fact, Xenoblade was kind of a restart of what the story that Takahashi, the guy who has made the whole Xeno series, the story he wanted to tell, he wasn't able to.
Because they told him, didn't you tell me this? They told him it was too complicated. It was too
I'll just jump into this lore right now, this tiny bit of lore for you. Please. Takahashi was he worked on several Final Fantasy projects as an art and thematic director. So he worked on Final Fantasy 4, 5, 6, and 7, but before 7 started, so after the big success of Final Fantasy 6, Takahashi came forth to the director of Square or whoever with the idea of the plot of Final Fantasy 7. He got denied because the director said it's almost too ambitious, it's too dark. The director told him it's too dark and that he doesn't think this is the direction of the Final Fantasy series. So Takahashi asked to make this game anyway under a different header, right? But it was pre-Monolith.
It was before, that was Xenogears,
right? Yeah, so
or
this is
Xenosaga?
Xenosaga's Monolith. And I think Monolith might not have even been fully formed until after Xenosaga.
I think Xenoblade was the first Monolith.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So this is way before all that. This is back when Squaresoft was a thing. So this is before the merger between Enix and Squaresoft.
Wow.
So they allowed him, though, the director of Square, to make his own game under his own umbrella. So he created... He wanted this game to be Final Fantasy VII, but instead he came out with Xenogears, and thus the birth of the Xeno series.
What a demon.
Which is fucking awesome.
I love that. I gotta say, I'd say one of the best things about even just the series is the ambition. I think you said it perfect. It's so ambitious. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and especially it's ambitious today. But go back 20 years ago, man.
Yeah, dude, you're telling me this game, Xenoblade Chronicles, just to get into this alone, because obviously Takahashi is an ambitious guy, was on the Wii. The Nintendo fucking Wii. Which is it seriously is one of the craziest things to think about. You know what I mean? Just where it lies and where it stands.
Josh is flipping through the...
I just love this
big official art book.
I love it.
That he got with the collector's edition. He actually displayed out a bunch of Xenoblade stuff. We got the game case for Xenoblade Chronicles 3D.
I think the game's in there. Check it.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Sure is, buddy.
The game's not in this one because Dorian.
One of the only new Nintendo 3DS exclusive
what
releases.
else was another?
I don't even know that was physical. I remember there was a couple of digital ones. Yes. But I don't know that there was ever another one that really said this right there at the top.
Right.
Only for new Nintendo 3DS.
Which I thought was so cool too, by the way, because it's the 3DS had the logo on the side.
Yes.
Or the 3DS was here? No, it was right here. The DS was right here, and then since it was a new console, they
put it across the top, right?
And they had to put only for because it's
because you couldn't play it.
You could
unless
not.
You had the new 3DS. We love Nintendo and their naming conventions.
Don't we love that? That was also the time that literally everything was called new. And I hated it.
Bro.
New Yoshi's story.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is weird. There are 3. What I'm looking at is there's 4 exclusives. Very interesting. I don't know why Runbow can't run on the 3DS, but did you ever play Runbow?
I have.
Yeah, I
didn't know that was a new Nintendo 3DS exclusive.
Yeah. Then Fire Emblem Warriors is
You know what?
one.
I might have known about that.
Did you know that?
Yeah, I think because that came out simultaneously with the Switch release.
Yes.
And the Switch release was 60 FPS.
Yes.
But you had to have 3D off for it to be 30 on the 3DS version. So it was a very run-down version of the game still. That really...
And then Minecraft. So Minecraft. I thought Minecraft was running on the 3DS.
It definitely was. So this is the
Bedrock?
It literally says new Nintendo 3DS edition.
Oh!
I did not know that existed.
That's some lore.
That's cool.
That is very cool. I really like that. I think some of that is a little bit BS. They made Smash 4 run on the basic 3DS, and you're telling
at
me
60 FPS,
and you're
what
telling
the
me
fuck?
you're telling me you can't run Runbow?
No, dude.
On the 3DS? Come on.
We're just talking lazy.
Yeah, that's lazy at that point. But hey, if you have it, if you have the technology, you might as well use it.
Yeah.
So there were 4 games. That's it.
Okay.
It was just 4 games.
There you go.
And Xenoblade was one of them.
What a disgrace.
What a
Joshie.
disgrace.
Let's jump into the news real quick, my friend.
Run it.
Yeah, I actually think this is going to be the most tame news section that we've had thus far.
Well, let me fuck up all your perceptions of that.
Okay,
No,
all right.
No, I'm just kidding.
Please.
It's not going to be too
I
crazy.
actually only have 2 pieces of news for you.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's beautiful.
This week, yeah.
So you want me to...
let's honestly, before you dive in, real quick, on last week's Q&A from the podcast I had on Spotify, I asked, what's your favorite story from a video game? Johnny wrote back. Johnny replied, yep, he said Metal Gear Solid Rising. I think Metal Gear Rising, right?
Metal Gear Rising, yeah. That's the one with
one
Raiden.
hell of a roller coaster ride of a story. Yeah, with Raiden, right?
Yeah. Or Raiden.
Cyborgs kidnapping kids to steal their brains to power new bodies for political gain. If you know, Jetstream Sam is the man. I haven't played Metal Gear Solid Metal Gear Rising, but I have seen the gameplay of it, especially at the time. Yeah, that's one of the coolest looking fucking story games I've seen in a long time.
Main character of all time, dude.
Badass.
So cool.
Yeah, this like Jin looking
guy.
Literally.
Yeah, literally. Yeah. The mechanic of being able to just slice up anything too, if you remember.
Yeah, because you could like aim the sword.
You could,
right?
If I'm not mistaken. I mean, Johnny would know better than all of us.
So
I want to play that game so bad. I don't know where to find it.
Steam.
Oh, you're
Steam's
right.
Steam's like your only option.
I think I looked it up. I don't think it's on Steam.
Really?
I'm gonna look it up right now.
It was at one point because I definitely have it in my library.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So maybe they pulled it.
Maybe.
I feel like if they did though, that could only mean because they're trying to like remaster it. No.
I'd hope so.
Because
it's also on 360, which I could buy that on the store.
True, because you can just play that in your modern Xbox now.
Holy shit. It's got a 10 out of 10 on Steam, a 98 with Humble Bundle, and then what the fuck are these review services? What the hell is Open Critic? Do you heard of that
Never heard of Open Critic.
Where the fuck is Metacritic? No. Where the fuck is... What is this? Humble Bundle?
Everyone's paying for the top slots.
What the fuck?
Well, Humble Bundle, you've heard of Humble.
Yeah, but I thought they were a publishing company. Not a review service, because the Humble Bundle are the people who
is weird.
They did Forager, which me and Ben were super into. Ben Handorf in high school, which is the most fucking indie game of all time, and I put like 100 hours into it.
Dork.
Love it.
All right.
And no one else said anything, or
no? Yeah, that
beautiful.
was it. Yeah,
Thank you, Johnny. That was amazing.
Let's jump into the news. Did you have 3 this week?
I do.
Yeah. Do you want to start?
Absolutely.
Yeah, let's do it.
This first one I'm going to get into.
Yeah.
I'm just to be honest with you, because I'm very passionate.
Yeah.
This is probably one of the first rants you ever heard me go on was about this topic.
Really?
Do you think you
remember? You know what? Let's take a little break.
Oh, yeah, let's get into it.
I'm pissed because I want to
I do need a pee, too. That's actually really funny.
Perfect. Smooch for the audience.
Of course. You ready to get back in?
Yeah, let's jump into it, baby.
Okay, cool.
We are back. Joshie.
Can I say something really funny?
What's up?
Okay, when I was on the break, I went on TikTok just for a second, and I just saw this really funny meme where it says Wi-Fi lore. It says part 1 of like 1,700, 800 like million, right? And it's like a guy like chipping on a rock. Do you get it?
Because it's so slow.
Yeah, and it's part 1. It's just gonna lead up. It's the lore of Wi-Fi. So, just pretty funny. I don't know.
That's pretty good.
I wanted to mention that because that's
pretty good. I do love that Wi-Fi lore.
Yeah, let's get into the news though. So some huge news.
This is huge.
Big anime news and
breaking.
Just wanted to say.
Yeah.
Do you remember the first rant I ever went on? Because this is gonna be yes.
Well,
like one of the first you ever experienced where I was like so passionately upset.
That was a AAA.
No. Not on the podcast. With your and I's friendship in general.
Oh.
Do you remember at all? It's okay. I'm taking this back because I'm very passionate.
Yeah, tell me.
I'll
probably remember.
You remember like Dragon Ball Super? Everything I said about it back when we like first met.
Okay, if I remember right about Dragon Ball Super,
yes.
You like Dragon Ball Super.
I do like
it, right?
It. Yeah,
and you isn't that like there was one that you really didn't like, right?
It's Dragon Ball Super.
Oh, it is.
Yes, I do like Dragon Ball Super, but I have so many issues with the way Akira Toriyama and Toei and everyone involved with Dragon Ball as a brand is pushing the series towards.
Okay.
So this is only...
And also, I'm sorry.
Yeah, please.
For me and anyone out there who's not a Dragon Ball stan, right?
Yes.
There's Dragon Ball.
Dragon Ball's the OG.
Dragon Ball Z.
Dragon Ball Z.
And then Dragon Ball Super.
There's Dragon Ball GT in the middle.
And GT.
And then Kai is just a shortened version of Dragon Ball Z.
Okay.
So it's
is
basically
Super
Dragon Ball Z.
still happening?
No. And I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Well, actually, the manga is continuing.
Okay,
so
okay.
There's
The
a lot
anime's
of stuff
stopping.
The anime has not continued. There is nothing. And we have been waiting patiently for 5 years for there to be some kind of Dragon Ball announcement. And there was. There was a Dragon Ball announcement.
Okay.
There were a lot of leaks talking about something called Dragon Ball Magic. This is not what we ended up getting, but there was a lot of stuff talking about this series that was going to come out that was a spin-off and not a continuation of Super.
Okay.
So what we got a full announcement, full reveal trailer. Animation looks done. It looks like they just need to release the series. It's called Dragon Ball Daima, which I believe is magic in Japanese. So I think that's why. Yeah, look it up right now. All right. I'm just gonna read it like it's news. Dragon Ball Daima is a new anime television series that will begin broadcasting in the fall of 2024. Remember how I always say the fall is a pretty big moment for anime?
Yes.
So it's gonna be next year's.
You call it the fall anime, right?
Yeah. The fall anime lineup is usually what we talk about. September to November. Oh my goodness. So it's a new Dragon Ball series. It's going to be completely original by Akira Toriyama and will feature the main cast of the Dragon Ball series getting turned into children. This is, truthfully, did you find out?
So is it spelled D-A-I?
I-M-A.
M-A. So it's not an I first, it's an I second?
It's Daima?
Yeah. Oh, what the fuck? It literally is referencing the new Dragon Ball.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Nice.
So it says that Daima literally translates to big or great evil.
Okay. So then the magic leak that we were looking at doesn't really sound like it was anything. Maybe even just a guess. I don't know if you heard what I said, the tiny synopsis is that we got from the trailer. All the characters of Dragon Ball are turned into children, little kids, and there's an evil that they have to team up and fight. So I'm just going to say a couple things at first. This is a 50-year, if I'm not mistaken, 50-year celebration of, maybe not 50, I think it's 50, of Dragon Ball, the original, which was from the 80s, early 80s, right? Main staple in anime history and a main staple in anime in general, Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball Z and all that. So it's a celebration of the original Dragon Ball, which everyone remembers. Dragon Ball started with Kid Goku. Goku was a child. He was not an adult. They did not treat that series like it was the fighting anime that has become today. That a lot of people fell in love with Z, but they're trying to take it back to those roots in celebration of it. To say truthfully that I'm disappointed once again is a fucking understatement. This is 5 years we waited for the sequel to Super, which could be Super or even a new series. But it wouldn't make sense if it was, because Super, the manga, has continued beyond where we ended.
True. Which
was the Tournament of Power, which I loved. I really enjoyed the Tournament of Power. With everything said, I have a lot of gripes with Super. Super is not in any way the way I wanted Dragon Ball Z to continue to, especially because they made GT it made it non-canon, right? So this is like the canon end to, or not end, but the continuation to where all the characters go. There's so many jokes you could make, like Dragon Ball fans waiting 5 years for a fucking kids show to come out. You know what I mean?
That's kind of where my mind's at right now. It's kind of like,
and if you watch the trailer,
who wants this?
No one. And I'll tell you the truth. I'm a huge fan of Dragon Ball. I've watched all of Z. I watched all of Super. I watched GT. You know what I mean? And that's not a small feat. And I've seen basically all the movies that are important. Every movie that's come out since Super has come out through the title Super, I've seen. And this is just in my opinion, it feels like a waste of time and a waste of effort. I know they're trying to do a celebration of the original, and I want, no matter what, Akira Toriyama, he's running this whole thing, but he doesn't know what made people love Dragon Ball in the first place. Yeah, it seems like he's lost touch It seems like the whole company of Toei and everyone who's working on Dragon Ball doesn't know why people enjoy Dragon Ball. Truthfully, and this feels like a useless celebration. It feels like something that no one asked for and that no one is going to true. And it could be good. I'm not going to write that off. But from everything I saw, I'm really disappointed. Yeah. I was hoping for like it's been 5 years since Super ended. There's a lot of content in the manga they could make into. They could do multiple seasons. You know what I mean? And instead of focusing on that, they're focusing on something like this. It just seems silly. And there's even a whole movie story that they're kind of doing that's a little separate than the manga, with Broly and all that. But they're just recently been connecting to the manga, so there's all this stuff that's going on for the first time ever. Broly's hype. Yeah, Broly's very hype. Yeah. They finally kind of made this canon. Like, the movies are canon, and they're going to be running alongside with the story, and then they're going to connect them. In the manga, Broly's a real character, which is very exciting. But this is not continuing any of that. It's its own original story, not based on anything. Is
bummer.
Such a bummer because it feels silly, and it feels like something that is kind of made because it like a side project. Yeah. Which is fine. You can do that. Every big anime does that. You know what I mean? Every anime has its games, its movies, all these things. My Hero has, truthfully useless spin-off movies that are not canon at all, but I go in and I watch them. If they, in my opinion, did that with My Hero, where they withheld a season to release a useless a useless movie, I would be pretty upset. But I'm not, because these are side projects.
Rightfully. Yeah.
Absolutely. It's just you look at it and it's like, I am not excited to be a Dragon Ball fan, because clearly they don't know what is wanted. And obviously it's not up to me what happens with Dragon Ball.
It's not.
It's really not, and this is a great example of how it isn't.
For sure.
But this is, there needs to be at least a little bit of communication with fans and the people who are making these things.
For sure.
You know what I mean?
How big is Dragon Ball in Japan?
It's huge.
It's huge.
Yeah, so Goku represented Japan in the Tokyo 2020 Olympics as their mascot. He is the most,
I did not know that.
He is the most popular character in Japan, one of the most recognizable characters worldwide. He's up there with Mickey Mouse as recognizable characters, because even if you don't watch anime,
huge.
You know Goku.
Yeah.
You know Dragon
absolutely.
Ball. You know what I mean? And
I asked that though because I do know, different cultures.
Cultures will change.
It's huge. And, there's a lot of things that happen in Japan that are very different from China and Korea, and especially us.
Absolutely.
And one of those things is that, I believe I'm correct in that Japanese culture has a lot of kind of like the fountain of youth is the kind of their holy grail.
Sure.
So they look to a lot. That's why I like a lot of animes and Japanese centered media, kind of entertainment. It shows kids and it shows high schoolers because it's kind of deemed that's kind of the pinnacle of humanity in a way. You know what I mean?
Totally.
So that's kind of my only justification
you can
for this is
that absolutely.
Maybe they're just trying to do this throwback.
They're trying to do this throwback.
Let's make them kids,
right?
And it's when we were all kids. That's what he's trying to almost
and that's understandable to a degree.
That's the only devil's advocate I can play right now.
And here's the thing, though: if you want to go the kids route, if you do, Dragon Ball has been doing that for years and is not short of any young characters.
You're absolutely right on that.
Gohan killed Cell when he was 9 years old. You know what I mean? And he was a demon back then. First character to go Super Saiyan 2. Such a huge moment.
He's 9.
Gohan, yes. Goku has another son, Goten, who is a young character that they are consistently dragging out his age. This kid was like fucking 14. He looks like a baby. And finally in these new movies, he looks like he's like 15 now.
Sure.
He looks like a 15-year-old.
He doesn't look like Jotaro.
And yeah, absolutely. But it's so funny because in the movies they gave an explanation for this. They're like,
true.
Saiyans hit a certain growth spurt. Bullshit. We saw Trunks, future Trunks, grow slowly. We saw Gohan grow slowly. There was no immediate growth spurt. That's bullshit, so that they can do that. But they're not short of kids.
You're
Trunks
right.
in this universe right now is only like 15 or 16. You want to do a high school story, make a story that centers around those young characters.
Right.
You do not have any reason to make a useless spinoff that turns Goku and Vegeta and all these iconic characters into babies. It looks like
it's not an arc, bro.
No.
It's like a whole
It's a stupid spin-off story that we waited 5 years for.
That.
And the disappointment, I feel, is just immeasurable.
Dude.
And I'm
with you. I'm sad for you.
No, it's really
It's hard
sad.
not to look at it
Yes.
as like... Because here's the deal, and what people tell you on the other side, right? Is like, well, don't look at it. It's like with Smash characters.
Yeah.
Don't look at it as like you're not getting someone else.
Right.
But you
that's
are
the truth. That's
not
the truth.
getting something else.
You're so right. That's exactly how I feel. Smash is a great example because those slots when it was coming out. For those who don't know, Smash Bros had DLC where it was like 6 characters released, right?
In each pack. I think.
Each pack, and each slot was a character that was individually released. But the truth is, if you get a character that you don't care about, that's one of the DLC slots that you paid for that is not something that you wanted, not something that you're excited for, and that's reasonable.
And it takes up
a slot
potential for something else. It really does, you know.
So
I get that, especially with like resources and kind of like all the things you said. 5 fucking years.
No, 5
Give
years
me a break.
and manga potential. There are like 3 arcs that they haven't adapted into anime at all, and Dragon Ball is huge. And so for them to just come out with something like this,
no, dude,
it's disappointing as a fan, but it's also just disappointing in general because the content that we're getting into the Dragon Ball timeline is just. It's just not it. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And this can happen.
Bummer.
It's the danger of mangakas getting older and just kind of seeing their work as not as, the way that they once did, maybe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
And it's okay. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Akira Toriyama is going to do whatever the fuck he wants. You know what I mean?
Always will.
Always will. But yeah, just a little bit of disappointing news. However, I'm probably still gonna watch it. I probably will.
Hey, if you do, we'll stay tuned. Okay.
And yeah, we'll see if it's as bad as I'm hyping up. Honestly, I hope it's better. I hope it's better than what I'm feeling right now. Really hope.
So
yes,
Joshie.
Yes.
One of my 2 news stories here.
Yes.
Is I have a list now. And I'm very unorganized with my news this week.
Yeah.
I went all out on the Xenoblade research amongst my busy week. And I kind of just like pulled up articles and I didn't summarize them at all or anything like that. So I'm just going to kind of wing it more or less.
Sure, skim it.
But this is just a list of, I thought this was interesting. This is now a list that of all of the IPs that Microsoft now owns.
Okay.
Because of the new Blizzard and Activision acquisition.
Yeah.
Plus all the other acquisitions they had back when there was huge Xbox events like 2, 3, 4 years ago.
Absolutely.
They've been just pulling fucking studios like sprouts in a garden.
Okay.
Like Animal Crossing.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? These guys are like just, I'll take that studio, bro.
Right.
Yeah, we'll take that one too.
That one looks nice.
Yeah, that franchise.
That's all mine.
Maybe, baby.
Yeah.
So I have this list, and I think it's definitely worth mentioning.
Well,
check this out, okay?
Yeah.
Because it kind of gets crazier and crazier because it starts with kind of their first acquisition with being Bungie.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
So we got Halo.
Very crazy.
Blue Dragon. Gears of War. Crackdown.
Of course.
Age of Empires.
Yes.
Flight Simulator. And Zoo Tycoon. These are all Xbox.
Wow.
I didn't know
Xbox
Flight Simulator and Age of Empires and Zoo Tycoon. That's kind of nuts.
Yeah, that is nuts. I just learned that now. I didn't know that.
Well, with the acquisition of Rare, back in 2002, that gave them access to Banjo-Kazooie,
of course,
Battletoads, Conquer,
yes,
Cameo,
yes,
Killer Instinct, which that talk about what was that game? Mortal Kombat. Killer Instinct looks fucking sick.
Totally.
Connect Sports, remember that?
Love it.
Perfect Dark, Sea of Thieves, and Viva Pinata.
Very interesting.
Right?
So I mean, I'm not going to say too much yet, but just real quick. I mean, it is kind of disappointing hearing all that because nothing has come from any of those.
You're telling me,
literally
bro.
Nothing.
You're literally telling me, bro. Nothing from this list has come on my radar.
And they have not made a single game.
It's just sitting.
Yeah.
You know? No, I'm fucking with you.
So anyway, continue though.
All right, and then in 2018,
yes,
Microsoft acquired Ninja Theory, Undead Labs, Compulsion Games, Playground Games, Exile Entertainment, and Obsidian Entertainment. Okay. Which gives them ownership of Hellblade, State of Decay, We Happy Few, Forza Horizon, Wasteland, The Bard's Tale, Pillars of Eternity, Pentiment, The Outer Worlds, Grounded, and Avowed.
Wow.
I hadn't heard of half of those, to be honest with you.
I have not heard more than half of those.
But The Outer Worlds, that's pretty big, because I know that was a big release for a minute when that was brand new. Yeah. Then they went on to purchase Double Fine in 2019, which is to acquire the Psychonauts franchise. Remember the Psychonauts games?
Yeah, of course. They just made a sequel 19 years later.
Yeah. No, crazy. Literally crazy. Kind of like Baldur's Gate.
Yeah.
But in 2020, they did an $8.1 billion acquisition of ZeniMax Media. And that kind of that was kind of like the first of the big shakeups in the gaming industry, because that's a huge acquisition.
Really?
Right. And this purchase gave them ownership of Bethesda, Arcane Studios, ID Software, Machine Games, and Tango Gameworks.
Yes.
Placing these names on their roster.
Let's hear it. Oh my goodness.
Fallout, The Elder Scrolls, Starfield, Doom, Quake, Rage.
Doom?
Doom is Bethesda. Isn't that crazy?
Wow.
Yeah, Microsoft now.
Apparently.
So, Wolfenstein, Dishonored, Prey, Redfall, The Evil Within, Ghostwire Tokyo, and Hi-Fi Rush.
Okay, so these are all now, anything that releases is going to be an Xbox exclusive.
Not necessarily.
No?
Xbox is, and that's kind of like, it's very curious to see what's going to happen going forward. Because they have the roster to literally change the game if they wanted to, right?
All these are games that I would see on my radar. Yeah. Is all I'm saying. Is that, like, if they really wanted to crack down the way Nintendo has by making the Switch a must-have, you know what I mean? Like, these IPs that they're using, I feel like they barely used in Wii U era.
For sure.
You know what I mean? But now
it's such a risky strategy, though, because it seems more simple on the surface. Sure. But PS5 is outselling Xbox 10-1, right? Well, so with how successful the PlayStation 5 is, they would, in the long run, probably still lose a substantial amount of money making it an exclusive. That's kind of where it's at.
Wow,
right? Because,
that's really interesting.
Because of how far down Xbox is on the totem pole.
Totally.
You know? Totally. Because would people, like, all these are, like, substantial fucking games.
You think they lost money with Starfield?
Starfield's interesting. I feel like I would like to look at reports, but my guess would be I would think they would.
Probably.
Yeah, with that they did lose sales.
The best thing they did was make it PC. You know what I mean? That's the best thing they could do.
For sure. Yeah, and that's different still than even making, like, you know, Spider-Man 2. That's not launching on PC, right?
Fuck no.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. The way PlayStation does it is they will port their games, but it will take a long time.
I feel like if
speaking of, by the way, Spider-Man 2, 2 days.
2 fucking days,
comes out in
bro.
2 days.
Yeah. I actually have it on my list for us to talk about. So we'll bring that up because I know you're so excited for that.
Shit.
I was gonna say something else, but fuck it. We'll just get to this last part here.
Fuck it.
These IPs now are what
just acquired.
Microsoft has acquired from acquiring Activision and Blizzard. That is Call of Duty.
Oh wow.
Overwatch.
Wow.
Diablo.
Wow.
Right off the bat, bro.
That's
those 3 games.
Massive hitters.
Huge. Warcraft.
Wow.
So World of Warcraft.
That's crazy.
The whole series too. Warcraft 1, 2, 3, all that. But wow. Being a Microsoft IP.
Literally wow.
StarCraft. Also huge.
That is also very
Guitar Hero. Wow. Crash Bandicoot. Spyro. Skylanders. Tony Hawk. Hearthstone and Candy Crush.
They own Tony Hawk now?
Yes.
The person?
The person, bro.
And Candy Crush, what the fuck?
Right, because I believe Blizzard acquired King, which was the developer of Candy Crush way back when, and that's made them, like, so much fucking
Also, my mom shout out to my mom. She fucks that game up.
Dude.
She is on like level 1,700 or something. It's like
shit.
crazy. I literally like, I'll look at her phone because she's always just like playing whenever she can. It's such a mom game.
Oh, dude, no, I know. Oh, people at my bar, if they play any games out there, it's Candy Crush. Yeah, you already fucking know. Yeah. So that basically is all I got for the news report.
Wow,
for the acquisition here.
I mean, that's crazy stuff.
That is an arsenal.
That is an arsenal.
And I feel like I'm not a game dev guy. I don't know. But if I was to make a guess, I feel like the best strategy from where Xbox is now would be moving towards exclusivity.
I was gonna say, you said,
I said that right.
Exclusivity.
Exclusivity.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Moving towards that, but not like out the gate.
I agree.
Like Starfield, I feel like that. It's like, okay, that's the first game,
but
in a long time.
Yeah, I feel like they could push it though. Like I feel like Nintendo did.
For sure.
Like if you made, imagine you made, and obviously Overwatch has its own, like thing to it.
Yeah.
But let's say you made Overwatch a story-based game, kind of like Halo, where there's an online, but there's a whole story mode. And there's a whole game to it. Just go ham like Nintendo has been with all their games. And then say, Xbox exclusive, also on PC, through Windows, right? And then they pushed commercials on the Xbox Series X. Say, this is a demon of a fucking, like throw slander in there. Be like, fucking PS5 is dog shit compared to
dog shit.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you could make a case for the Xbox Series X to be as relevant as the PS5 is.
I agree.
Because that kind of game, a game like that where you say Overwatch 3, fuck it. Overwatch 3, it has a whole story. You make a Halo.
I really like that idea.
Yeah, I'm just saying that you could. You absolutely could. Make a crazy Call of Duty. Make all, like do what Nintendo's been doing for the last 6 years. They have hammered out the best games they have made in history, in my opinion, and then remastered the best games onto their system. They have made the Switch not only one of the most relevant consoles, even though it is 2 generations behind, they have made it so that you can't not have one. You want to play Tears of the Kingdom, one of the best games that's been made in the past 10 years?
Switch.
It's an exclusive on the Switch. You want to play Pokemon? We got spin-off games. We got 2 generations on this shit. You know what I mean?
100%, bro.
Check this out. You make a sequel to Banjo-Kazooie, okay? Already, you got to push. Then you remaster all these games in the same style. You release the way that Nintendo's been doing it. Remake. Fuck it.
Man, if they did a remake of Banjo-Kazooie,
bro,
I would actually shit break.
They say conquers other bad fur day, you're getting an Xbox Series X. I know you already have one, but think about that. For sure. Like, they push these games. They make these games. They say, okay, you know what? Maybe Skylanders is out because, we're done with physical toys becoming, a video game character.
For sure.
Right?
Nintendo's still doing it.
Yeah.
Still going crazy.
Exactly. But they don't do... Truthfully, we don't do it for the features that it unlocks. So I don't think Skylanders would be able to kind of have that push. But Spyro?
Yeah.
Crash Bandicoot?
Yeah.
Make a massive 3D platformer of those games. Just bring on these incredibly talented developers that you just acquired. Make a push. Push for it. I feel like that's what Nintendo did.
For sure.
And I think that Nintendo and the PS5 are up there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, I do. You know what also came to my mind?
Which one?
Looking at this list,
yes,
you could almost make their own version of a Smash roster with IP they own.
Bro, with IPs, here's a quick one. Master Chief versus Ghost from Call of Duty versus fucking Spyro,
literally.
Crash, Banjo, who's already in Smash, Conquer, like take all the Rare, even put every person from Rare in there.
Bro.
A Perfect Dark. You could have fucking James Bond. Fuck it. You could have fun with it. You could make him look like an N64 character.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Have fun with that.
Yeah.
And you even said, like, Skyrim. Put the fucking Dragonborn in there. Take the fucking... Oh, my God. I don't even know anyone from Fallout. I was going to say, what's the dog's name?
The Pip-Boy.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful.
Beautiful.
I'm telling you. Then make that game, okay? A real Smash killer. Then I already have this idea. All-Star Brawl, or whatever the one on PS5
Yeah.
was, or PlayStation. Put that one on PS5. Then you have 2 Smash killers coming out with big IPs. Release the games the way they do. I'm just saying, you say to slowly do it. You could do this. Microsoft could do this. I don't think they're that interested in the console wars, though. That's the thing.
I agree.
They have every opportunity.
Yeah. And they've come out openly and said that, too.
And they are not. Yeah. And that's the thing. But not that it wouldn't be possible, but that I don't think they want to. So.
Yeah. Okay. Facts.
Anyway, that's my point.
Okay.
Quick little one right here. This one's going to be really quick. Invincible.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just talking with Gabe about it.
Were you really?
Yeah, it's on Amazon. No?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is. Have you seen it?
I have not, but we talked about it quite a bit.
Yeah, we have.
He kind of filled me in and kind of like what it's about, and it sounds really interesting. I really want to see it.
And I want to report on more animation too. I'm not just going to strictly stick to Japanese anime.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, because absolutely. But that is also most of my interests or anime, right?
And that's what I want too,
But Invincible Season 2 premieres November 3rd.
Oh, shit.
So we finally have a release date.
November, I'm sorry, you say 23rd or the 3rd?
No, November 3rd. Yeah.
Damn.
So that's coming up pretty damn soon.
Like 2 weeks.
Invincible was incredible, I will say. Like, it is probably a testament to some of the best, like, what the hell?
My bad, bro.
No, it's okay. Jeez, still making it roll. Oh my lord.
I got a bumblebee stuck up there, bro.
Ow! It's a testament to what you can do with I'm gonna say R-rated or MA-rated superhero story. It doesn't have to just be raunchy. It can be real. It can be an animated story and DC's been doing that for a long time. They really do hammer down on adult-made animation that tells a compelling story. They've been doing it for a while.
Absolutely.
But this is truthfully, it's not Marvel, it's not DC, but it's a very, very popular comic book that is getting its kind of green light because of a big company like Amazon.
Sweet.
Kind of very similar to the way The Boys happened. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know
really
the origin
funny.
story of that at all.
Well, I mean, it's not really an origin story that needs to be told, but it has an animated first season. Invincible does, it's really good. It's very, very compelling. It honestly, like, when I was watching it, I was getting vibes of like Spider-Man, getting vibes of like just like a very, very well told story that takes twists that you would just never see.
That's exactly what Gabe said. He said like it's like it has the tropes of the superhero stuff.
It does,
and
it's good tropes too.
Right?
It's good ones.
He says it's you like watching it.
Yeah,
but he says the plot twist, you truly do not see coming.
And you will not see anywhere else because you need a capable company that is not afraid to put big money budget into something that is disturbing and like truthfully not for kids. It's not for kids at all.
For sure.
It's not.
It's kind of in that vein of like The Boys, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's really funny because I see those memes where it's like, the SpongeBob thing where it's like he's like you want to see me run to that rock? You want to see me do it again? So it was like, hey, do you want me to see or do you want me to it was Amazon. This is the way the meme was set up. I'll try and break it down for you because everyone knows jokes are funnier when you break them down. It's like Amazon. He's like, you want to see me make a satirical critique of a dark universe of how superheroes would act in our world? You want to see me do it again? And that was literally what they did. The Boys and Invincible are both very, very interesting ideas on how it would be. So Invincible. Up there with some of the best.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I love it. Do you want to give your second one now, or do you want me to
I'll give my second one
please,
quick here. It's pretty cool. It's not much to say really, but have you heard of a company called Analog?
Analog, yes. What have they done?
Analog Pocket, perhaps? Have you heard of that?
I don't think I have.
Okay, so Analog is a company that they are kind of in this market of rehashing old consoles. Okay. So I think that they first came out with was a dock system.
Yeah, okay,
right? The
Analog.
DAC, and it was like a 4K version of it. Okay?
Yes.
So Analog has made several systems now. They've made a Sega Genesis. They've made a Super Nintendo. All like 4K capable. And not like capable of 4K type of like up-resing.
Right.
No. They have like actually gone in and in the intricacies, ways that I don't understand within the hardware of the console. Right. So it doesn't play ROMs. In fact, it rejects ROMs. If you try to like put ROMs on it, it won't.
Wow.
It reads original cartridges and original discs for everything that Analog has made. So
that's really interesting.
They have the Analog Pocket, right? And it's like literally a rehashed Game Boy.
Right.
And it's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's like all white and all black. It's like, oh, this is like a collector's shit.
Yeah.
So they just announced
look that up.
the Analog 3D.
What?
Which plays enhanced N64 games.
What?
It will play N64 games natively up-resed in 4K.
Wow.
Yeah, so
why would you need
They
it?
have basically put this algorithm or some shit
Wow.
within the hardware itself to up-res and like multiply the pixels or something like that about what's on the screen. So apparently it's going to be the actual, without a doubt,
what's it called again?
highest resolution play of native N64 games. It's called the Analog 3D.
Wow. That is very interesting. So you're saying that it's not it's not for ROMs?
No, it's not for ROMs. You can probably bypass it by buying one of those like carts that accepts ROMs in the cart.
I'm confused then. So how do you play these games?
You literally have Nintendo 64 cartridges and you put it in.
Oh my god.
It literally plays
That's
N64
crazy.
games. Yeah.
Wow.
And it's regardless of region.
Yeah.
Because those 64s, they had a region lock, but it was region locked because like the cartridges from Japan and Nintendo, or from Japan and America, had like two different notches, so you couldn't put one in the other, right?
Wow,
but it's compatible with all cartridges from all regions. I'm looking at it right here. The device will not play copyrighted ROM files and is 100% compatible with every Nintendo 64 cartridge, regardless of region.
Wow,
I'm losing the words, but you get what I'm saying.
No, this is so fucking sick.
Yeah.
I really like that.
They haven't even unveiled what it looks like.
Yeah.
Just this tiny, tiny teaser image of like a corner of it.
That's so funny. What the hell?
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Isn't that kind of sick?
Yeah, that
is
sick.
It kind of like looks like the curvature of the old N64.
Right.
Kind of hype. I saw
like
this
that.
pop up. I have I'm subscribed to their email list.
Yeah.
And I saw that pop up, and then sure enough, then I'm starting to see news reports pop up about it. But kind of hype.
Loving it.
Because the closest thing we've ever gotten to this before in the past for N64 was this company came out with I think it was called like the Mark II HD or something like that.
Okay.
They came out with a GameCube edition and an N64 edition of like an adapter that you put into your GameCube, and it like up-reses it the best it can.
Yeah.
But this is like built into the console.
So help me out.
Plus,
here.
it's just clean looking.
For the Pocket, how do you up-res like a Game Boy game?
Game Boy? Well, if you think about it, we've come a long ways in terms of the tech by then now, right?
Yeah.
So it looks like a brand new Game Boy Color.
Right.
So it's got the old school kind of taller design.
Right.
But it has the screen size of a Game Boy Advance. It's actually a little bigger.
So is it only Game Boy games?
It plays all Game Boy games, like Game Boy Color, Advance. And the original Game Boy games, right?
OG,
yeah. And so you literally put the cartridge into it, and it will play it.
That's cool.
And it has L and R buttons on the back for Game Boy Advance games, because the Game Boy Color didn't have L and R buttons.
That is
but the biggest thing, honestly, is just being high quality, and especially in terms of the pixel art.
Yeah.
So it's a really, really beautiful display. I want to say it's an LCD display, but everyone who's reviewed these things says it looks amazing.
Good.
But backlit.
Yeah.
Because remember, like the old Game Boys definitely weren't backlit.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Love it.
Yeah,
well,
man.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
I didn't know about this, really.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. Sweet.
I love it.
Well, finish off the news, my friend,
Gotta run
with
it.
you, Joshie.
Easy stuff. Simple stuff, too. Have you ever heard of the Harvey Awards? Have you ever heard of this before? So
I don't think I have.
Just really quick. The Harvey Awards are one of the comic book industry's oldest and most prestigious awards. So these are awards given out to comic books and manga. Covered in that too. Graphic novel. I think it's mostly published, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't think webcomics are a part of it.
Okay.
But anything that's published, it's a very, very prestigious award.
Okay.
recognizing outstanding achievements in multiple categories. The Harveys have been a fixture of comic book industry since 1988. So it's the longest running awards that you could get for comics or graphic novels or manga in anywhere.
Is it? Where's it located out of? Like US?
I honestly, it's a US thing, and I don't know exactly.
Okay.
Where. So
I don't know if it was like Japan or US.
No, it's definitely a US thing though.
Cool.
But obviously, anything from anywhere around the world can be nominated and win those awards.
For sure.
Because Chainsaw Man by Tatsuki Fujimoto wins Best Manga Award for the third consecutive year in the Harvey Awards of 2023.
Wow.
Won back in 2021. Yeah.
Wow.
And then it won 2022. And then just this year, it won the exact same award for the best manga of 2023.
Let's go Chainsaw Man,
Chainsaw Man.
baby.
Very, very cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
You have yet to check out Chainsaw Man?
Yes, I have yet to check it out. I've seen the mangas, though. I've seen, I flipped through, a couple of pages and just looked at the covers. And
it's,
cool.
the manga's really good. There's a lot of differences between the way the manga is kind of paced and the anime.
Yeah.
The anime, I think I prefer, to be completely honest.
Really?
I would say because it's paced like a movie. It's paced like this very artistic style movie, which I love.
Yeah.
Because it almost just gives it this vibe like it's not trying to be other anime and not other manga.
Okay.
And it almost gives you like this strange feeling of just it's a weird vibe.
Yeah.
It's a very weird vibe.
Okay.
And the reason, normal manga are kind of paced all a little bit the same. And so I really loved the way that they set up this entire series as the anime, but I've also read a decent amount of the manga.
Yeah.
So I will say,
pretty fucking familiar.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's really
Cool.
good. It's just different. I would say one of the best parts about it is it's very different. It's not it's got the clear inspirations from every other anime. But just the way they handle it.
Shonen?
It's a shonen, yeah. Technically, but it's a little more darker. It's a little. It's actually a part of what people call the dark trio, the dark shonen trio, which is Chainsaw Man, JJK, and this other one called Hell's Paradise, which is so funny because
why is JJK on that?
JJK gets really
shonens?
dark. Yeah. JJK gets really dark. It's set up a lot like it's not gonna be. And also all the things that you kind of remember from being upbeat about the show, like the outro, all those things you remember, even just funny bits, the way the characters are animated.
I love that outro.
All those things are anime exclusive. Think about that. So the anime might not even seem as dark, but the manga, it is pretty dang dark. And then Hell's Paradise, I still haven't checked out. But a little funny detail, all three of those manga were all picked up by MAPPA, Studio MAPPA. So they're just eating up. Yeah, exactly. All are directed very different. But Chainsaw Man, really good.
Chainsaw Man.
I definitely recommend watching that anime.
Yeah, I think you've recommended it a couple times on the show.
I definitely have. But this is also a great example on why you should. Yeah. 3 years in a row for best manga out of all manga that have been nominated in the past 3 years. Just saying, very,
got some credibility.
Pretty good stuff. So
what? How many seasons are there?
There's only one season, which is 12 episodes.
So I have no excuse.
You literally have zero excuse,
bro. But Vinland is first. This is directly from you, so that's my excuse.
By the way, so when are you starting Vinland?
So, by the way,
where's your excuse for Vinland?
I was planning on watching at the gym yesterday.
No watching at the gym.
But it incentivizes me to go to the gym. You see what I'm saying? It's like a win-win. I get some anime.
You're gonna be. I mean, it's fine. You can do it.
I'll get it done.
All I'm saying is that. How about this? You can definitely at the gym, but when you get to season 2, you have to sit down and watch it.
Oh, absolutely. Okay. Absolutely.
Or whenever you just get into it. Yeah. Because you're right. Getting into an anime is a little different. I would recommend the middle part you can do at the gym. The beginning, I would sit down and take in everything. Okay. And then there's a point when...
Because I got only 10, 15 minutes into the first episode. Yeah. It was too much for me. Yeah. At the time, I think I was too tired that night. Yeah. Or maybe
and you were just
too faded. Yeah, and I was trying to take it in.
Was this a while ago or recently?
This was a while ago. Okay. This was when Dorian first recommended the show a year ago.
You should definitely, give it another shot.
Well, Joshie, I got a couple footnotes here.
Beautiful.
Footnote news, I've been adding in the last recent weeks.
Please.
But this is some exciting stuff in here. So Sony just filed a patent for a controller that has wireless earbuds charging in it.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
So I don't have the document to show you, but it literally showed like what looks like kind of the Ouya controller in terms of shape.
Yeah.
And granted, patents can be loose in terms of some. Right.
Did you ever see the original Nintendo Switch patents?
Oh my god, dude! Yes,
Yeah.
It's so bad.
So
and
bad.
even don't you remember the PS3 original controller?
Oh my
It
god,
looked like a boomerang.
Yeah.
Yes, bro.
Yeah.
All kinds of shit.
Weird.
And oftentimes, I mean, Sony and Nintendo are guilty of this. They usually patent shit that they never come out
That
with.
they don't even use.
Yeah. It's like they patent for like 5 years in the future.
Yeah, they just, it's so funny because, like, Nintendo, everyone who's, like, a Nintendo fan knows that those patents don't mean jack.
Yeah.
But they did this one patent for a controller that has no buttons. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Where it was just like, it was like you use the sticks, and then it's like, yeah, we're probably never going to see that, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. No, and there was all these rumors even that either PlayStation or Nintendo's next handheld was going to be touchscreen, except for the sticks.
That was the patent.
Yeah, and
it's
awful. I'm so glad
yeah,
it didn't come out
absolutely.
like that.
Thank the Lord.
What, Switch Pro, though? What if?
Whoa. Don't mind if I do.
No. So, this patent, though, showed an image that showed, I think it's on the back of the controller.
Yeah.
You literally, like AirPods, you just stick them to it.
Wow.
So, when you go to play, you just flip it up, take your earbuds
That's pretty
out.
badass.
That's kind of a cool idea.
Didn't they have new, like, earbud versions of the DualSense sound?
I don't know if they had
headphones
earbud versions.
Okay, so that's not a thing yet?
It might be. I don't know.
I'm going to look it up right now.
Look it up for me.
What's
I
it
thought that was
called? The
interesting.
dual... Remember
DualSense?
those? No, but remember the headphones? Didn't you get them?
They
released
Platinum headset?
3 things. Yes, yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Wasn't it?
Yeah,
Maybe?
check it out.
Platinum headset.
Check it out real quick. I'll say this next piece. Super Mario Bros. Wonder comes out in 2 days.
Does.
Okay.
Same day as Spider-Man.
The ROM was leaked a few days ago.
Was it?
Yes.
Wow.
And, however, it seems like the feedback is pretty positive. Seems like people are really liking it.
I've seen a lot of clips online from... That must be what it's from.
Yeah.
Because I've been seeing, like, things, and it looks hilariously fun. Like,
Dude,
it looks really good.
Hilariously fun, I think is a great way to put it.
Yeah.
It got a 9 on IGN and GameSpot.
Believe it.
So
it looks good. It looks really
very interested. Did you find, by the way?
Yeah, they don't have headphones.
Okay.
They don't have
little earbuds. Yeah, because these look like they're white and black and blue, kind of like the same colors as like kind of PlayStation's whole vibe. So
Yep.
it looks like a whole brand new kind of design. So
very cool stuff.
anyways, Across the Spider-Verse will be available to stream on Netflix starting October 31st.
Netflix.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. So I mean,
dude, I think
one of the best movies come out this year, man.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna get a Netflix subscription now.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, because Vinland's on there, and
I think you have to.
I literally have to.
Split a family plan with someone.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, do it with a Joel.
Yeah.
I still am somehow in my parents.
I don't know how you're doing
I don't know.
your parents might even just have the multiple household. Multiple household.
Oh,
multiple household.
Probably do because
it's like the premium
all
version.
my siblings live in like different states.
Yeah,
you know,
so they probably just have you set up. I just
I didn't know if it
mom
was
has
just
a basic
if I just
version.
leaked in or something.
No,
you know what
I
mean?
leaked in for all of Vinland Saga. Did I tell you about that?
You did,
That's
and how you literally
crazy.
finished and it
I
just booted
finished
you
it,
out.
and it booted me out the next day.
Yeah,
and I don't know how it just knew because I literally had this feeling when I was first watching Vinland Saga where I was like, yeah, I'll watch it. You know what I mean? I'll see what it's all about. Got really into it. I was really, really feeling it. Then I hit season 2, and I was like, I pray that I do not get kicked out. I was like, I barely thought about it because of how into Vinland I was, but every time I booted up, I was just like, I need to make sure that I'm like...
You sweat a little bit every
just a
time
little
you boot
bit.
it up.
And then I finished it, and it was such a life-changing experience that like I didn't even think about using Netflix. And then I think I went on just to see if I could rewatch Vinland. I was thinking about it, just maybe like rewatch the first episode or something. And I click on it, and it was like, yeah, you're booted. And I was like, whoever out there was seeing that I was watching a life-changing show.
They proved it.
They knew, and they just let me.
I always picture like some guy, and he's got like his like headset on, right? And he's listening to like all the calls across the United States, and it's all random. And they're like viewing other people's accounts, and they're just like, oh, all right, this guy's on Netflix. Oh yeah, he can't be on there. He's watching Vinland Saga.
I'll
just pretend I didn't see this today.
Exactly. Well, whoever you are out there, we love you. Thank you for that.
Also wanted to say on these footnotes here, Spider-Man 2 got an 8 out of 10 by IGN. However,
yes,
I have read in several different places, like Reddit, read 2 posts on Reddit, and I read something that was not IGN. It was like Games Radar and DualShockers, I think, that said Spider-Man 2 is the best superhero game ever made.
I believe it. Have you looked into it at all?
Oh yeah, bro. It's I just watched the trailer again last night.
It's not just
Kendall.
Yeah,
and she's like, okay,
holy shit,
he shoots the fucking
dude.
Man.
Not only does it look like an actual like Marvel for Marvel, like a Marvel for a game in general, like a story wise, but it looks like a technical Marvel. The fact that you can travel through that city as fast as you can, and the fast travel is utilizing the PS5 the way that I needed. Everything.
Yes,
everything
dude.
to be.
I feel like
it takes like
Spider-Man 2 is this talk about exclusives and talk about these things with Xbox. Like this is finally like
the culmination of
it is. It like really like Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart and maybe God of War 2. I think those were like
it's not an
great.
Exclusive. It was on PS4.
Ragnarok?
I played it on PS4.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
We say this every time, by the way.
Yes, okay, I think you're right. But, in Rift Apart, they were trying to really show off why you needed a PS5.
Absolutely.
And the loading times was huge, right? So I feel like they're finally going to be able to really show off
here's the
what
thing.
the PS5 is all about.
We haven't had like an open world really yet because God of War, Ragnarok, which is not exclusive. I don't know why I was about to say that.
What the hell, bro?
What the fuck? Rift Apart, you barely really need to travel around that much. Like I mean, you played the OG Ratchet and Clank. You're traveling to a planet every once in a while. Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, but you're not consistently walking.
No, I didn't feel like like loading screens was like this like
never
thing.
Never. Yeah. So it's cute when you see it in that game, but it's not one of those games that needs it. Spider-Man, especially with a big city and the fact that they're adding Queens and all these new spots to the whole map. Yeah. And the fact that whole ocean area should be open because theoretically if Queens is there's a massive piece of ocean. Yeah. And from what we saw from that gameplay trailer, I mean, who knows if Spider-Man can swim, but there'll be boats to lash onto, maybe even like all this stuff. It's
fucking sick.
Theorizing at this point.
No, for sure. One of my biggest gripes, really, like, because I feel like I have a lot of patience with games. Totally. I like, if I really enjoy the experience, I'll look through the bullshit. Sure. I'll look through oversights.
Me too.
But when a game is like really like I think of Breath of the Wild in like, so much of my time was eaten by loading screens.
Breath of the Wild?
Yes, bro. Because of just fast traveling on the map, and even just a little teleport where you're going into and out of the shrines, right? Yeah. And it's just always just sitting there, and I can see the loading screen literally in my fucking mind, And it really it's a small gripe, but again, Breath of the Wild, one of the best games ever. Totally. I would not say the game is worth anything less because of that. Yeah. But this is kind of like exciting.
Yeah,
where like future of tech is going.
It's so funny. Yeah, the idea of loading screens being gone sounds like it shouldn't be a real thing. Yeah. But the fact that we're heading that way is funny. It's funny you said Breath of the Wild at first because you're so right. Every time you teleport, same thing with Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah. Every time you teleport, every time you enter a shrine, enter and exit, there's a loading screen. But it's funny you said that because one of the biggest technical marvels is that entire world you can walk from one end to the other without a single loading screen, which is incredible. Right. But you're totally right. Right. But but you're not going to be walking that entire time. No. You're going to want to teleport. Right.
Which is the reason. Also, another tangent, really. Yeah. Of why God of War, the first one, I hated the fast travel so much because it's not a fast travel; it's a slow travel.
It's such a slow
let's go into a portal and walk around and let's add some little dialogue to make it fun.
Why is there walking?
And then now the doorway has appeared because it finally loaded. So I'll walk back through and I'm still loading. Okay, what's happening here? Yeah, you know what I mean?
So not good.
Yeah, no, just very bizarre.
That's the worst fast travel I think I've ever experienced. Agreed. I don't think I've ever seen anything
completely
worse
agree.
Than that.
The only thing worse is no fast travel. So I'll at least have that because no fast travel, especially in a Metroidvania.
But it's got the map. Why not just let me go? Just come on. I don't care. I don't care about the lore. Give me a come on. It's all good.
Josh.
Yes.
I got another footnote here.
Please.
This is so funny.
Let's hear it.
Circana, the company that tracks video game sales. Okay. The United States. I think worldwide too, but definitely in the United States. Okay. They tracked one Wii U was sold in last month, September of 2023, which is the first Wii U sold since May 22.
What? Wow.
So over like 18 months,
go.
17 months, one fucking Wii U was
Nintendo's
sold.
making their money, baby.
That's it, baby. It's not dead yet.
People said it's dead. You clearly haven't been looking at the stats, buddy.
The last footnote, my friend,
Yes.
is that Minecraft has reached a huge milestone in being the first video game ever to surpass 300 million copies.
Wow. Very interesting.
Yeah.
That's genuinely an incredible feat.
It's huge.
That's an incredible feat.
And I think that's why like all this like kind of resurgence of Minecraft info is coming up and like Minecon
Yeah.
or whatever they're calling that thing.
Can we talk about that?
Oh yeah. What's up?
Well, first off, do you have any more footnotes?
No, that's it.
I have to pee really bad.
Oh,
and I also wanted to refill my water bottle. How are you feeling about taking a quick break?
I'm feeling like a break is very necessary.
Yeah,
so let's do
necessary.
that right now,
Real
bro.
quick.
Now when we come back, we'll do releases.
Absolutely.
Which I only got a few.
Beautiful.
We'll jump into the topic.
We'll go into that topic.
Let's go, baby. All right, we are back.
We are
Joshie,
back.
we're back.
Yes, we are.
Let's get into the new releases this week
Let's
and
do
jump into the main topic, my friend.
Yes, let's do
So these
it.
are going to be releases coming out between October 16th and 22nd
Yes.
for symbolizing this week here.
Absolutely.
And I've kind of modified this section a little bit. Just kind of like, what's the word? Optimized. It's a little more optimized.
Okay, I see,
Yeah.
I see.
So I'm no longer going to be saying all the platforms that these games are coming out on. These are going to be Switch releases unless said otherwise. These games are coming out on at least the Switch.
Okay.
If not everything else.
If not everything.
Right? And then some are not on Switch, and I will explicitly say it, like Spider-Man 2, for example.
Which
Okay?
is a great example.
Yeah, thank you. So
that's not coming up.
I'm gonna make it. I got it really organized. It'll be easy. So I got 2 games here.
Yes.
I have 14 total.
Yes.
There's 14 games coming out this week because I am reporting on every single Switch release.
Okay.
That'll at least put some fun into it. But
Okay.
on the October 16th, so these are already out because today is the 18th, and you will obviously have all of these by Friday anyway. But
Yes,
on the
we
16th.
will.
We've got Kingdom of 80s, Summer of Greed. Some of these titles, you
Yeah,
know.
we love the titles.
We also have SpongeBob SquarePants, The Cosmic Shake.
Wow.
And that actually is coming out on PS5 and Xbox Series X.
And Game Boy,
Do you
right?
know... Oh, Game Boy Advance, too.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about The Cosmic Shake?
I have no idea.
I have no idea.
Never heard anything about it.
No, I feel
But
like,
I
the name sounds
Yeah.
familiar. I'm kind of wondering if it's like a rhythm game or some mini game type
Could
thing.
be, yeah.
Cosmic Shake,
Shake
baby.
like you're shaking it up.
Shake and bake.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Could be.
Stay tuned. All right, yeah.
guess we will.
October 17th.
Yes.
A Boy and His Blob, the Retro Collection.
Oh.
Skull Island, Rise of Kong. Pause. Have you seen anything of this game?
Looks horrible. Holy shit. Anyone who hasn't out there, look it up. This game looks
It
like...
looks like a Game Boy Advance game. It looks like a joke.
Game Boy Advance, they look better.
Dude.
This looks like worse than like a game you would see on the PS2. Like
I just don't even know who this is for.
I don't know. I'm gonna
Who is
look
this
up
for?
What's it called again? The full name?
Skull Island, Rise of Kong.
Yes.
While you're looking this up, jumping ahead to Telegram real quick here, okay?
Lord.
I'm bringing Caleb's question here he wrote in this week.
It's
Caleb writes in, want to know both of your guys' thoughts on half-ass games we've been getting recently. Mainly the likes of... Oh, God.
No,
Josh
sorry,
is
I just
showing
pulled
me
up
a
a
picture
picture.
from... That's from the game?
That's from the game. The actual game.
Actually
Yeah.
unacceptable.
It
That's
is
like
not.
just...
Yeah.
That's like the OG Donkey Kong
Dude, it
fucking
looks
cartoon. You know what I mean?
bad.
So bad.
It looks horrible.
Continuing, mainly the likes of the Lord of the Rings Gollum or Anthem, and why game companies basically think they can sell us garbage. Thought it was appropriate to insert that question at this part here because, this game is a joke. Who is this for?
When did he ask that question?
He asked that question for this week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
beautiful.
So that's just I just pulled that from our Telegram section
Right,
later,
right.
but I feel like this is a good example of a game
Yes.
that's just who is this for?
Yeah.
I don't know what it looks like. There's no budget to this game,
Right.
but I also wouldn't be surprised if there was some kind of multi-million-dollar budget
Yeah.
and they push this out anyway.
No, absolutely. I
know?
mean, it's tough. It's tough to say because every single game has a different situation. You know what I mean?
Right.
But at the end of the day, you just answer what Caleb is kind of questioning. At the end of the day, we have people who are like just like the president of Unity right now,
right?
Who don't view.
He resigned.
Did he really?
Yes, he did.
I'm so glad.
Yeah.
By the way, because that kind of mentality does not deserve to be.
Dude,
in any
he
kind
knew
of
what
media.
he did. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Everything that you talked about, you're fucking right.
Yeah,
bro. Yeah, and he's a coward.
Yeah, he's such a coward. Fuck that guy. I'm happy he resigned. By the way.
Yeah,
I'm very happy.
That's good for all of us.
Yeah, good for everyone and their fucking wallets. So keep them close. But truthfully, the way that I see it is that those kind of people are some of the people that run these big corporations and make the calls. It's not always the game developers. If anything,
you're right.
Most of the time,
you are right.
It's not. You know what I mean?
Especially when it comes to deadlines and kind of like, whoever
absolutely.
Especially in gaming. This is prevalent in like movies and other things
it
too.
Is.
But
anime,
especially
you have to deal with a lot.
For sure, right?
Deadlines and studios that have to meet a certain quota.
And I guess like what I'm getting at specifically too is kind of like the publisher having influence, like direct influence over ideas, over direction, over, again, like timelines. I think Pokemon is an example of that because I simply feel like Pokemon Scarlet and Violet came out too soon.
Totally.
Like it just wasn't ready. But I don't believe that was a Game Freak decision. I believe that was a higher up decision, whoever that is.
Right.
Not the development guys looking at that game and thinking, oh, it's ready.
Oh, this is ready.
No.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that could be said with games like Golem too, you know what I mean? And games like even
Golem is such a great example.
Yeah.
Caleb and I were talking about this a
couple
nights ago. Yeah, he is literally pissed. He referenced it in this in his mail, but he is basically he's looking at this game. I saw a news report. I haven't even told Caleb this yet. So Caleb, you'll hear this right now too.
Right.
Golem had a $16 million budget.
That is ridiculous.
$16 million. And that is the game that they come out with?
That's ridiculous.
What the fuck?
That also doesn't make any sense. Where the fuck did the money go? Like, truthfully.
That's what I'm saying. I think that's what Caleb's getting at, too. Is like wasting money, wasting all these things, charging $70 for a game, which I'm all about. Paying more for quality. Right?
Absolutely.
Like if that's even healthy
like,
industry.
Yeah. Like
everything costs.
Oh, of course it does. Like Tears of the Kingdom, was $70.
Right,
it wasn't a graphical increase from Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, you even mentioned 2 generations old in terms of like the tech in there, but
that game is quality. Like seriously, it is the most quality you could find out of anything. You would expect from any game that has mechanics that are as free as that to have busted like game breaking glitches that you could just exploit at any point, right?
Yeah.
And for the most part, there are barely any in Tears of the Kingdom. That's a ridiculous idea. You literally have Ultra Hand, which can pick up any object that's in the game, and yet it's
so fleshed.
It's fleshed. It's
fleshed
balanced. Everything works. It's just
it
comes down
reference
to
real quick here, Josh. Too. Sorry, you want to say something else?
I was just gonna further down on that point, which is just there are higher ups in every media, in every medium
for sure
that look at the budgets and the monies more than anything, and don't care about the true experience it would give to someone. You know what I mean? And I think that's
for sure.
That's what happened with Golem, and I think that's going to keep happening as long as we don't speak out on those. On those games,
and vote with your wallet. You know what I mean? Like fucking don't buy this trash just because it like looks cool or like whatever, like on the cover, or like just because like. I don't know, do your homework, I guess, especially if you're shelling out full price for a game because games are on sale every fucking day, you know?
That's true.
And real quick, just for reference, I pulled up the Golem game. It has a 5 out of 10 rating on Steam, which is pretty bad. And Steam, I feel, has really good ratings. I feel like they really, really incentivize like a strong community there.
Yeah, well, because you can't rate a game unless you're 3 hours in.
Something like that.
So usually bad games don't get a lot of reviews. You know,
it only has 352 on Steam. So that
crazy.
Should tell you something else.
That
too.
Absolutely should.
And on Google itself, you can like certain mediums. And so it has a 10% like rate on Google. Meanwhile, Skull Island Rise of Kong also has 5 out of 10 on Steam and a 3 out of 10 by IGN.
Should be lower. That's just
nuts.
like, what is their quality about that game?
No, for sure. There's only 27 ratings on Steam.
Wow.
Yeah. Literally, look at these images, like, just popping up right here. It literally looks like it's out of, like, a 90s CGI cartoon.
Yeah, it does.
Like,
it does.
Carabad,
Something
bro.
horrible. Something
what the
horrible.
fuck? Yeah, Caleb, I'm with you. I think Josh and I are both with you. I think Josh really summarized this too on the AAA
I was going to say, yeah.
You kind of popped off there.
I say on that,
no, you're really with it because he also mentioned Anthem in this in his question.
Yeah.
Were you familiar with Anthem?
Yeah, I bought it.
Yeah. You bought Anthem.
Me, Dorian, Blade, Brody, all of our friends, Oliver. Maybe not Brody. I think it was Oliver. We all bought it because it was.
Caleb and I also bought.
Did you really?
Fucking Anthem. Yeah. And never played it, bro.
Never.
Like I
think I played
there was
it
nothing to play
twice, and I did not fuck with it
at
all.
No, and I remember when they unveiled it at that E3.
They showed that
trailer and playing with your homies, and I'm like, yo, this is the evolution of Halo. And it couldn't be anything further from the truth.
It was not, and and I think the fact that it was as big as it is has everything to do with why they're willing to cut costs by making it not a quality. Yeah, like not quality
Absolutely.
at all.
Yeah.
So
I'm not with it. I don't think anyone should stand for that shit.
No,
Vote with your wallets.
With your wallet, motherfuckers.
We'll move on here, Joshie. Still October 17th. We've got Sonic Superstars. Okay, so talk about different direction here. Have you looked at any reviews?
No, I'm not that interested.
I know you're not personally.
Yeah.
I'm more interested. I like watching the Sonic franchise from afar.
Yeah, me too.
I'm really, really good at being a fan of Sonic and the older games like Sonic Adventure.
Sure.
Totally fine not playing any of them ever again.
Absolutely.
I'll just sit here and watch this meme of a train that is the Sonic team.
Crazy.
Because even in the same vein of what we were just talking about, I don't understand how they could put out Sonic Adventure and think that was a completely done game.
Sonic Adventure.
Or Sonic 06.
Or Sonic 06, or even just like some of the most recent ones were like, what was that one? Sonic Forces?
Sonic Forces.
Was just so bad. And just like people were like, why is this a game? Like, why was this like created?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Who picked this up, play tested it on the dev team, and said, this is a great game?
Sonic Boom, too. Another one. Remember that?
Sonic Boom.
Not finished.
The only good thing about that game was the theme song. Sonic Boom, Sonic Boom,
also
Sonic Boom.
That game I loved. So
I love that song in Smash. I'll tell you that
it
much.
Is.
Yeah,
it's actually not even from. It's not even from Sonic Boom.
It's not? That's from Sonic CD.
Yeah. Goofy Goober.
Yo, my bad, bro. All right, moving on here. October 18th, we've got Agatha Christie, Murder on the Orient Express, and Hellboy, Web of Weird. It's not spelled like weird, but it's spelled like WYRD.
Web of Weird.
Web of Weird.
Yeah, weird.
Word?
Could be weird. Wired.
Word?
Could be word.
Word. Okay.
Could be weird.
Weird. October 19th, Gargoyles Remastered, Hot Wheels Unleashed 2 Turbocharged, Inescapable, No Rules, No Rescue.
Oh.
That sounds kind of good.
Yeah, so I'm scared.
Like a fucking, one of those escape rooms.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Spirit of the Island.
Okay.
And World of Horror. And October 20th.
What do we got?
Super Mario Bros. Wonder.
Yeah, we do.
And Spider-Man 2 on the PS5, baby. Got any comments?
Oh, I got so many. First off, I've been following this game, since I finished the OG Spider-Man, and this is some of the most hype I've ever felt for a video game, which is so funny because the before this was earlier this year when I was looking forward to Tears of the Kingdom, which is so funny because imagining playing, it's the same thing. It's very funny. Imagining playing like Spider-Man 2 right now feels like a dream. Like it feels like it's a dream that I would like dream about, but it would never really kind of like come true. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And then it's like, I felt this way already about fucking Tears of the Kingdom. My 2 favorite games of all time in the same year get a sequel. And it's crazy. It's insane. I cannot wait. I have not been this hyped since Tears of the Kingdom. And I've never been that really, truly hyped since, like, Smash Ultimate.
Yeah, you think this might be your game of the year?
Bro, with Tears of the Kingdom?
Tough, right?
I don't know. I don't know.
Real tough.
I have no idea.
Okay.
We will see.
Right now, standing is Tears of the Kingdom your game of the year?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I would
No
say
question.
absolutely out of anything that came out. No question.
Sweet. Joshie, it's time.
Fuck.
It's time,
It is time, baby.
We are jumping into the main topic, which, my friends, today is going to be the Xenoblade Chronicles review.
Yes, it
and
is.
discussion.
Discussion and
by
review.
ya boys.
By the Flash Bros themselves.
Joshie, this is a lot to unpack.
Oh my god.
This is a fuck ton to unpack. I'm going to try to... I've kind of written this down here in a way that I feel like makes it as organized as I possibly could be.
Yeah.
And I wanted to say for you and for everyone else out there, this is going to be a spoiler light discussion for most of this topic right here. I will have a timestamp of a full-on spoiler cast, and so we're holding nothing back in that.
No,
that'll be at the end of this section, so I will announce it verbally, and I'll have a timestamp in the description. But I would say it's in your best interest to really listen to this anyway, even if you've never played Xenoblade, even if you want to play Xenoblade. We're only going to cover kind of the first maybe 10 hours of the story, and this is a very big game.
It is a big game.
So I wouldn't worry about being spoiled on much beyond that, or even ruining your experience.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, too.
We have your best interest in mind.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But we're also exclusively talking about Xenoblade, the original.
Yes.
Xenoblade and Definitive Edition. You could also reference, because that's what we're, that's what we most recently just played.
Yes, absolutely.
So, seriously, if you are thinking about playing it too, a quick review if you don't want anything at all, it is absolutely worth every bit of time that you will put into it.
Absolutely.
If you're debating, just get the game, see how you feel. If you're a fan of JRPGs, it is a must play. If you are not, it might get you into them. Seriously.
I agree with that.
You know?
Yeah, I was kind of thinking if maybe you just like anime, like Dorian is a good example, like if you're not into JRPGs, could you play this game? I think maybe, but it's pretty complex.
It's pretty complex, and I got this game as a kid.
Yeah.
So, it was a pretty big jump from, say, Pokemon to Xenoblade.
Definitely.
You know what I mean? That's a pretty big jump. But there was something about it that automatically got me into it.
Yeah.
Because I did. I loved it as a kid. But I think I just wanted to say that before we really get into the review. But
we got
I want to get
preface
into
out of the way here.
Yes, we did.
Yes, sir. So let me start with a little bit of history. Okay, so this game was released on the Wii June 10th, 2010.
Yes.
Which is nuts. That
is
the game
wild.
is already 13 years old. But
23.
And if you really think about it, that is kind of the span of the series then.
Oh, yeah.
Because if we're in 2023 right now, we just got earlier this year the drop of the DLC, the final DLC.
The end of Xenoblade
3, which does wrap up, as far as I know, because I haven't beaten it and I haven't looked up anything to remain spoiler free myself. But it does wrap up all of this massive cohesive story that is the Xenoblade Chronicles.
Yes.
I don't think there's any better way to say it.
Yeah, the Xenoblade
the trilogy, right?
Yeah,
but each of them also has there's DLC, and we'll get into that.
There's
with
a
this
game for every
but
game.
Yes, there's a game for a game, a mini game for the game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it's crazy that it's spanned over 13 years.
It is crazy.
That's huge.
That's
like Final Fantasy level stuff.
Absolutely. I agree completely.
And to be honest with you, Monolith is not Square Enix.
No,
this game is not Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
And it's for it having the story that it has and the storytelling it has, the ambition. That's the best way to put it, I think. Especially for it being released on the Wii, this does not belong on the Wii.
I agree.
You will play this game and you will literally. It belongs on at the very least a PS2.
No, absolutely.
For back in the day.
Yeah,
but if it was modernly released today, I don't think this is a Nintendo game. No. You know what I mean?
I agree completely.
This is like a really, really big deal.
Yeah.
And I think that a lot of OG fans who've been around for a long time know this.
Yeah.
That's kind of like what I always took in from people.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Was like, oh my God, have you played Xenoblade?
No.
Have you played
absolutely.
Xenoblade?
It honestly is, I would say for me personally, before even, because I discovered it through Smash, a lot of people have. And that's been the way with Smash for a long time, putting people on to games they didn't even know about, you know what I mean?
Sir.
Roy with freaking Fire Emblem, Marth, same exact way, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Back in Melee. But I remember how crazy it was, the idea that they would release it even just on the 3DS.
Dude.
In general. Because I look back at it now, it's mind-blowing that a game this size of this quality was released for the 3D, the new Nintendo 3DS, but the 3DS in general.
Yes,
that's
dude.
Crazy to me.
It's astronomical because this is a huge fucking game.
Yeah, it's massive.
It's huge.
It's deep in story. It's deep in characters. It's deep in even just the cutscenes are cinematic. They are not like they're not like the way that I feel like I've even seen some other JRPGs.
No.
You know what I mean? They really do set up every scene like it's an anime. You know what I mean?
Yes, dude. They do. Like, so I was surprised, especially early on in the game, how long I was sitting in like one session kind of watching. Same thing with Xenoblade 2.
Oh, yeah.
And really just, and instead of getting over this hump of being like, this is a really long cutscene.
Yeah.
Kind of putting my controller down.
Yeah, just
leaning
watching,
back and taking it in.
Every piece.
Really taking it in. You know what I mean?
Man, I do.
There's actually, fun fact, over 10 hours of pure cutscenes in Xenoblade 1.
Wow.
Yeah.
I believe that.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I
10
do.
freaking hours.
Are we talking, what's a cutscene though?
A cutscene is a non-controllable like cutscene that's like taking place. You know what? I would bet that includes
That also
the
would
ones that
probably
you're
be
mashing through.
But that's voice acted.
I would say all the voice acted cutscenes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that doesn't surprise me as much because that is like, that's pretty basic JRPG stuff, but it is fully voice acted.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
absolutely. Which isn't always a big JRPG
No,
thing,
it is not.
Yeah.
No, absolutely.
It's got to be even more traditional to kind of have like
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, or even just
gibberish.
like a,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. What? You know what I mean?
Dude, 100%.
Let's go. You know what
Gosh, yeah. Let's go. So to really spell out the series for anyone out there who's either confused or maybe they just don't know what all games kind of encompass this Xenoblade series. We have Xenoblade Chronicles.
Yes.
Okay?
Which
do. Now you can most modernly, I'm going to turn off my ringer. What?
No, you just had an idea.
The most modern way to play that
Yes.
and most accessible would be on the Switch.
Absolutely.
Right? Because they have a Wii version and a 3DS version. 3DS version. New 3DS.
The new 3DS, bro.
But you can play it, all of the Xenoblade series on the Switch. Okay? So they've got Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition.
They do.
That also comes with a DLC add-on that was brand new to the Switch version called Future Connected.
Yep.
And that everything ties together, right?
Yeah.
Then we've got Xenoblade 2, which actually came out before the Definitive Edition on the Switch.
Yeah, it did.
Yep.
Yeah, it was the first one that came on the Switch because it was the December of 20... When did
it was like a year after?
No.
It was the year
December.
of?
Yeah, because it was such a big deal because I remember I was all into the 3DS and I loved Xenoblade 3D so much that when they announced it, it was a huge deal because it was like this December we're getting not Xenoblade Chronicles X, not some kind of spin-off.
Yeah.
It's Xenoblade Chronicles 2. This should be continuing the story that they were obviously setting up.
Yes.
So
and that is a whole topic in and of itself, just simply even starting Xenoblade 2.
Yeah.
And honestly really feeling like, what did the team do?
Yeah.
They went in a completely different direction.
Absolutely.
It's like same but different, you know?
It's very, I mean, absolutely.
You're like, they just made a lot of changes. It almost doesn't feel like Xenoblade.
Yeah.
But it's so Xenoblade.
It's absolutely Xenoblade.
So
there are a lot of changes that were done, even just art style wise. Because, I mean, to get it started, I would say one of my favorite things about Xenoblade is not just the art direction, but the visual direction and the way that it's set up. Because, I mean, I'm okay with giving the whole setup. We're gonna go light spoilers, you said, right?
Yeah.
So
should I finish all the games in the series first and go? Into
absolutely. Yeah. Go for it.
So then we got Xenoblade 2.
Yeah.
Xenoblade 2 had a prequel, if you will, which is called Torna: The Golden Country.
Torna: The Golden Country.
And then we got Xenoblade 3, and Xenoblade 3 just got its DLC, which is Future Redeemed. So all of those together. Make up what we're talking about today, and we're only covering Xenoblade Chronicles.
Right.
But this all makes one grand story.
It does.
That is a behemoth, and it's amazing. So, Joshie, what were you saying? You were saying,
I just wanted to,
just jumping into it visually.
I want to explain one of the things that truly I think makes it a lot more. I would say,
sneeze. There it is. Got him.
Excuse me.
Bless you, bro.
Bless you. Thank you, man.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. But one of the things that immediately stuck out to me since I got into the series when I was younger, the art direction, the even the creativity and the way everything is set up is so interesting and so creative that it just only it sparks creativity in me the way when I think about it. You know what I mean? A little bit of setup. The game doesn't take place on a land. The game doesn't take place on an island or some kind of
planet.
Yeah, or some kind of country that exists somewhere. The game's physical, like the where it takes place, is on two massive dead beings. Titans. Yeah, I would say humanoid Titans.
Humanoid Titans.
Right. Humanoid Titans, the size of... Do you know the stats, or are you going to wait to hold those out?
Should I whip them out?
Well, I mean, I want to explain a little bit.
Yeah, keep explaining.
Yeah.
Because I have some fun facts about the size of these Titans.
Absolutely.
And all this, but...
So...
Yeah, keep going.
So one of the things that stands out to anyone the most, you look at the cover art or anything that kind of pertains to Xenoblade, is there's always something in the distance. There's always a scale that you can almost like scale yourself to.
Yes.
And one of the things that I like the most about Xenoblade is when you explore, you feel small. You're not the most central part of this world. Truthfully, even with everything going on, it gives you this ability, especially in Definitive Edition. They make it so you can zoom out farther, but you can zoom as close in as you want. You can be as close as you want to these characters. You can kind of feel more like a Breath of the Wild, kind of like over the shoulder if you want. You know what I mean? Or you can zoom out where your character is small, tiny, and you can see so much of the world. They give that complete free action to however you want to explore these overworlds.
Absolutely.
And one of the things that I think is so incredible about that is that you kind of choose what you're focusing on. And I think even if we're going to break this down like art, which I want to. Because
I have it divided into good sections here. But
absolutely.
I want this like first.
No, I just mean, are we going to break down, what I want to do is I want to talk about it the way that I've felt about it, which this game, in my opinion, no spoilers or anything, is a masterpiece. It takes everything that works for JRPGs, everything that works with storytelling, what a game should make you feel like.
Yes.
Character customization, all these things, they take that and seriously do everything justice. Yeah. In my opinion, yes. And I think that's what should be classified as something that in my mind would be the perfect pinnacle of its genre.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's almost like, I don't know. I don't want to. I'm gonna get English teacher on us real quick.
English teacher.
It's metaphorical for what the human experience is. Even just the fact that you can zoom out that camera, and obviously it's, hey, I want to see this large enemy that exists, but everywhere you look, there's a piece to something else, right? There's you start off and you're literally existing on the calf of this massive titan, right?
Yes.
You look out, all you can see is a world of ocean. And so these characters, they start off at the literal feet of a giant, something larger than they could ever even comprehend. And because of everything that happens in this game, they have to literally scale and run through everything that exists above them. Yeah. And I think that's an amazing way to just set up. I haven't even said anything story-wise. We haven't said anything. Exactly. That's the setting of this game. So for that to be such a impactful, right off the gate setting to tell your story before characters are even included, before you even get into the battle system or the way that these villains interact with these heroes, or what's going on in the political side of this universe. I say political, but you know what I mean. Yeah. That's just incredible to me.
It's incredible.
That's how you set up.
It's absolutely incredible. And I want to add on to what you said.
Please.
By saying that it's deeper than the game. It's deeper than the story. And that's another really big part of it, is that you leave the experience of this game sad because it's over. Absolutely. Like you think on a deep level because of all of the undertones. There's religious undertones. There's heavy themes in this game.
Yeah.
Obviously the traditional anime stuff of friendship, the power of friendship, right? The power of love, the power of everybody, and like unity, and that always will triumph over division.
Right.
And it just nails so many things on the head, and it's crazy to think that the beginning, like this, ultimately was a vision this guy had like 30 years prior that he tried putting out in a game. Right. It didn't fully work. Right. He tried putting out a series of like the Xenosaga series, right? So he tried putting out the story in a different way again. Right. Didn't get it finished. No. Limited by the hardware, limited by the team, by the budget, all these things until he got to Xenoblade. Takahashi, I think I got his name here. Yeah, Tetsuya Takahashi. He was like one of the co-founders of the Monolith Soft team, partnered with Nintendo. Nintendo was willing to, is a second party studio. So Nintendo is paying for the budget. Which is crazy, right? Absolutely. That it happened to be Nintendo that they partnered with. Absolutely. So his vision was finally gotten to be seen in this game, and it's so evident. It's so
It's a story where, you know, you can tell. This is something we talked about in the AAA games. You can tell when there's heart behind something. And that's evident in the first seconds of this game. Yes. Like literal seconds of it giving you that long ago there were two titans locked in combat, right? Yeah. You see that, you see this quick battle, you understand, okay, there's something more going on, but this is what we get right now. Right. You know what I mean? Kind of like what we were talking about when we talked earlier in the podcast about JJK and the way that you know those things are set up. This game is a masterclass in giving you what you need to know without giving you everything. Right. And giving you hints, too. Oh, like, absolutely. There's lots of these, like, foreshadowing hints dropped. Absolutely. But it's also done in a way that you're like, that could be nothing. It could be. Right? Or it could be something, you think it's something else. Or it's something, right? Absolutely. And it's nothing what you think it is. You know what I'm saying? I do, my man. So, Josh, I got a couple stats here real quick, and let's jump into. I'm gonna tear this game wide open. Let's rip it. So first off, this game was really hard to get. I don't know if you, because you weren't aware of this until Smash. No, right? Smash was just Smash 4. Which was when, and that was the Wii U era, right? So 3DS. I remember hearing about this game on forums and like Reddit. Yeah. None of my friends had heard of this game or played it, and but apparently this was like the best rated JRPG in the Wii by a landslide, right? It was rated one of the best JRPGs ever. And finding this game was so hard. It was a GameStop exclusive for a while, and then GameStop stopped publishing it. Literally crazy. So fast forward all these years later, I remember when it was coming out in the 3DS, the new 3DS, and it was like, okay, excuse me, I'm finally going to play this game. That's what I thought. I'm finally going to play this game. Oh, yeah. And it was crazy because then all these prices of the Wii version of the game started shooting down. It was like $150, $200 to find this game. It was up there. It was getting up there. It was. And then this game was ultimately released on the Wii U eShop April 28th, 2016 in North America. Yep. So that made it finally accessible. You can play the game. You don't need a new 3DS to play it. The Wii version, You know, you can just play it on the Wii U or the new 3DS, whatever you want to do. The Definitive Edition came out May 29th, 2020. Right. It came out, honestly, right when Josh and I had moved into this house. Yeah. We were thinking... 2020? It was a year after, right? Yeah, It was like... no, it was like the year we moved into this house. Are you sure? We moved in 2020, right? Yeah, we did. Yeah. May 29th, 2020 was the Definitive Edition. Wow. So, like, it just fucking came out. Yeah. I may be wrong on the date. Why do I feel like I'm a little wrong? Why do I feel like it was... Because it came out a little after. It came out the year after. The year after. Because, remember... Okay, here was the timeline. Yeah, give me the timeline. Well, for you and me, I was unemployed, remember? Yes. When we got super into it, right? I do remember. And I 100%ed it. So it was at the least... 2021. There's no way. Then we just didn't play it when it came out? There's no way. Because you're telling me May 9th? We had like... May 29th. We had COVID and all that before we played this game. Oh my God, I do remember. We just moved in the house. But we didn't play it yet. Right. That's why we're getting fucked. Right. Because we played it like the year after. Yeah. Because we had... remember, I wanted to finish Xenoblade 2. So I had to finish Xenoblade 2, which is... Remember that?
Because I waited to buy it until it was on sale.
Yep.
You got it for me for Christmas.
Yes, I did. Boom! We got it.
We got the time on it, guys. In case you were all worried.
Yeah.
We just had to make sure our brains were connected.
Anyway.
Okay. Anyways, the definitive edition.
Future connected.
Oh! The remastered edition.
Yes.
The definitive edition.
Yeah, this
came
makes
with
sense
a few things that are pretty substantial.
Need them.
Came with Future Connected.
Well, of course.
Right? Came with improved graphics and redesigns.
Absolutely.
Including Alvis is a character in this game. And he got a kind of substantial plot-driven redesign.
Absolutely.
Which was awesome,
no,
to be honest.
Yeah,
we'll get into that.
It only makes the series even
And then
tighter.
I think for bigger than the graphics, I think, to me, is the remastered music that also came with this game.
Dude, yeah.
And some of the best music I've heard
completely
in a video game.
re-recorded everything.
Yes, yeah.
Which is incredible because they had a live orchestra working on it. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
Like,
you never watched the videos?
No, I haven't.
Incredible.
Is it really?
Yeah, man. You gotta check it out.
It's probably some Star Wars shit.
It literally is.
Yeah.
It's incredible watching all those people. They're literally performing the songs live. It's amazing.
Final Fantasy does that too.
I know. That's but Final Fantasy has good music too.
Dude, amazing.
But yeah, I mean, do we want to talk about the soundtrack?
Yeah, well, we'll break it down. I just wanted to spit out some facts.
Please.
The whole series, as of right now, has sold just under 9 million units, which actually, like, that's a fuck ton, and not so much in the grand scheme of things at the same time.
Yeah,
right?
I was gonna say,
it's kind of surprising how amazing this game is with it not being as big as it is.
Absolutely.
You know?
Well, yeah, it's understandable though. I would say because it's so much, and yet it's as simple as it needs to be. You know what I mean?
For sure.
Like even someone like Dorian, I would hope that he would be able to get into something like this, but it's possible he couldn't. You know, JRPGs are not for everyone.
Right.
Long games are not for everybly.
Absolutely.
You know,
long podcasts aren't for everybody.
Aren't for everyone. Tell your dad. Yeah.
Well, the last thing here, Joshie, is reception. Okay. It had been very well received critically.
Yes.
Most notably is in Japan. There's a magazine called Famitsu Magazine.
Okay.
And they basically review on a weekly and monthly basis games.
Yeah.
And it got almost a perfect score on there. It got 9s across the board, which gave it a 36 out of 40.
Wow.
Yeah. So all that being said, that's kind of like this bare bones information, raw information of the game.
Totally.
With another fun fact that it wasn't Xenoblade. It wasn't going to be called Xenoblade. It was going to be called Monado Beginning of the World.
I do remember that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And actually, the team behind the game decided to name it Xenoblade behind the director's back, Takahashi, because they actually named it Xenoblade in honor of him.
Right.
Right, because he had directed the Xenogears and the Xenosaga series, and he didn't want to put that kind of pressure or legacy on the team.
Right.
It was a brand new team. He wanted to go forth with like new stuff, and he was deviating from it a bit.
Yeah.
But the team came behind and they honored this guy with the name, which is so fucking awesome.
That's kind of beautiful too, because you know, I mean, how those things happen after like making the game, and the fact that they respect this guy so much.
Yeah.
He treated him well, clearly, you know, which is another like example of why, you know, those kind of teams, a team that works on Xenoblade, are the types of teams that we need to invest our time, or at least like the thought of us getting these games into. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Because I mean, like, he clearly had a vision, and they were with it.
Yeah.
And everyone understood it, saw it, and wanted it to be the way it was. The Monado is a cool name, though.
Oh my gosh, I know.
That's a tough name.
So talk about like it's so hard, I think, in newer IPs nowadays to have like an original symbol or idea.
Yeah.
Right? Like a Pokeball. It's such a symbol now. If anyone tries creating a Pokeball knockoff, that's all they're gonna see it as.
Of course it is.
Right?
Yeah.
It's not the original Pokeball. Of
course, yeah.
So like the Monado being this OG idea, like awesome. And so much mythology there and references to it too. It's it's Gnosticism, there's Norse mythology, there's Greek mythology in here. Yeah, well, so in Gnosticism and that religion, they basically there's a wide variety of how far Gnosticism goes in terms of like hard beliefs.
Sure.
So I'm not going to get all technical. I just want to say that there is a deity that is like the god of gods in Gnosticism, and that is the monad.
I see.
Right.
Yes.
And so the monad has a very heavy implementation in this story.
Got you.
And we'll get into that. So
shall.
actually, I think this is a perfect time to jump into kind of like I thought it'd be best to break down the review and discussion into parts.
Yes.
And so the first one I have is the light spoiler story. So kind of I have it marked like where we should go up to. I think right before Prison Island.
Sure.
Gameplay.
Yeah.
Obviously how the game plays. You need to know how it feels.
Absolutely.
And you gotta want to play the game. It's gotta feel good for you to be able to love it, right? You gotta enjoy your experience.
Yes.
Graphics and vision. I kind of put that under one category here. Music and score. Characters and dialogue.
Yeah.
And then length, and I'll throw some fun facts, and then we'll get into the spoiler cast. So,
very cool. No music section?
No, music and score.
Oh, you said that. Yeah.
Score. No, I got you.
I thought you meant score like it was a, I don't know.
Like a football?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
like
okay.
score.
Don't you remember when the Bionis comes up and he gets down that the Monad ball? Right in the Mechonis' face, but it missed the Mechonis, went to outer space. Anyways.
And that's where Xenoblade 2 takes place.
Oh, don't spoil now, baby. Joshie, you want to paint for me the picture as we dive into the story section of the game? What happens when you start this game off?
Absolutely. Well, starting the game off.
Yeah.
The first thing that you see, clouds and a voice that tells you, text that tells you that we live in a world of an endless sea, right?
Endless sea.
There's no land, there's no anything on this entire planet. Nothing but ocean.
This is an Earth-sized planet, by the way.
Yes, it is. Yeah. However, there are two beings that exist. We see them both, the Bionis and the Mechonis.
Right.
These two beings were clashed in an incredible battle. A battle that literally shook the world around them. Clouds were coming up. You literally could see with every swing, these things were demons. Literal demons.
The earth would literally shake. You guys, these
Water
titans
splashing.
are above the cloud line.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's how tall they are.
They're massive.
They're huge. They're 7,000 times the size of a human.
Absolutely. 7,000?
7,000.
Wow. I believe it.
Nuts.
And so each clash, they're returning blows. You see this very, very clearly, because even the freaking the Bionis gets a hit on the Mechonis, knocking one of its arms off.
Right.
Actually.
Right.
Which falls into the ocean. These things are so massive, the ocean isn't deep enough to completely swallow the arm.
Right.
So it literally lays on the ocean floor while also being above the ocean.
Right.
You see a couple hits getting put by the Bionis or from the Mechonis too. But there's one final jab that both of them have. The Mechonis has this massive sword, drives it directly into the chest of the Mechonis, kind of towards the gut, in fact.
Yep.
And then there's a massive glowing blue sword that the Bionis uses, that it clashes right into the neck of the Mechonis.
Yes, sir.
Completely paralyzing both of them.
They're frozen.
Completely frozen.
In time. And that is the beginning of the world.
And then boom, you get into it. That's the beginning.
Yeah. So we'll start it off.
Yeah.
Basically, right at the beginning, right after that, right? So it paints this picture.
It does.
And then it immediately we're going into Sword Valley.
Sword Valley.
Right?
So everything that exists on these two deities are all places. So literally the Battle of Sword Valley was the sword that was driven into the body of the Bionis.
Yes.
Which is technically the only bridge that bridges these two. I mean, they're basically countries together, right? So there was a massive war, and that's where the Battle of Sword Valley takes place.
Right. So we meet three characters right off the bat. We meet Dunban, Dixon, and Munkar, right? And they're fighting these beings called Mechon.
Yep.
Right? And basically, it looks like they're kind of some humanoid, some kind of just like they look built and like AI.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
They're not like actual like souls or.
Well, the thing about every
anything.
single one of them is that none of them have faces. They're not human, right?
Right.
They have these. Maybe some of them have like the build.
It could be of like
humanoid-esque. Kind of, but
they're
like,
kind of just big fucking robots.
Absolutely, they kind of look like they kind of have this build of like could be like spider-like or crab-like. Some have like sword for hands. But none of them have faces. None of them have like an actual distinct face or, from what we've seen, a personality. So far, what they are after is to literally eliminate humans, literally taking them in.
Right. Literally kidnapping humans.
Yeah. Eating them.
Them.
That kills them, and you can see multiple soldiers literally just getting sucked up by these massive, just like disturbing robots. And another thing about them, which is very, very dangerous, they cannot be damaged by a regular weapon, which is...
How fucked is that?
Absolutely fucked. It's actually not, it's not balanced at all.
No.
I don't know when they're going to patch that.
Yeah.
So it's kind of fucked up that they haven't yet.
Right. So
they need to nerf mechons, and they need to beef up Homs.
Yeah. Homs, by the way, is the race of humanoids.
Yeah.
So basically, Shulk is a Homs. It's not a human.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that's a good way to like really like start off this story. And so then we got Dunban. Mm-hmm. Dunban comes out and he's wielding the Monado.
He is.
This red fucking sword, the epitome of symbolism within Xenoblade. Mm-hmm. And the Monado can hurt the Mechon.
It can.
So
it's
he's
the only
going
weapon.
Crazy. Yep.
Yeah, the only weapon that can damage the outside of Mechon. Another fact about the Monado, though, it can't damage humans.
Correct.
It is unable to even cut flesh.
Right.
Yeah. So one of the most interesting setups for any story.
Absolutely.
Too. Now I'm not even just talking Bionis and Mechonis.
No,
but just seeing that there's almost like a natural enemy to these humans or these Homs in which they're referred to, and the fact that there's Dunban has to stand up as this hero. Has to be,
Yeah, wasn't he hero of the Homs?
He was hero of the Homs because he was the only one who could wield the Monado.
Right.
Actually, he was the only one that wielded it even to his own disliking.
Right.
He could not wield. Yeah, he could not wield the Monado. Nobody can.
Right. So it played a huge tax on his body because it rendered his arm basically useless.
Completely useless, yeah. He basically lost his right arm.
Right.
And it would consistently send surges up his body. And you literally see him without his shirt. He's just got scars all over his arm.
He's destroyed.
Destroyed his right arm.
Yeah.
And so at this point, we know nothing about the Monado. We know nothing about why this is doing this to the people, why the Mechon are killing them. Maybe they're naturally like forming, and then that means how did these humans come over here? Who knows?
Right?
That was
so let's continue on the story a little bit.
Please.
We'll take everyone on a journey, including ourselves.
Please.
So when you finally get to Shulk,
mm-hmm.
you are laying in a field and you are a part of Colony 9. And Colony 9, like you said, is centered around the ankle of around the calf ankle area on the Bionis.
Yeah.
And you learn that the Bionis is your home. So Homs and your colony resides and everyone lives, and there's a bunch of living beings. So there's what are all these races? There's Nopon.
Yeah, Nopon. There's Homs. There's
and there's a bunch of living creatures too.
Yeah.
Like all the animals. There's all these subsects of animals that have different races.
Well,
you know what
all
I mean?
biological life lives on the Bionis.
Correct. And you learn that at the beginning of the game. Yeah, biological life comes from the Bionis, right?
Absolutely.
So, in a way, there's a lot of symbolism here because these two massive titans.
By the way, or another.
Hyantia, yes, thank you. I was like, there's another race in here.
Yeah.
So we got the Mechonis,
mm-hmm.
the Bionis.
Mm-hmm.
You can probably infer just on the name alone what each one represents.
Absolutely.
It's kind of two different sides to the world, even
mm-hmm.
the world we live in today, right? Bionis, so life, and Mechonis, mechanical,
mm-hmm.
non-living,
Absolutely.
Artificial in some senses.
Sure.
So you wake up and you kind of explore around, and there's this colony 9. It's a smaller colony, and it's pretty out of the way, so it's pretty safe in terms of other areas along the Bionis. So
I want to say real quick too, such a way to seriously gets you into the story once again, and they consistently do this every time. Because it goes from this massive battle at Sword Valley, which was a year prior to the events of the game. This massive battle where you literally see like Dunban practically sacrificing his life to fight for all these people, and then you see kind of like the character that you control, Shulk, obviously.
Right.
Like, there's something very human about the way they introduce him and kind of take the scale down.
Yeah.
Maybe you're right that the whole world exists on this massive being, but in that moment, all you see is a dragonfly that lands on a piece of grass that's sitting next to him. And that's how you take such a large scale and bring it so down, because that's not very different from something we could do in this world. You know what I mean? And Shulk is not very different from me or you. You know what I mean? And that I think is, in my opinion, one of the ways that you introduce a character in a world so big, make them feel like their world is simple. You know what I mean? And the way that it's set up. You're introduced to
absolutely right.
Yeah. The way that they have it set up, you can head wherever you want, but you go back to your colony and you're introduced to Rhine.
Right. Rhine and Fiora. Right? Yep. So those are Shulk's two childhood best friends. And Fiora's older brother, you learn, is Dunban. Mm-hmm. And they're kind of just doing their own shit. They're kind of playing around with the Monado, and they're kind of recapping some of the story. And
they're Shulk is a researcher for the facility that they work with.
Yeah, please, if you want to go into detail.
Just because it's like, and then there's a whole army, which I think is just kind of interesting. There's armies where the kids are recruits. Rhine is a part of the whole, Shulk is too. There's a captain who, they have to, their whole world kind of has like this military to it, which I thought was very interesting right off the gate, because there might have been a battle, but the war is still going on. Yeah. Any opportunity that these people could be attacked is high. Yeah. They have these massive ion cannons that shoot debris that falls, of course, but also are there to try and protect these citizens. So there's almost this sense of, maybe it's peaceful now, but things aren't always that way. Yeah. And I think that's really interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Like living on the edge. And like these three main characters, they're so wholesome. They're so like, they have good intentions. They're just genuinely good people and kind-hearted. Right. And they are kind of living in this state of bliss and like, fuck it. Like, nothing's going to happen. Right. Which everyone has accents, by the way.
They do. So. Everyone's British.
It's awesome. Love. Yeah, it's some of the best voice acting I've heard
fun.
Ever.
Yeah.
But then, sadly, an invasion does take place, right? And so, fast forwarding a little bit, the Mechon do attack, and we're introduced to a new kind of Mechon called Metal Face, or a faced Mechon.
A Mechon with a face.
A Mechon with a face. Yep. And as we said before, the only way to really damage the Mechon is the Monado.
Yep.
But as it turns out, there's some biological bullshit happening with this Mechon.
Yeah.
Whether or not it's because it has a face, or whatever, the Monado won't work. The Monado
it literally bounces
right off of it
in the same way it would a human. Yeah. Yep. So we have no idea why. Too, which is one of the most interesting things I remember.
And then almost immediately off the bat, and like, you just started off this story here, and it's looking pretty strong. You're kind of falling in love with the environment and the world. Right. Metalface fucking kills Fiora.
Oh, yeah.
Stabbed right in the fucking gut.
Are we saying this?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. This is light spoilers because this is within the first 3 hours.
I guess so,
yeah. But it's, talk about a rough moment.
Yeah.
Like, right off the,
absolutely.
like, it's the point where it really shows you how serious and dark the story is immediately.
That's the moment that made me realize it's not a traditional story. Like, it's like Fiora is truly set up to be this character who you would see through the entire game, and she's not. You literally lose her right in front of her. Instantly. The voice acting is incredible, too. Holy shit.
Yes.
But that whole moment is so dark, and it has such a serious theme of like if you don't take this serious as the person who's playing it, like, these characters will die.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Which is an amazing way to start off a game. It kind of reminds me of the beginning to Attack on Titan.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's like, everything does seem kind of at bliss. Something happens, massive, a game-changing event that people have never seen before. The Colossal Titan, aka Metal Face. You know what I mean? And then a loved one is lost, and that leaves the main character with rage beyond anything that anyone can.
Well, and that honestly was a point for me that stuck with me about Shulk as a character.
Yeah,
was Shulk. Again, seems like very kind-hearted, genuine, all these things. Yeah. And I had gotten to see some of his personality by this point because of like Smash Bros. How he talks and just who he is to his friends. Yeah, right? Yeah, like he really seems like an innocent little kid, right? Yeah. And he is pissed. No, absolutely. This dude isn't just acting like a kind of like stereotypical maybe video game character or something. It's like, no, my childhood. No, dude. This dude is like so.
He literally screams, "I'll kill you!
I'll fucking kill you!" Like at the top of his lungs. It's so good. It's so good.
It is, and I will say, I think even just for story wise, Shulk is such an incredible main character in my opinion because he's not just a lame man's. You know what I mean? Dude. He's not a traditional, even like protagonist. He's kind of a fucking nerd. Yeah. Like this dude is really smart. He's spent a majority of his life studying the Monado, so he understands it better than most. But because he's a fucking dweeb, and his Chad friend fucking Ryan pulls up and is like, "Hey, get your ass out of here! You're a fucking
get your ass out of here!
You're a loser." No, but that also is just that whole catalyst. For that moment is the catalyst for everything that happens.
Yes.
And one of my favorite things is just there is a moment where Ryan is like coming to Shulk, and Shulk's like, "I'm not gonna let you stop me." He's like, "I know, I'm coming with you."
Fuck yeah.
And I'm like, what a great moment of just like right off the gate, you have two strong ass like characters. Yes. The way they're written, the way they're done, they feel real. There's this level of history that they have together that not a lot of games feel.
Especially so soon.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And one of the things that pisses me off the most in any game is when someone's like, "You're my best friend. You've been my best friend forever." I don't see this. I don't know this. You're telling me they're best friends, but I don't see it. Yeah. That moment, literally, obviously you see him goofing off and being like guy friends together, but that moment is real. That's a real moment. If one of my friends came to me and was like, "I have this goal, I need to meet it, I will not let you stop me," I'd be like, "Okay, let me go with you." Yeah. Like let me be there for you. Like a real brother. And that's like that kind of stuff, just character writing in that sense, does not end with Ryan. You know what I mean? The whole story does go.
You're right.
It goes so much more beyond that. Mm-hmm. And it's kind of an adventure on the road, I would say, kind of in the vein of Last of Us, where there's a goal to get to. Right. A lot closer to Last of Us Part 2 now that I think about it. But it's like a journey on the road for revenge. Yeah. You know what I mean? Right. For the revenge of literally Shulk telling Ryan, I want to kill them all. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I think the best...
That's like the incentive for the story, absolutely. For the main character.
And I think some of the best stories that have deeper meanings have a simple beginning. Yeah. Something simple that you can wrap your head around. And
honestly, like, revenge is something we can all relate to.
It is true.
Yeah, it's like, if not you saying, "I want to kill you," like, you definitely, like, you know in your gut, like, that was not right.
Sure. You gotta do something or even just, like, as the player, you can recognize that I'm upset. You know what I mean? Mm. Like there's some really, really sweet scenes you see with Fiora. Obviously, you don't know her as well as Shulk does, but you can recognize, okay, I know Dunban. I've seen what Shulk, like how he feels about Fiora, and I know it's not right. I want to go kill all these guys because it doesn't feel fair. There's nothing fair about it. It's very Eren Yeager-esque, where it's like, I will kill every single one of them, and that's my journey, and that's what I'm going to go on. But yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah.
And then, do you want to dive further in the story? Or do you kind of want to like?
I think we should talk.
Kind of cut and dry.
I think we should talk a little more. I mean, this is what we're talking about. Is that's not exactly the story. That's like setup. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Very big setup.
And so, I mean, I would want to talk about it more in like a larger sense if you think we could.
Let's do that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. So, like really, I was gonna kind of like, I was thinking about going up to Prison Island low key, just in terms of like a synopsis, but I feel like I feel like that's like a pretty good, like we're good with what we just said.
Well, I mean,
here.
there's so much that happens.
There's so
too,
much
even
that happens.
that,
I've got bullet points here, but we like head towards Colony 6.
Yeah.
There's a Satoral Marsh, Machna Forest, Aerith Sea, and Alchemoth, and then Prison Island. And it kind of like the events that take place leading up to there, like, you find more characters, you get more characters, you find other characters. Like, each character, because there's several party members in this game, and so... like in the next area, for example, you find Juju and Sharla, brother and sister. Right. And they have their own like incentives and motivations too. Like Sharla's looking for her is it fiance?
It's her fiance.
Yeah. She hasn't found her fiance.
What's his name?
Gattel.
Yeah,
Gattel. Gadolt.
Yeah.
And
Gattel.
And Juju, just like this little kind of like immature dude who's gonna get himself in big trouble,
Goober.
and lots of things just take place that really just it touches all the things. Like it touches kind of like just wholesomeness. It touches like a character's doing selfish things. Like early in the game, visions are a big part of the Monado and the true power of the Monado. And Shulk has, because he's the true heir to the Monado, he doesn't get hurt by it like Dunban did. And he can tap into seeing the future or a possibility of the future. Yeah. And he can distinguish what that is. Well, he gets a vision that Juju is going to be taken by this faced Mechon, and he decides to tackle it himself, as I think maybe most of us would, right? So what I'm saying is he doesn't share with his friends Ryan or anyone else what's happening. Right. He just thinks he's got to, he almost like savior complex.
Take that,
I'll take it on as my responsibility.
As my own responsibility, which, I understand, but, it's not like he's a perfect character. Another thing that I want to mention before is when they're going through the ether mines... there's a massive spider that attacks them, and I remember feeling this feeling when I was first playing. I was like, this spider could fucking kill Ryan. I don't know what the fuck is gonna happen, because it's like we just lost what I thought was one of the main characters. Right. I don't know what the hell is gonna happen. Like, truthfully, is this one of those stories where anyone could die? You know what I mean? Right. And so it's just leaving you on your fucking toes like that. And I remember that's when he discovers the visions and kind of finds out when he has to do that. And so...
and if I remember right, too, didn't he get his vision seeing Fiora
He did, yeah.
And he wasn't able to?
Yeah, so but he didn't know... Yeah, he didn't even know what he was doing. Right. But he was... he was able to save Ryan in that moment because he also saw Ryan die. Right, and I was like, holy shit. Yeah, I was like, holy shit, is Ryan going to fucking die too? He has to exterminate all the spiders too. The way that it's all set up is that you kind of head to a new area. There's usually a character to meet along the way. Yes. Or a character that joins the party that you know of before, like Dunban. And so they... I'd say the way it's done, it's very One Piece-like, where each character kind of has something going on. Especially with Sharla, where you see what she's dealing with. Her whole colony is gone. It's literally like rubble, right? Yeah. People have died. Her, fiance is gone. There's a dude who looks like Gandhi who like almost dies too. What's that guy's name? I don't remember. Yeah, the guy. But, he's like the leader of Colony 6. Yeah. And so those moments where you see these characters' whole lives, it only fleshes out everything that you've already seen. Sharla has a story that is just as complex as Shulk or Ryan's. Same thing with Dunban and even Dixon to a degree, and all these characters and the way they're set up. It's very One Piece like in the sense that they live somewhere, they have something going on, and they will do what they have to do. Sharla joins them in their search for revenge because of what happened to Gattel. If I'm not mistaken, she finds his rifle, and Zord tells her that he's dead. Right. I'm
pretty sure that's what I remember too.
Yep.
And oh my god, you thought Shulk was pissed?
Yeah, dude. Charlotte goes fucking ham. Yeah. Every last one of you. She's like, I'm gonna scrub. Yeah, she's fucking crazy. So good. But she joins them in this quest, and it only continues even more. Right. And, slowly Dunban joins them. We find more out about Metalface, but things just aren't adding up. No, these things don't make sense. we meet Zord. There's almost this tragedy to this character, another faced Mechon, who kind of blows your perception of what you think is happening up, because he says some very tragic things about how he doesn't remember who he is. He feels this feeling of like he's like. He said something about agony every single day and all these things where you're like, and then
like like some ringing in his head or something like that.
Yeah, he says stuff like that all the time. Do you remember what he says every time you try to hit him before you could
No, what
hurt
did he say?
He says, feels like a fly bit me. Feels like a fly bit me. And he says
Why do you sound just like him, too?
Feels, well, he's got like the metal filter, so he's like, feels like a fly bit me. Feels like a fly bit me. Anyway, so yeah, I mean,
oh my god,
you know, do you really want to run through the whole thing?
No, let's
I think we should talk.
I think let's jump to gameplay.
Okay,
so like we'll get into the nitty gritty. Well, basically, I think we can summarize it by saying you're traveling up the Bionis. Yes. Ultimately, Shulk gets this vision on a place called Prison Island. He doesn't even know what the place is or what he's looking at when he gets the vision. But it's kind of the central theme for a lot of the game is this vision, and Shulk's only goal that he knows of is to get to the spot in this vision.
Absolutely.
And he has a chance to make something happen. And so that vision ends up taking place on Prison Island, which is at the neck of the Bionis. And so the party, literally, if you think about where we started, like right near the calf, we travel all the way up the Bionis
to the leg, all the way to the back, all the way up to the fucking the neck.
The neck, baby.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff. I just want to say too, it does not stop bringing interesting characters. There's humor, a lot of humor that I love. It's like it genuinely like it sounds very sad the way we're setting it up. Yeah. But there's this lighthearted kind of like I don't want to say innocence, but this like kind of love these characters form for each other. There's relationships that you can see are building that you know, even just like you start off, you know, I could have sworn I thought I knew how all these characters were going to play out. Ryan being the older brother type, Charla being like an older sister type, and then Dunban being the wise older one. You know what I mean?
Sure, yeah.
And then like and even Melia, the spoiled princess, and then Riki, the comic relief. None of them play the way you think they would.
No,
not a single one. And that has everything to do with good writing, and that has everything to do with dynamic characters that don't play like a traditional story. Yeah. I literally swore I was gonna hate Melia the entire time. She became like my favorite.
Actually, same. I don't know if I would say she's my favorite, but I definitely appreciated,
if not for Ryan,
her depth so much.
Well, she goes through the most throughout it, as more than any other character beyond. It's a tough one.
It's tough,
but that's what I'm saying. The fact that you can feel that way about these characters who are not even the main characters is so important to me.
Like I don't know if you I'll keep the details out, but do you remember when something happens between Metalface and Dunban?
Yes,
and Dunban's about to end that bitch.
Yeah,
and Shulk says stop.
Yeah,
Shulk says,
absolutely.
No, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, you don't want to do that for reasons in which it's just more complicated.
Right, like, and basically, like, you know, the theme of, like, what makes you different from him if you do that, right?
Absolutely.
And it's, man, it hits you.
It really does. It makes you think, it makes you feel, and, it just changes the perspective of the story. But I want to, let's move on.
Let's jump into gameplay. I think I have a good idea now how I want to structure this. We'll hit these points, and then we'll go into the spoiler cast and be open-ended.
Let's do it.
So let's jump into gameplay. Just like playing this game.
I wanted to say.
Yeah.
Never mind. Keep going.
So Takahashi,
yes,
he wanted to. So obviously there was this see the future element to the game, and he wanted to incorporate that. He also had a lot of influence since Xenogears and since Xenosaga. He liked how MMOs felt. He liked World of Warcraft, and he there was some interview where he said like the vastness of looking out at like flying around in World of Warcraft.
Oh yeah,
there was something really just inspiring and in awe about that.
Absolutely.
And he wanted to bring that to a non-MMO, like to this adventure, right? So really it's very prevalent when you're playing the game, that the battle system and how you explore is very reminiscent of an MMO.
Absolutely.
Like World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
You know?
The leveling up system and everything and how much you get.
He actually said in an interview that he battle tested and play tested for a while. It was going to be a turn-based RPG, but the seeing into the future mechanic, he ultimately felt best in the style they chose.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I agree.
And I agree.
Which also, I've never played a game in this style. I've never it's live auto combat. The way that they autoly attack, and then you have specific arts you get to choose.
Right.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah, man. Yeah, let's break it down, because the combat's deeper than you think. I think a lot of people are turned off by Xenoblade's combat simply because it looks on the surface like an MMO, auto attacks, and then using skills, and skills have cooldowns. Cool, it's been done before, right? But they implement a combo system, which is good, and this combo system has only evolved since then.
Oh my god,
into
I love
the best
it
way,
so
right?
much.
It really is the worst of the combat in Xenoblade 1, but it's incredible. It's incredible. It lays the groundwork so well.
I wouldn't even say worst.
Yeah.
I would just say it's the beginning.
Yeah, poor word choice. Yeah, it's the beginning.
Yeah.
That's a great way to put it. It's the beginning. So they have a combo system with break, topple, and daze.
And daze. You can also launch if you're also in topple.
Right.
So there's other elements that you can apply.
So, and basically, if I remember right, it's something along the lines of like, if you have an enemy, they can't be toppled or dazed or launched unless they're broken first. So it kind of is in this like order of operations.
And breaks can only happen if depending on the character you have.
Right.
But there's specific characters where you literally have to be, like Shulk has a move where you have to be facing them in order to inflict break.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So you literally have to, so you have full control of your character. He can walk, or she can walk at any point around this character, because different arts will have different effects on each side of them.
Right.
So like
so battle positioning.
Yeah.
Battle positioning in a real-time aspect.
Yes.
That was good, and that was new.
Yes.
And it was done really well. Even better in the definitive edition, because they gave like big markers to show you where you were, like in terms of.
Did you play any of this one? Did you play any of the
only the Tephra Cave.
Oh, okay.
So like the beginning.
Yeah.
I didn't even get to
the
the
didn't
Fiora
even
part.
mark if they were like, the break was super small. You could barely even like tell, and then it was the same thing with those exclamation points that come up when you when you do
it right. Yeah, when you can or whatever. Yeah. So, and that's something I read online too, like the people who played through the original and how much they appreciated that quality of life change.
It's me, man.
It's you, baby.
That is fucking like, the quality of life is, it's literally shot to 1,000,000 with this game.
Yes, bro.
Everything.
Yeah.
The way that they handle the combat, not even that, just the way that the fucking overworld is set up with the
map.
And
like
the
quests
map,
and all that
auto
shit.
walking, like all these things.
Auto walking.
Yeah.
So
much. Yeah, the side quests are so doable.
Yeah.
The way that
Absolutely.
thing shows you where to go, it literally gives you like oh my god.
Yeah.
It's
No. We're not explaining it very well, but I'm with you, and this is a conversation between you and me anyway.
Absolutely.
So, like basically, like I think you're kind of unfolding other parts that make the gameplay so good. So we got the battle system, and it's deeper than it seems, right? And then get chain attacks in there, and chain attacks literally change the battle system.
The truth.
And chain attacks like pop off, and that's been a theme too in Xenoblade games. Like chain attacks is how you do like absurd amounts of damage, and you can really get clever with like combos and all this stuff with the chain attacks. Although I will say in Future Connected, weird.
What do you mean?
It's different.
Oh, it is, because they have the Napon.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Right. And you like collect the Napon.
And then there's 3 different types you can do.
Yeah.
Future Connected, they definitely switch it up a lot.
They switched it up, yeah.
But I would also love to say, one of the amazing things about the series is it's never the same.
No.
Ever.
Even the
DLCs. They just try something new. And sometimes some parts are not as fun as the original, and sometimes it's better. It's that switching mechanic. I'm not going to mention too much.
Oh, Xenoblade 2?
Torna?
Yes.
Bro.
Here, you talk about it a sec. I'm going to pee.
Oh, okay.
All right, we're back. My bad, Josh.
Oh, good, buddy.
So, as you were saying, in Torna, the Golden Country.
Oh, yeah.
Right, as an example for, like, they don't even stick with fully the same battle system.
No.
So,
the battle system changes in the DLCs and spin-off games, and every single game so far it has changed. And so That's one of my favorite things about the series in general, but the original has such a distinct way the battle system goes that it's like there's so much to appreciate in it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
The battle system and even just the way each character plays, because in a traditional JRPG sense, you have builds that you can do for your characters.
Yeah.
And your characters play a specific role. There's a healer, you could have a tank, you know what I mean?
Right.
Even like like a support character you can have there. And you can even, the way that the whole system is set up, you have gems that you can add to each character, and then also weapons that you can add to each character with also like clothing and all these things to really, you can dynamically change these characters for whatever purpose you want them to work.
Right.
Which is such an amazing idea. I've seen people like build characters who are not traditionally healers as healers. You know what I mean? Sure. Which is
Dunban the healer.
Yeah, Dunban the healer. I made Dunban into a dodge tank.
Right.
Where
I should have done that.
That was the best. I literally went. It was me. I think it was Charla and Dunban, because Charla was an amazing healer. She was so good, especially hero. So good.
I fucking love Charla.
It's so good.
No, yeah, I actually made Dunban into like a full-on tank. And that was a mistake.
Dunban into a full tank.
A full tank, yeah.
How'd you do that?
Just like defense on armor and like all those things.
But his
like,
health is kind of weak.
Yeah, see, I wasn't paying attention. I reached end game and had to drop Dunban because the build. I thought he was just not as good as Ryan end game. Right. No, I just was building him.
Well, Ryan is an amazing tank, though.
Dude.
Like
I know. I always gets aggro.
Yes,
yeah,
he's
huge.
Literally an aggro freaking.
Right. And aggro, that's another topic. Like that was a Takahashi MMO inspired thing of aggro.
Yes,
right? Like that's like an actual
focus
thing.
Yeah.
Yes, right.
Will you explain what that is exactly?
I will. How many? We have 3 party members, right?
We have 3. Yes, in the original.
So how aggro works for those who are unaware or have never heard of the term, it's basically like aggressiveness of the NPC or the monster towards a particular party member. So if you think about like in terms of like traditional kind of like fantasy balance, you have like a tank who soaks the damage, you have a DPS or somebody who deals the damage,
right,
and then you have a healer making sure everyone's alive and good.
Yep.
And that's just kind of like a traditional sense. There's like other roles here, but that's kind of like the best way to spell it out is like defense, offense, and healer, right? Mm-hmm. Well, the defense's job is to soak the aggro. So they want to make sure that like this strategy only works if the tank is absorbing the team's damage. Because the problem is, if you heal, you get aggro, and if you attack, you get aggro. So the tank also has to have like other items and things as a part of their kit, like Ryan does, to be able to get the enemy's attention and hold that aggro so that the enemy doesn't attack the other party members.
And especially, there's even other ways where like there's moves that remove aggro from the character you're playing as.
Right.
But for the most part, from what I learned, it's definitely like beneficial to have a character like Shulk, to be like as least aggro as possible, so that you can, especially with the way I had my move set up, I had a lot of moving that I did, especially if I was in a boss fight. Like my backslash is going on their back, their slit edge is absolutely going on their side, their air slash is on their side too, and then I feel like one of my most favorite things. I don't know if everyone does this who plays Xenoblade. My favorite thing is to be the one who initiates break, and then my 2 party members can just utilize it perfectly. So I loved always playing. I played Shulk. He was the most fun for me because then I could initiate break. Every time I say this, I picture the guy's voice in Xenoblade 2. Do you remember it? Break. Every time you break him. Do you remember that?
Oh, Azurta's voice?
Yeah. Break. And then it's like, topple him. I love that one. Topple him. And then he falls down.
I love it.
Yeah.
Launch. Yeah, no, I feel like I played Shulk the entire game.
Me too.
Literally the entire game. So I feel like I had like the same setup, but I loved having like slight tangent, but using because they add smash in Xenoblade 2.
Yeah.
So I loved having a blade on that had smash because just being the one to end that blow and have it do like a slow-mo little like 360 scene and it was like smash.
So good.
Yeah. Really, really satisfying.
Seriously satisfying as fuck, dude.
So other things that kind of like are under the umbrella of gameplay. Side quests. So side quests, my understanding from the base game was that there was a ton of these side quests, but it wasn't as streamlined as the definitive edition made it out to be. With the map improvements, and wasn't there that new community page?
UI, yeah.
Right?
That was technically that was in the original.
It was?
Yeah,
Okay.
the community page was, but what wasn't was the list of the side quests, the way that you could literally just pull them up so quick.
Yeah.
It literally was like, it was like the most way you could streamline it.
Yeah, it was
completely.
just the most streamlined.
It had the name, the picture of the person that you talked to, and then it just said what you needed to do. You could activate it, and then it literally had a path that showed you where to go. Because, there were some really fun side quests, but not all of them are fucking winners. Yeah. You know what I mean when it comes to those side quests?
Oh, for sure.
A lot of them were fetch quests, you know what I mean?
I was going to ask if you know how many side quests are in this game about. If you were to make a guess.
Or do you know?
Yeah.
170.
No, sir.
Oh.
No, there is over 400 side quests in this game.
Higher.
My man.
Wow.
Yeah, dude. Actually ridiculous. So, like, if you really think about it, yeah, like a lot. Oh, here we go. There's 449 non-story side quests.
Damn.
That's crazy.
That is
and
crazy.
You did all of those?
I did all of them, yeah.
Josh, madman, my man. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not
kidding.
I
100%ed it.
No, you did. You really did. Yeah. That's
everything.
fucking nuts. I didn't even get anywhere close to that. I don't even think I did 200.
Really?
And I honestly, I don't mind fetch quests, especially when the rewards are good.
Mm-hmm.
But if I remember right, they also kind of made, wasn't questing kind of the main way to get money in that game? Or side quests?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah? Like,
absolutely.
Or at least it was in Xenoblade 2 or 3. I get kind of confused sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, side questing has a lot of prevalence by giving you rewards you don't normally get.
Yeah. It also, you make money.
Okay.
I don't know, you might be thinking of something else.
Maybe I'm thinking of Xenoblade 2 or 3. Yeah.
To do it.
Because I feel like it was Xenoblade 2. Like, that's how you made a good amount of money. Yeah, like, you didn't really get, like, gold drops, like, rarely. And then there was salvaging. Yeah. But, like, that was kind of it. Yeah.
Love 2.
Oh, man. That is a whole nother episode.
So I know.
And really the last thing about gameplay, my man, is kind of the free exploration, kind of what we talked about, the MMO feel. Yeah. But even just from a design perspective, Takahashi, they said that they made these models,
right?
And they like the OG models. I don't know if the picture you showed me was the OG model.
Those were the one that we looked at in here.
Okay, yeah. But I don't know if he made that model before he started posing people because he wanted to he didn't want the pose to look cool. What I'm referring to here is like the two titans that are locked into like endless nothing, right? The two titans after they clash and after they cease to exist, and they just stand there as like as lifeless bodies, and that's where this world takes place. Takahashi specifically designed the poses using people to make it as good as possible for a gameplay perspective.
Yeah, absolutely.
He wanted it so you could see certain things. He wanted it so there's an area called Valak Mountain, and it's all frozen over. It's all tundra, and it's frozen because it's below the shadow of the Makana sword, right? So or the head.
No, it's the head because it's the way that you get to Sword Valley.
Right, it's on the arm. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So the arm is completely frozen over because literally from where the sun rises and sets, the face is blocking it.
Absolutely.
Like fucking genius,
It is
bro.
genius stuff. It seriously is.
So just absolutely mind blowing.
Love
honestly. Let's jump into vision.
Let's do it.
Vision and gameplay and graphics. Kind of. I don't know why I say gameplay.
Yeah.
Graphics. Okay. And vision. So basically just the fact that this game takes place on two big titans.
Yeah, we went over it a little bit already.
Right,
absolutely.
And then how it was implemented in terms of the graphical style, which I thought that the original graphical style was a really unique choice.
Yeah,
you know?
I agree.
Instead of going for the look it has now is really how I picture it, and I'm like, why didn't they do this from the beginning?
Right.
But really unique design decision as far as like Shulk and like their faces are way more mature. You know?
Yeah,
and,
it has
a more mature feel.
Yeah, it's just a style to it where it's not completely anime. And you can see it in any of the fan art, too. So I'm so sorry, not fan art, the official art. That kind of goes, I don't know where the fuck I said that.
He's on the art page, bro.
But you can kind of see, like, especially the way the characters' faces are. It's not anime. but it's also not like hyper realistic, but it has elements to it.
Right.
You know, it's got this dark shading around it. Everything is kind of shaded with like a black, but if you look into the eyes, it's not anime.
Right.
But it's something. You know what
it's
I mean?
Something.
And it's
right?
definitely its own art style. And when I played the original one on the 3DS, I fucking loved it. I seriously thought it was such a cool art style and such a cool idea. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It felt very unique and it felt very itself. I would say after Definitive Edition came out and I saw what it could be, I think I prefer the new style. Absolutely.
I definitely do myself.
Yeah.
That was a question I wanted to ask you.
Absolutely.
Because the biggest redesign, and like it really was like a graphical overhaul, but the biggest thing that was like not just a remaster was the character models. Like all of them got a significant change, especially in their faces.
Yep.
I definitely prefer the new style.
Yeah, I mean, even like when you look at characters like Dunban, I don't think they could fully articulate what made like the stoicism in his face.
Right.
You know?
Oh, true.
And even just like the slight beard he had and everything about him, just he feels much more like a stoic character. Like, look at this. If you look at that original art, it's like you get the idea. You really do get the idea. What the hell?
Yeah, it's very mature looking.
Yeah, he's very mature, right? But it's just kind of a face that he has there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And then you look at like the redone art, and I see so much character in that just from the design.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
You know, not ever going to say that the original is bad, but even just the facial expressions that you see, so good.
It's so good.
It's seriously incredible.
Yeah.
And yeah, I love that. This is my favorite meme ever. I'm just going to show you a quick one.
Yeah, show me.
It said, that's Dunban over there.
That's Dunban over
it's
there.
Just him looking like this. I love it. Anyway.
That's so funny. It's funny you say that because I was watching a recap video to kind of refresh my memory of all this stuff, and literally the only voice line in the whole video is "That's Dunban over there."
Yeah.
And it's just Dunban like below, like fucking dumb, like one of the big ape monsters. You know what I'm talking about?
That's funny. That's funny. I love it.
All right.
I love it.
So, in terms of graphics, though, the only thing I have more to add is that it's gorgeous. The game is actually, it blows my mind. Talk about like, you know, I can't believe that game was put in the 3DS, which I'm still on that page. I can't believe this game looks as good as it does, runs as good as it does, and is on the Nintendo Switch, which is still a portable console.
Absolutely.
You know, at the end of the day, like it.
And I played
crazy.
I played a fair amount on portable too.
Yeah.
I'd say, you know, one of the things when it comes to, you know, games like this one much better than 2. But obviously there's a graphical change when you go from portable to docked stand mode.
For those who don't know.
Yeah, for those who don't know. But I always found this one to be very, very responsible. The way that it like handled itself. Yeah. Better than 2 at least. You know what I mean? But
agree.
I played a fair bit of it with just the handheld mode.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, for sure. It's very, very well optimized.
Absolutely.
And one of the most impressive looking games on the Switch.
Absolutely.
Without a doubt.
Absolutely. Especially for the scale in which everything runs at.
That's what I mean. Like, it's so vast and big.
Absolutely.
And also just to, I like if you really think about the scope here, these Titans, they're 7,000 times the size of a human.
Right.
Okay? To put that in perspective, I have some small facts here.
Let's hear it.
So, if you were a human on the Titan,
if I was a human,
if you were a human on this Titan,
right,
in real life,
right,
not a Homs,
yeah,
all right, you would be barely visible to the naked eye on the tip of my finger,
right,
barely. Like I would see a black dot, like a tiny tick. That is what you would look like on this Titan, for full scale.
Absolutely.
Okay? The deepest. Like just known like area underwater, the Mariana Trench, like one of the deepest. Okay, that is 11 kilometers deep, and the Bionis Titan is 13.2 kilometers. Meaning that if the Bionis was standing at the deepest part of the Mariana Trench, it right about its neck would be sea level, which ironically is where Aerith Sea is.
Interesting.
Isn't that interesting?
That is very interesting.
So it's kind of unknown whether that's a coincidence or not, but that is literally sea level would be if he was standing at the bottom of the Mariana Trench.
That's very interesting.
Then to put that into basically, if you were to take the Bionis, put it at sea level, standing, it would go up. Its head would go above the cloud line. It would be the tallest thing. It was taller than Mount Everest. It would literally sit on Mount Everest as a chair.
That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy?
Absolutely.
To make it crazier,
yes,
7 Bionises stacked on top of each other would reach outer space.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That is some wild stuff.
Like that's like putting it into perspective of how big these Titans are.
Yeah.
It literally, if it was real, would be the biggest thing we'd ever seen.
Absolutely.
And could you imagine 2 Titans that size going at it?
I could not.
Their swords would clash, and I'm not kidding. Everything would just crumble.
It would just be dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's even parts in the game where you're able to see kind of like cells that exist inside of it, and you can see them, which is such a crazy idea because they're so small compared to them.
I remember how unsettling that was for a sec.
Course,
like, I'm like, oh, what the fuck is
this?
Yeah. Also, if you were the Bionis Titan, a commercial flights that we, all airlines pretty much would come to about here, about where the mouth is.
That's wild.
Could you imagine flying in a plane
like a bug.
and seeing like,
yeah,
oh, there's the Bionis, guys.
Here it is. That's
literally
so
crazy, and you'd be a bug to the Bionis.
That's so.
So, anyways, let's move on to music and score, my friend.
Yeah.
So, I know you are super passionate about this. What do you want to say about the music here?
Well, just personally,
yeah.
For everything that I appreciate in music, I'd say like trying something new with music is always something I want. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And for me, whenever I hear there are not a lot of JRPGs or even just games in general that have the cojones to play some of the tracks that this game plays. Like We Will Know Our Names is so intense, and the fact that you can just hear it, it's wild to me. Another thing for me that I love since I was a child, I remember when I first booted up Xenoblade Chronicles 3, there's no, and this is the same thing with Definitive Edition, but I remember it very distinctly when I was a kid. There's no title that pops up. All it is you see the Monado sitting in this field. There's a little bit of junk, a little bit kind of like the way that it looks right here,
right
on the cover art. And you don't even see it's glowing yet. It starts during the daytime, and you hear a quiet piano playing the theme. It's called the Xenoblade Chronicles theme. Playing this beautiful song that just it escalates into this orchestral song.
Yes.
And the sky slowly, I'm not even kidding, this takes like 5 minutes, slowly turns, maybe not 5 minutes, maybe it's like 3, I don't know. Slowly turns. It is slow. Yeah. It slowly turns to nighttime, these stars come out, and by this point, there's an entire orchestra playing this beautiful fucking song. The violin coming in. Oh my gosh, it just keeps going, and you see this Monado spinning with energy, and literally only once the song starts to wrap up, the title will come up.
Dude.
You could press a button to just skip all of that, which is what you do usually.
Sure.
But the first time I ever booted up this game, I watched the entire thing.
Really?
To say I got goosebumps is an understatement. I literally have them right now. I just was like, I was watching this, and I grew up on Hayao Miyazaki, like orchestral music, beautiful imagery, like show me a sky with some
Miyazaki did what?
Miyazaki Studio Ghibli.
Oh, yeah.
Did Spirited Away, Howl's Castle, Castle in the Sky, Kiki's Delivery Service, My Neighbor Totoro, Princess Mononoke, fucking all the big ones.
Let's go.
So, very gorgeous movies, by the way.
Yeah.
But that is what touches me as a gamer or as a viewer or as anyone who consumes anything. This was a slow moment. It wasn't, hey, this is Xenoblade Chronicles, get right into it. It's, this is the game, just experience it.
Yeah.
And that's
a great way to put it. Almost like a, hey, welcome to the story.
Welcome to the story. Oh, and then that music just, it literally starts as a couple piano keys.
Yeah.
And it evolves into this just like this massive orchestral.
Emotional.
Yes, it makes me literally, I remember I actually feel like I could cry right now thinking about it. Just because the story is very emotional too.
It is.
I remember,
man.
I'll watch that especially after playing it. I think when I got the definitive edition, I think when I first booted up, I cried and I didn't tell anyone. except for everyone who's listening right now. But I cried because it was
a podcast first. Let's
go. But I do that all the time. By the way. I cry so
you are very emotional. But I remember walking into your room when you were. It's funny you said like, oh yeah, I didn't have a job because I remember walking into your room and you were literally playing this every day, every single day, at least once a day.
It was my
first or second time in your room that day. Yeah. You would have it on the title screen, just sitting there. You're just sitting on your couch, lean back and watching. I'm like, Joshua, what are you doing? I'm just watching this title screen again.
Dude, it's so good. It's so good. And, I know we're talking about the music, but I think that title screen, it's the first song you hear. Right. It's the first piece of soundtrack that you hear. And it sets the tone in the best possible way because it's not a traditional game and it's not a traditional
You're absolutely right.
like soundtrack.
Yeah.
And so to have the balls to not be like, hey, this is Xenoblade Chronicles right off the gate. This is the story.
Yeah.
Right? So with that said, all the other tracks are pretty damn good too.
No.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I would say there's only a couple that I don't care for. I would be honest, literally like one or two. Mm-hmm. And everything else I absolutely adore. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I'm with you largely. Yeah. I feel like there was a little more for me. I felt like after I beat Xenoblade, I don't remember, but I remember have the feeling, right? Mm-hmm. Kind of remember, like, I don't remember the detail. I remember kind of feeling like there was probably 4 or 5 songs I didn't care for.
Yeah, for sure.
But maybe only like 2 of them being songs that I genuinely annoyed me, or the others that were just okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then everything else was either, I would say...
Do you remember any of them?
I don't remember them specifically. Yeah. I think I remember, like, because there's so much music in the game. There's... I think there's like literally like 60-something tracks just on the base game.
Absolutely.
Like before the definitive and all that. So
most likely.
I don't know if I could give you an example.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like somewhere Mechonis based, there was like some Mechonis song that I was like, this is whatever. Yeah. Or even a couple of like, you know what? A couple of those like battle songs where if the enemy initiates on you, especially endgame, I don't care. I didn't care for a couple of those songs, but when you initiate, or especially like the other battle themes, like do the final boss theme.
Oh my god!
That is one of my favorite songs I think I've ever heard from a video game. Like I literally I was watching a recap, and the recap started off with just that beat.
Dude, it's like, how could I forget? It's so good.
Dude, I literally was like, oh my god, I need to listen to the song right now. Yeah. Like, I haven't heard this song in like fucking a year.
To be honest, oh my god. And the name too. I know we're not at spoilers yet, so I don't even want to say it.
Yeah, guys, we're just gonna put it on real quick. This is the intro to the final boss.
Final boss theme. Is this the one though? Do you have to skip it all?
No, this is it.
Is it? That is so good.
It's so eerie and fucking...
The orchestral, literal, like, opera.
Yeah, singing. Literal opera. It reminds me of, like, Nier, you know?
Absolutely. Oh.
Get the chanting in there. The piano? Oh my god.
Dude!
I gotta stop. That's so
good. Oh my god.
It's stupid good.
Yeah, I don't know how I could forget about that.
Yeah, I
used to listen to that so often, bro.
Dude, I want to get back on that train too. Like I feel like I got phases where I just listen to video game music and video game like remixes. And
when I was
oh my god.
When I was playing Xenoblade and Xenoblade 2, literally there was so many times when it was like the music I wanted to hear no matter what was either from Xenoblade 2 or Xenoblade 1. So incredible. Dude. So fucking good.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
All I really want to add really to the music score here is that I really appreciate everything you said about the somberness, especially of that opening scene, because that definitely hit you in a way that it didn't hit me, and now I want to boot it up right now and watch the whole opening scene. I'm not kidding.
We should do it once we finish.
Okay. Yeah, I'm down.
It's so down. One of the most beautiful, I think, experience I've had in a game, because I was also, as a kid, I always appreciated things that were slower and made you feel something. I think it was thanks to Hayao Miyazaki, but there were a lot of games that I was like, I wish they would slow down.
Yeah.
And I wish, or even a show where it's like,
Sure.
I want them to slow down and take their time, because there is only one time you'll ever boot up a game for the first time. And
You're
so
absolutely
far, this one does the best in the series, no question. But every time I get a new Xenoblade, I leave on the screen for at least maybe 3 minutes. To say the least. It could be longer. When we got 3 recently, I remember I left it on that screen.
Yes, bro.
And I just want to hear that music.
That's literally what I was going to say was like, I think 2 video games have really hit the note for me as far as in comparison to what you just said about the title screen here.
Yes.
For opening song.
Yes.
One is Final Fantasy X, and that the way that starts off, it's like, imagine everything we talked about on a similar level, but then just very depressing. That's kind of the starting tone of 10, and it literally starts off like, I'll play that song for you after this too, but it starts off, the whole song is done on piano.
Yeah.
The whole song.
Yeah.
So that's the opening title screen, and then it shows like Titus, and it's like the opening, you know how it like has like this like right in the on the bottom here?
Right.
Well, in Final Fantasy X, it's literally right before the end of the game. That's like what you open it up and look on it as, right? So it's like this final campfire of the party members, and then Titus is just standing with his sword, it like shining in like the moonlight. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Or the sun, and it's gorgeous, and it makes me cry.
There are not a lot of games that can incite so much emotion with just a moment, just a single, like, even screen. You know, I mean, like I say the sky changes, but there's no characters that show up. There's no nothing.
Right.
But even just the idea, the visual idea of this Minato sitting alone in this field, even after you've beaten the game, what does it even mean? Like, what is this supposed to kind of represent? It's what it makes you feel, and I know for a fact that's what it is.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't even see. It's just so.
No, dude. Yeah, I'm fucking with you.
Yeah.
And the only really other game I was gonna say that came to my mind was Xenoblade 3, literally, because they have the Song of Sending or whatever it's called.
I felt that same way, by the way.
Dude, every time I hear it, if I'm not getting emotional, I'm getting goosebumps. If I listen to the whole song, because it's kind of a slow song, I feel like it's almost handled differently, whereas like you only get this experience on the title screen with Xenoblade. But in Xenoblade 3, that song is shoved down your throat so many times, just in the story, main story wise. You probably hear that song 30 to 50 times.
I believe it.
Right? And
I've already heard it like 10 times, and I'm like,
don't even play it.
I'm not even that far in.
Yeah.
I just got to whatever that one place was called.
It's crazy, because then the more I hear it, the more I love it, the more emotional I get.
And
every
the more
time.
you're connected to
it.
Yeah.
Yes, bro. Like through beating the game, like it played the song, it's like final rendition, like towards the end, and I had tears streaming down my face, and I'm like, I have literally heard this song so many times. How am I not sick of it? Why do I love it so much?
It's good.
It's so good.
And it does something to you. It kind of like, I don't know. Music has every opportunity to touch you, and if the music is just there to serve the story and not to expand on the story, then I don't think you have a masterpiece on your hands. You know what I mean? And that's what I think. Because you know what, music is supposed to serve the story. You're right. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But something to go even further would be a series that dares to do more with everything it's given, and they knew that too. That's why with this new edition, they re-recorded every single song. It's because the music is almost just as important as the story.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And so that's what I'll say about that.
No, dude, I'm fucking with it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I have to say also, real quick, there's some differences that you can hear. It's kind of hard to put my finger on it and describe it with words, but I want to say like there's almost this different tonality in the score between the 3 Xenoblade games, right? But a common, like at least one song in those games though, and Xenoblade 1 has the most, I think. It's like this heavy metal guitar riffs that they just throw in there, and they're like some of the best video game songs I have heard.
Oh yeah.
You know, talk about being so emotional and somber. Dude, it nails these like fucking heavy
Triumph.
Dude, yes.
Dude, that is like that literally
so good.
There's nothing that gets you more. I literally would be in the middle of a battle, just like trying to get my shit together. I remember I was at an end game part, and there was some really strong mech on around.
Right.
And I remember I was fucking them up best way I could, and I remember like I kind of was like getting my ass handed to me, and that song kept me going. I swear to God, every time it got to that, I was like, bro, I'm not giving up. Also, that's another really big theme about Xenoblade that I wanted to say earlier, and then I kept not saying it. The indomitable human spirit and everything that comes with being a human, beyond anything that can touch you. We're talking gods, like creatures, monsters, robots, anything beyond that. The human spirit is stronger than all of that. You know what I mean? And I think the human spirit, I'm not just talking I'm talking just a regular person and everything that you can accomplish as a man and as a human. It's a huge theme.
Yeah.
It's a huge part of it.
100%, bro.
Yeah.
I actually think you're so right, and I think I want to expand on that a little bit, which is, you okay?
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're good.
I sent a text when we were in a...
yeah. I also want to make sure you're good on time, because we are at 5:36.
Yeah.
And just so you know, looking ahead, I wanted to talk about length of the game. That won't take very long. Characters and dialogue, though, I feel like that's pretty big.
Yeah.
I have some other kind of like tidbits that are kind of uncategorized.
Yes.
And then getting into the spoiler cast. So do you want to divide
How do you feel
this up?
about finishing it up tomorrow? How do you feel about that?
Oh, yeah.
Feel okay?
Yeah.
Because here's my thought process. We have 20 minutes till it's 6. I still want to shower, and I got to clean this room, and then we got to do it.
Right.
Even just whatever it is to set up for the party.
Yeah.
People could possibly be showing up at 7. I hope not, but that's what the invitation said.
Yeah.
So I don't want to be a bad host, and I'm still getting shit done while people are in the house. How do you feel about just let's put a cap on the
we're gonna put a cap on it, and we're gonna wrap up the podcast, and I am still going to post this episode Friday as part 1, and then we'll find a time to and I'll probably announce it. If not, we'll just put out the episode. But it won't necessarily be on Friday. It'll just be like when we get it done. But
if you're down for that,
because I know exactly where we're at with the info, and I feel like there's still so much more to talk about.
Yeah,
and then that way we can also start off the episode right into Xenoblade.
Agreed.
We can just cut into it, and like we can discuss all these other things.
Let's do it.
And plus, like, I still got trivia for you, and I still got a couple more telegrams here. So
wait, are we gonna do trivia right now then? Or
you want to end it with trivia?
Well, it's up to you. What's your vision? What do you want right now? What do you want this?
All right, Josh. Here's what I want. I'm going to pull up the trivia.
Okay.
And then I'll need some trivia for you when we do the second part.
Are we doing the second part next week?
We'll talk about it. Yeah, we'll talk about it, and then...
Are you sure you want to do trivia then?
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like it's good, because I feel like it's Xenoblade.
Okay.
You fucking love Xenoblade,
I do.
baby. Yeah.
I do.
Yeah, let's just wrap it up with some trivia, my friends.
Let's do it.
Yeah, we'll keep you all posted on part 2 of the episode.
Be posted. Get ready for part 2. Should be coming out.
Let's fucking go, baby.
As soon as we can.
Joshie, I have 21 questions here
21?
for you. Yes.
Okay. 21.
And I tried really pulling it kind of like... I feel like the difficulty is kind of all over. So I'm more curious to see how you do. So,
okay.
Let's go, baby.
All right.
See how much you remember.
You legendarily do very difficult trivia, so we'll see.
Yes.
We'll see what I can do.
Sorry about that. I'm kind of a bitch, bro.
Hey, it is what it is.
All right, baby.
I'm ready.
Number 1.
Okay.
Where is Colony 9 located?
You and I kind of disagreed on this one. You said ankle. I said calf. But I'm gonna say, can I say the lower bottom part of the leg?
You can.
Okay.
Because all we know, the map on the actual Bionis you see in game, it just shows an area. It doesn't really like pinpoint it.
Yeah.
And according to the wiki, it says around the Bionis ankle.
Okay.
So
but I will accept. That could be ankles here, calves here.
I accept.
Just
your
say
answer.
okay.
I accept your answer, baby.
Okay.
1 point for Josh.
Yes,
Number
sir.
2. Why does Ricky join the party?
Because he has a massive debt that he has to pay to all the other Napa.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely right. Mm-hmm. Good job, Joshie.
Thank you.
And step further.
He's the hero.
The village literally forces him.
They force him because they don't want him there anymore.
They don't want him there.
Yeah.
It's so funny. Don't you in some side quest find out like the debt and like all these?
Yeah, or you find out all the debt, and then it's not just all. It's just he just buys a lot of shit.
Yeah.
Basically, but he also has a lot of kids. He has like 13 kids, I think.
What are they called? Baby pawn?
Yeah, they call him baby pawn.
Okay, baby pawn.
But they were a baby pawn.
Baby pawn.
Yeah.
Who is Ricky's wifey pawn?
Minora?
I'll give you one more guess.
Minora. What is it?
Oka.
Oka. Oh, I didn't know.
Oka. Yeah, that was tough.
Yeah.
I could not remember her name. So.
I do know his kids' names.
Do you? What are their names?
I forgot.
Well, I think I have a question for you about his kids' names.
Uh-oh.
Actually, I don't.
Oh, okay.
I don't. So, yeah, you get a little pass today.
Let's
okay,
go.
Buddy? All right, number 4. The move Slit Edge needs to be used from which direction to lower the enemy's physical defense?
The side.
Correct. Let's go, baby.
Because it's, I remember backslashes in the back, air slashes on the side, slit edges on the side, and then what's the pink one that it has to initiate break? It has to be at the front.
Is that the front?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
It has to be at the front.
Is that
to initiate break?
Air slash? No.
Air slash is on the side.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But that's okay.
You know what I like about kind of Xenoblade in general? There's not too many fucking moves.
I agree.
You know,
I
like
love
compared
that.
to other games where you like maybe you get a move,
Yeah.
and then like way late game you're not using that move anymore.
Absolutely not.
Xenoblade is not like that.
That's like Pokemon. There's so many useless moves in Pokemon. I feel like, in my opinion,
bro. Yeah.
Like you literally see something, you're like, why does this exist?
Yeah.
What a waste of time.
It's definitely a precursor waste of a slot move.
Exactly.
Number 5.
What are we thinking?
Are you familiar with lure? The mechanic lure. Do you need a refresher?
Yeah, would you?
Okay, yeah. Lure is when you are approaching an enemy and you're not in combat, and you press up on the D-pad or whatever it is, and you'll throw a lure or a rock to get their attention, and if you do, the battle starts.
Yes.
Can that miss? So the whole question is, can lure miss when attempting to initiate combat?
No.
It can.
Fuck.
But I didn't know that before making this, to be honest. Like, I was like, oh, shit.
I don't think I've ever missed it.
I've never missed.
Yeah.
All right, well.
I thought maybe it would.
No, apparently someone missed in the definitive edition. They posted in Reddit, and then there was a whole data mine showing that it was from the original release. It's been able to miss.
Wow.
I've never missed, though. So.
I've never missed. I don't miss.
I'll miss, baby. Number 6.
Yes.
Why does the Monado fail to damage the faced Mechon for a portion of the game? I'm going to say light spoilers right here.
It's going to be pretty heavy spoilers.
Not really. I mean, like, this part of the story happens at Prison Island.
Why? You're saying why can't it?
Why does the Monado fail to damage the faced Mechon?
Okay, I'll keep it.
You can also keep it. You can keep it light spoilers in your answer.
I'm gonna keep it very, very light spoiler.
I'll know if you got it. Right.
There is human blood running through them.
Bingo.
No.
Bingo,
I won't say
baby.
whose, and I won't say if they're even alive.
I won't say nothing.
How about
Why don't you just tell me who they are, okay?
No! You have to play the game to find out.
That's a good answer.
Yeah.
Number 7. What are the hidden Monado arts you can obtain?
I don't know.
You don't know.
They're hidden?
There's 2 Monado arts that are optional. You can get them via side quests or like side stuff.
I don't remember.
It is Monado Eater and Monado Cyclone.
And Cyclone, I knew that, but I forgot.
You knew it.
I haven't played it in a minute.
No, it's been a long time.
Damn.
Yeah, I actually.
Cyclone, I could have said that. I just
like a cyclone.
I kind of gave up. Damn it.
All night long. Yeah, bro,
What
it's alright. I'm curious if you get this one. What is the name of the level 90 ape who appears early on as an optional boss?
Is it a primal ape?
It's one of those big fucking primal ape things, but the name doesn't have the it's a 2-part name, and it's kind of like kind of big. It's been a recurring theme in Xenoblade.
I know. It's a Xenoblade theme. It's a big ape. I beat it, but I have no idea.
Did you?
I did, yeah. Because I maxed out everybody. I maxed out everyone's friendship rating, and I maxed out their levels.
You literally did do everything.
There's nothing I didn't do in that game.
Fuck.
But there is something I didn't do, which was memorize that ape's name. I don't know it.
It is Immovable Gonzalez.
I never would have remembered that. Gonzalez, what
Gonzalez,
the fuck?
so that's the theme, is that each Xenoblade has a big overpowered ape at the beginning.
And it's called Gonzalez? Okay.
Yep.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Number 9. Which character introduced in Xenoblade Chronicles 2 makes a cameo appearance as a traveling merchant?
The Nopon Arcasage. I'm not wrong about that.
This is the Nopon Arcsage?
Arcsage, yeah.
No.
Well, hold up.
But
I'm not
technically not wrong.
I'm not wrong because you can also buy stuff from the Nopon Arcasage, and he was introduced first in the Xenoblade 2 DLC.
Okay.
And he shows up again
the question,
in the
Then base game Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Base game Xenoblade Chronicles 2, a character shows up as a cameo in the first game before Xenoblade Chronicles 2 comes out. Keep that in mind.
Let me think.
Take your time.
Do they have the same
Your
name?
hint is traveling merchant.
Do they have a name?
They do. They definitely have a name.
They have the same.
You definitely know this character.
Will I run into them in Xenoblade 2 even if I didn't do all the side quests?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
I'll even say a prominent character in Xenoblade 2.
Really? Can I have one more hint?
Yeah.
Is it a party member?
It is.
Really? How did I not know about this?
To be honest, I didn't either.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but I looked up all the stuff, and sure enough, it's fucking true. He's barely introduced. Like, he's just there as a traveling merchant.
So it's a guy.
And he'll get added to your little community page, you know?
Is it Rex?
It is Tora.
Dude, what?
Yeah.
That's crazy. I gotta look this up.
Yeah, man.
Tora is in OG. I wanted to say Tora, but I didn't know if it was.
I feel like the reason I didn't notice it, and maybe you didn't either, is because they don't, unless it's like a main character, they don't really stop and, everyone's got all these different fucking names.
Right, absolutely. That's
check
crazy.
It out. See it?
Let me see. Where? In Xenoblade 1.
Here, look, Xenoblade.
I'm trying to find it, but
Chronicles.
So
Tora.
But I was kind of right about the Nopon Arch.
Traveling merchant. Yeah, I'll give you a half point.
Okay.
Yeah, because technically you answered my question correctly.
Right.
So. Come on now.
My balls. I'm sorry. You can cut that out. Yummy. That's wild. Yeah, we can.
All right. I can't find it right now, so we'll move on.
That's okay.
Number 9. No, just kidding. That was number 9. Number 10.
Number 10.
Which character in the party is known for their expertise in operating machinery and technology?
Is it Fiora?
It is not.
Wait,
I'll give
can I
you
get
one more
more?
guess.
One more. All I can remember is her driving that forklift at the beginning to try and kill Metalface. I guess she wasn't that good because she crashed it, but let me think.
You got balls, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Operating heavy machinery? Is that what you said?
Operating machinery, not heavy.
Machinery.
Yeah, so they like tinkering and technology, and it's not Shulk.
Okay. I'm going to say...
Those are your 2 hints. It's
I'm
not
going to say
Fiora.
Charla.
It's not. It is Charla.
It is Charla. Let's
Nailed
go.
it, baby. Let's go.
I'll take that.
Number 11.
Yes.
What massive humanoid fortress resides in the Mechonis core? And I have a hint if you need it. But I think you...
What do you mean humanoid fortress?
Like it was made by humanoids like Machina.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait. Repeat the question then one more time.
Like, okay, what massive humanoid fortress resides in the Mechonis core?
Would you hit me?
Yeah. It's a refugee for the survivors during the Bionis conflict.
It's in the core?
It's in the core. You also referenced, I don't know if you told me the name, but you referenced this place.
I do.
Yeah.
I know the place, but I don't think I know the name.
Ready?
Yeah.
It's Agneartha.
I did not know that. Yeah. Agneartha, though?
Yeah.
I'll remember.
Hey, all the references.
All of them.
Yeah, dude.
I'll take them all.
Fucking names.
I'll take them all.
Number 12.
Sure.
What is the name of the music track that plays during the final battle against Egil on the Makanis?
Oh, shit.
Your hint is that it's on the Makanis.
The Makanis. Is it You Will Know Our Name?
It's not You Will Know Our Name.
Is it Mechanical Rhythm?
It is Mechanical Rhythm. Baby.
Do I get that point?
You get the point.
Oh, let's go. You give me a freebie?
Yeah, bro.
Not
Come on
freebie,
now. Well, anything that's like open-ended, I feel like 2 guesses is probably good.
That's good. It's like,
it's so open-ended. It's like
open-ended and there's no multiple choice.
Yeah, yeah.
I agree.
Multiple choice.
I'm with that.
Number 13.
God, Mechanical
Rhythm
is such a good song.
Spoiler, so I'm gonna say spoiler alert. Skip ahead 10 seconds.
Huge.
Number 13. Metal Face was once known as
Mumcar.
Thank you very much. Number 14. Where? Oh, I left the question kind of cryptic, so
Let's see.
It wouldn't be a spoiler.
Oh, okay.
Where was Shulk possessed?
Ooh. In that one tower, in the.
If you give me the region, it's yours.
Come on, man.
The whole region.
I can describe the whole thing.
Describe it?
Well, it's the arm, and it's the snowy part, and the only reason it's snowy is because the sun blocks it off.
You're right.
But what's it called?
What's it called?
We just said it earlier. Something mountain, right?
You're literally right there.
Sokovan?
No, it starts with a V.
Vermont?
Valak.
Can I please have a?
Yeah.
A half?
Yeah, you
I'll take a half.
You know where it is. Yeah.
I do. And it's in that tower. It's in the tower that you go to, and you have to melt the ice. Remember, you got to get some magma from the.
I forgot about
Remember that? And then you had to fight a dragon in there. And this sounds like a joke, but you literally had to fight a dragon, grab some magma, and then you had to melt the ice, and then you can go back in.
Yeah.
And then that's when Riki also says that twice in the game, he can speak to spirits. And one time when you're in there, Riki's like, I can hear someone talking. And for some reason, Riki can just talk to... Because you remember? Do you remember that person at the end?
No.
Remember that there's a person's older sibling who dies, and no one can hear him, but his spirit tells you as the player see it.
Talking K?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, dude.
And then Riki understands him. Anyway, I'm so sorry.
No, dude. All the lore. Number 15.
Need it.
Where is Frontier Village located?
Frontier Village? Oh my gosh. Let's see. It's in Machna Forest?
I will accept it. It's between Machna Forest and Earthsea.
Isn't that Machna Forest, though?
I think it's technically in Machna Forest, so I think you're right.
Yeah. So I'll take that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's yours.
Because that's where you get to the top of Frontier Village and you go to Earthsea.
Yeah.
But I guess you're right. Technically, it's above the tree line.
It's its own place.
Yeah, you're right.
But it's literally, if you look
it's
outside,
in
it's
Forest.
in the forest.
Yeah. And you see it from Machna Forest. Yeah. You can go up there. And
I would have accepted Earthsea, too.
Really?
Just because it's literally right fucking there.
I guess so.
You right, buddy.
You're right.
Number 16. How many super bosses exist in the game? And by super bosses, I'm going to clarify, they're over level 99.
Yeah, it's those ones. 10?
No, I'll give you one more guess.
15.
There's 5.
What the fuck?
There are 5.
I literally thought I was like, should I go up or down? I'm like, I'm gonna double down.
And double down. Respect it though.
Fuck it.
Number 17. What does Charlotte intend to do once things settle down, like after the war?
After everything?
Mm-hmm. She references this specifically in a Heart to Heart. So
really?
Yeah.
Huh. Rebuild Colony 6?
No, something more personal. What is she specifically going to do, and has nothing to do with anybody else? Like her own ambitious goal.
Oh, become a doctor?
You are actually right.
I did not know that.
That's crazy. Good shit. Become a doctor? Literally become a doctor. That's so good.
Let's go.
All right, number 18.
Okay.
I actually wrote it down. How much is Ricky's total debt?
Oh, fuck. Is it 100,000?
It's not, but you're on the right track here. It's less. Okay. And I'll give you, and that's it. You get no more hints.
10,000.
No, it's 20,000.
Damn it!
Yeah, that was pretty close. That was so pretty
close.
fucking close.
Can I get a half?
Nah, can I get a half, bro? Come on. If you can tell me the currency of what he owes. I think it's specific to Frontier Village.
Is it? No, Nopon coin?
It's not. So, one more guess on the currency. It's very weird.
Berries.
Yeah.
One Piece.
It's fish eggs.
I fucking never would have guessed that.
Number 19. What is revealed as one of Shulk's biggest fears during a heart-to-heart with Ryan?
Ah, fuck. Can I get multiple guesses?
Yes.
Okay. How many do I get?
4.
Okay.
I'll make you build your own multiple choice.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I actually feel like if I gave you multiple choice, you would get it just because it's dumb.
Because it makes sense?
Yeah.
Bugs?
I'll give you back that and say it is a bug.
Ooh.
It's specific, though. I need something specific.
Worms?
What do you think would be... it's not a worm.
Fuck.
However, you're kind of close.
I'm close to a worm? What's close to a worm?
You'll know when I say it. So, you got 3 left. This is one of Shulk's biggest fears.
Biggest fears?
I'm pretty sure that Ryan said he was afraid of snakes. And then Shulk said it in response. Mine is...
Centipedes?
No, but you're literally fucking right there from the worm and the centipede.
A caterpillar?
Holy shit. It's literally a caterpillar, bro!
That's really funny. You think that's metaphorical?
You nailed that.
Let's go.
I wonder if it's because the caterpillar is so small, right?
Yeah.
And it's kind of metaphorical.
And it also evolves into a creature with wings, which is exactly what happens to...
Shulk?
Yeah. 'Cause think about
Basically.
it. Yeah. Think about it, because you know who comes out.
Oh, yeah.
Like a butterfly. Think about that.
Damn.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't think of it like that.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Shit.
Now, wow.
Maybe it is.
Maybe it is.
Number 20. What Monado art is exclusive to Super Smash Bros. And not in Xenoblade Chronicles?
Jump.
It is jump.
Let's go. Because you can't
fucking
non-battle.
jump in battle.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Jump!
Yeah, but speed, shield, smash, and what's the other one?
Busta!
Busta! Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Jump. Yeah, you're right.
And number 21. What is the name of the half-Halms High Entia who has distaste for pure-blooded High Entia in Future Connected?
Is it Melia's sister?
It is not.
Oh, it's the guy, isn't it? Yeah.
What's his name? Mr. Creepy Man.
Yeah, he's so weird. His eyes are always closed.
Yeah, I know. I fucking hate that. Brock. I always think of Brock.
It's always Brock.
I know.
There's so many anime I've watched. There's so many characters that are like that. It reminds me of Serpico from Berserk. I don't know if I remember him. I don't remember his name.
I'll give you a hint. It sounds very similar to a original ghost type Pokemon. Like
it
original 151.
Like 151? Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
Of the 3, which one does it rhyme with?
The big boy.
Is it,
It's not.
Memgar?
No, it actually starts with the G.
It's...
And now you have one more guess. Momgar.
See. Is it Gangridge?
It is Gaelgar.
Gaelgar. That is a Pokemon.
It's pretty close.
That is. Is that it?
Damn it, Joshie, that is it. And let me do a little tally here.
I want to do more.
I have 15 and a half and you missed 7. So you got 15.5 right, meaning you got over half of them right.
That's what I'm talking about.
Only a third wrong, baby. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Joshie, thank you for joining me on part 1 of the Xenoblade Chronicles discussion and review, my friend.
Discussion and review Chronicles.
Chronicles, baby.
2.
Yeah, you can have
we
some
should break it
trivia.
into 3. And then we should have DLC episodes too.
Oh, we should. New Game Plus?
Absolutely.
Guys, thank you so much for checking this episode out, guys. Even if you have no interest in Xenoblade, really appreciate you guys sticking around. Thanks for just being with Josh and I, as we're honestly just clowning around over here.
We're kind of bugging.
And we're pouring out, though, like, what we love.
That's
you know?
true.
And I feel
that's
like
the truth.
that's what people are attracted to anyway, right? It's just passion, right? And just
I
drawn in. And I hope, if anything, like, maybe just one person will look at a game trailer of this, or maybe some music, and be like, fuck yes, I'll give it a try, you know? Guys, stay tuned. We'll have this episode dropping on Friday, and I'll let you guys know via our Patreon whenever like part 2 is coming out.
Yeah.
And honestly, I might try to have it posted by Friday also. To keep it short, but I'll probably keep it as separate episodes, like with a part 1 and a part 2. So if you guys got any questions, comments, concerns, you can write us in patreon.com/flashbrospodcast or flashbrospodcast@gmail.com, and we'll look forward to talking to you guys this upcoming week. All right?
Let's do it.
Yeah. Love you guys.
I'm so ready. Love you more, everyone. Hope you know.
You guys be safe.
Be so safe.